Accidental Sugar Daddy. By Kaci Rose. Copyright 2020 by 5 Little Roses Publishing. Chapter 1. Ellie. We all have that one friend. You know, the one that you call to help you bury the body at 3 a.m. Well, who do you call when it's their body you plan to bury? See, she's the reason I'm in a mixer full of older men, and one of which that just told me the real reason everyone is here. In-depth details that said friend left out, but let's start at the beginning. Ellie, just go. It's a night out and some free booze, my best friend, Mia, says. I have the girls, and they have homework and need dinner, I say. I'm a single mom to 2 amazing girls. Ellie, who is 7, and Becca, who is 5. Their dad, my ex-husband, was my high school sweetheart. Then one day, he walked out, when Becca was almost 2. He disappeared for a year, and then I received divorce papers. Still, he gave me no reason, and he saw the girls just once right before the divorce was final. He has every other weekend visitation, spring break, and 2 weeks in the summer, but he hasn't used a day of it. Child support comes on time every month though. Thank God for small favors. Mia knows all of this. She also knows I'm working to cover all of our bills, and while we are paying everything on time, one mess up, and we would be in trouble. I have $300 in savings, and then I survive on my job at the coffee shop bakery, along with child support. I don't go out, because there's no money to do so. This is why Mia suggested the mixer, so I could get out of the house. Apparently, this is where guys who aren't looking for commitment are finding someone to have dates with, and they pay for it all. It sounds too good to be true, or like there's a catch, but Mia swears there isn't, and she's my person, so I trust her. To be honest, I'm not sure how she convinced me to go, and it's all still a blur, but I'm here. Mia is with the girls, and I'm nursing a glass of wine, standing off to the side taking it all in. There are guys 60 and older, there are some guys my age in their mid-20s, and everything in between. But the girls are what catch my eye. They are all the same. Super skinny, tan, perfectly done blonde hair, and Manus and Petus. Most look younger than me, and they are flirty. Basically, they're the versions of a trophy wife. The word gold digger crosses my mind. They are definitely the opposite of me. I have a little weight to me. I'm a mom of 2 after all, and that flat stomach disappeared 7 years ago. I'm not pale white, but I'm not super tan either. I'm 5 feet 5 inches, and while these girls are wearing dresses that leave little to the imagination, I'm in dressy dark jeans, my favorite dress top, and heels. The girls here all have the blonde hair from a bottle, while my hair is my natural chestnut brown. They have makeup on and perfect contouring, and I have mascara and lip gloss. I don't fit in here. I decide I'm going to finish my drink, because it was free, and then I'll bail. This is not my thing, and not one person has even tried to talk to me. I finish off my wine and set it down. I gather my purse, but before I can turn to leave, a husky, deep voice fills the air. You look like you're about to leave, he says. I turn to see a man over 6 foot tall, and he looks to be in his mid-30s, judging by the laugh lines. He has dark hair and sparkling blue eyes. He's huge, like muscles for days huge. He has money. I can tell with his perfectly tailored suit and the Rolex on his wrist. I smile, that's because I am. A friend suggested I come here tonight, but I don't know, this isn't my kind of dating. I say looking around. Dating. He says. Did your friend say what kind of group this was? Just that the guys would be older, and I needed to get out of the house. I roll my eyes, and he laughs. It's a husky laugh that has my stomach clenching and shivers running across my skin. Can I get you a drink? I would love to talk to you, and I think your friend left out some details, he says, extending his arm towards a table off to the side. I hesitate for a moment, but at the very least, he does have my interest, and he isn't bad looking. Okay, that's an understatement. This man is sexy as hell when he laughs and smiles. Plus, I need to know if Mia's death will be quick or slow. He must see my hesitation. Just one drink and let me explain. Then, you can leave, and I won't stop you. I take a deep breath and nod. We then sit at a table off to the side and out of the way but still have a full view of the room. I study him and see him looking at me, too. I'm Owen, he says. Ellie, I nod. He takes a sip of his drink and then leans towards me, resting his arms on the table, as he points across the room. All these men have money and lots of it. What they don't want is a relationship, the commitment, the feelings, or the sticky stuff. Many want company, dates to events, someone to enjoy a meal out with, or maybe a movie. Some may also just want a beautiful woman on their arm, he says. Like a trophy wife. He laughs. Yeah, kind of, but without the marriage and with no strings. If there's a connection, then they're willing to pay the girls for their time. Well, that catches my attention, and I sit up straighter. Like a hooker? Sorry, that's not me. I can't help the disgust in my voice. He touches my hand gently, and sparks shoot up my arm, and my hand feels like it's on fire. I wonder if he feels it, too. No sex is involved unless both parties agree. If a relationship is agreed upon, then these girls get paid for each date the guy takes them on. They also get a monthly spending allowance, gifts, or vacations. It all just varies from person to person. So, like a sugar daddy? Pretty much, he grins. I look at him, thinking that this is why he's here, and I don't get it. He's attractive and damn sexy, so why would he need to pay for a date? Furthermore, what do I have to lose? Well, why are you here? I ask him. He says with a sparkle in his eye. He looks away over to the crowd, taking another sip of his drink. Relationships are messy with feelings and breakups. I run a very successful company, and sometimes, I need dates to events, like charity functions. Also, I like to go out, try new places to eat, or see movies, and it kind of sucks doing that alone. I've found that many women were just after my money when I was looking for something real. He takes another sip of his drink. After being emotionally drained and having both my work performance and my company suffer just for someone who only wanted money, I figured why not call a spade a spade. I have people who have families who depend on the success of the company and on me, and I take that very seriously. So, I figured I can get the dates and company I want, while being open about my motives, and also giving the women what they want. It's been a pretty good deal before. So how many relationships have you had like this? I ask. 3 that lasted more than a month, and 1 that went over a year. Why end it if it was going so well? Everyone, including her, expected an engagement. While I have no problem with the arrangement, when or if I do get married, I plan for it to be for love, and not to someone who is in it for what it can do for them. Call me old-fashioned, but marriage is a sacred thing for me. I nod and sip my drink in silence, looking at the crowd with new eyes. You're different than the other girls here, he says. I laugh, why? Because I don't dye my hair, and my tits are real. He laughs so hard it causes people nearby to actually stop and stare, which causes my face to warm slightly. I wasn't thinking along those lines, but that's a good point. You're very real and blunt, and I can tell you aren't into all this. Yeah. Well, I don't have time to sugarcoat things, and if I had known what this was, I never would have shown up. As it is, my friend will need a SWAT team to protect her when I get home. Would an arrangement like this be so bad for you? I pause, and then point to an older gentleman at another table, well past his 70s, with a walker next to him. What like him? He's looking for a sexy nurse for sponge baths. So not interested. He gives me a soft smile, never taking his eyes off me, and then his face goes serious. Well, what if it was me asking? I look him over and shake my head, as I start to stand up. You don't want me, but I bet the blonde at the bar would be more than willing, though. I know I need to leave before he goes and tries to pick her up, because watching that would suck. I grab my purse to leave. Will you please just hear me out? He asks. What harm can come from hearing what I have to say? I look at him, wondering if I really want to hear it. I guess if nothing else, this can be a funny story on the next horrible date I go on. I don't answer right away, so he continues. What if I sweeten the deal and buy you dinner? No strings attached. We just talk and worst case you get a nice meal out of it, and then head home to slaughter your friend with my lawyer's card in your hand for when she goes missing. He raises his eyebrow, and I laugh. When was the last time I found someone who can keep up with me? Okay, dinner, but I'm driving my own car. Okay, he says. There's a bistro less than 5 minutes from here that just opened a few weeks ago, and I've been wanting to try. I nod, I'll follow you there. We end up at a little bistro that has modern touches, and it's done up in creams with lime green accents. I'm actually surprised I like the decor. Owen gets us a seat in the back while I'm looking around. The place is pretty packed, so I'm surprised when we get right in. He places his hand on my lower back, guiding me to the table. Normally, this would make me uncomfortable on a date, but for some reason, it has the opposite effect with Owen. He pulls out my chair for me and is the picture of a perfect gentleman, which is very refreshing. We pick up our menus, and he says, order anything you like. Drinks, appetizers, desserts, and don't hold back. Well, okay, then. I order a glass of wine, as I look around at the people at tables near us and at their plates of food. I try to match up what they're eating with what's on the menu, and my eyes go wide. $75 for 3 skimpy slices of steak on a small scoop of mashed potatoes and some fancy sauce. This place is out of its mind. I sigh, and he hears it. What? Nothing. I keep looking at the menu. No, come on. Don't hold your opinions back now. I lean in, so I can lower my voice. You really think a place like this is worth your money? I haven't eaten here yet, but everyone is saying good things, and the chef is from Washington D.C. and has cooked for the president. Yeah, I bet he didn't rip him off, I say. What do you mean? He asks. I point to the plate of the woman sitting next to us. $75 for 3 slices of steak? You can get a 20-ounce steak cooked perfectly and melts in your mouth for less than that elsewhere. He shakes his head and smiles, let's give it a fair chance. Yeah. Don't look at the prices, let's try the food, and then see if it measures up. Okay, I hesitantly agree. We order an appetizer of crab cakes that aren't actually too bad, but I have had better ones. So, let's not beat around the bush, I say. Get to talking. Up front are we? He asks. Yes, remember I speak my mind. There's a twinkle in his eye at that. I like you because you are different. You hold your own in a conversation, you can make me laugh, and you have opinions. I guess I like that this isn't your thing, and you aren't being what you think I want. You are just you. Yes, well, I'm not a bullshitter, never have been. I tend to be too blunt sometimes and put my foot in my mouth more than I'd like to admit, but I'm real. What you see is what you get. I don't like games. They hurt too much, I say. He looks at me seriously. Yes, I agree, and I don't do games either. He pauses, and his tone softens, look, I'd like to do a trial run with you. Just 1 month. I laugh, you'll run screaming after a week, trust me. He just smiles, 1 month, and neither of us can walk away with no questions asked. If after a month we agree it works, then we can do a contract. I look at him and study him as he talks. What does this all entail? Well, I'd like dinner once a week with you just like this, and maybe, at a better restaurant. He pauses and smiles. As I said, I like trying new places. That means drinks, dinner, maybe a movie, an event downtown, and just several hours of your time. I will pay you $300 a date, as well as cover all the expenses on said date. Let's say every Friday night. You are free to say no to any others during the week, but Friday night will be a must. I stare at him, thinking that $300 will more than pay for a babysitter if Mia or my mom aren't available, and that's an extra $1,200 a month. The money could build up my savings account and give me some breathing room. He continues, over the next month, I have 3 functions on my schedule. These are longer nights and require socializing, proper etiquette, a dress, fancy hair, makeup, etc. I pay $500 a night for these. I will also cover your dress, hair, makeup, and anything else needed for the event. At the moment, everything is in town, but I have had out-of-town events mostly for a weekend, where I'd need you to come along. We'll negotiate that beforehand. You will also be given a $1,000 line of credit for clothes, and then a $2,000 monthly allowance to be on call for last-minute dates. When he said that, I almost choked on my wine. Did I just hear him right? $2,000 a month allowance? I ask. Yes, to pay your bills, or to buy things you need. It's an incentive to drop your plans when I ask for last-minute dates. And what do you expect on the physical end from this? He smirks. When we are out, it will be just like tonight. I'll open the doors, pull out your chair, guide you with my hand on your back, place your arm in mine, or even hold your hand. He pauses, letting me take it in. At the big social events, there might be some kisses on the cheek and dancing, but you're not required to kiss me or sleep with me, and if you're ever uncomfortable, you say so. But you do have to make it look like you enjoy my company, and we are on a real date and have a real relationship, he says. I take another sip of my drink while I think. $1,200 for one date a week to get out of the house with no kids. $1,500 for 3 events, and a $2,000 allowance is $4,000 in 1 month. That's more than I make in a month with child support. Plus, there's an option to make more with other dates. I could take fewer hours at work this month, spend some time with the kids, chaperone Allie's field trip, and write my book. Then, when this is all over, sell the clothes and make a little more to put in the bank. And at any time, I can be done if this doesn't work, even mid-date? I ask. Yes, and you can keep the full allowance amount and any money and clothing allowance for the month. If the month works and you agree to a contract, then things are a bit stricter, but we can negotiate all that when the time comes. It doesn't sound like a bad deal. It's almost as if it's too good to be true. I don't even know your full name, I say. Owen Garrett. I pull out my phone and type it in. Are you Googling me? He asks and smiles, clearly amused. Yeah. I need to know my chances of this ending with me being butchered in your backyard. He grins again as our dinner shows up. He ordered scallops, and I ordered the sliced steak. You aren't on any of these trendy diets, are you? I ask, eyeing his plate. No, why? Because I like burgers, fries, steak, and all things meat and carbs. Good to know, he says over his drink glass with a hint of amusement in his voice. We talk a bit about the food, how small the portions are, and we even swap a bite off each other's plate. So, the chances of you being slaughtered and buried in my backyard? He asks. I smile this time, slim. Then I sigh, can I have some time to think about this? I might be in jail tomorrow, so no promises. If you are, I promise to bail you out. He hands me his card with a written phone number. That's my personal cell, and not many people have that, so please don't share it. Let me know by tomorrow night. We can have our first dinner the day after since it's Friday. I nod, thinking that I should know by tomorrow for sure. Can I get your phone number? He asks. I give it to him, figuring the worst thing that can happen is I have to change my number. We spend the rest of the dinner and dessert talking about ourselves and the food. He pays the bill and walks me out to my car. Please, text me and let me know when you get home, just so I know you got home safe, he says, and I agree. I drive home, park my car, and then text him before heading in to talk to Mia. I'm home, but my friend is also my neighbor, so she and I will have it out now. Good night. He doesn't respond right away, so I head inside. I find the kids are sleeping, and Mia is on the couch watching TV. I walk right over to her and then hit her with my purse. What the fuck, Ellie? Stop it. She shrieks and jumps over the back of the couch, putting it between us. How dare you send me out to be scoped out by sugar daddies, I growl at her. What? No way would I do that. That's what it was. A group of sugar daddies looking for sugar babies. I had no fucking idea. Luckily, one of them took pity on me and filled me in. Shit, she says. Listen, I had no idea. I was told it's just rich older guys looking for casual dates. Yes, a sugar daddy. I cross my arms. Shit. She looks at her feet, and then back up at me. Well, where have you been then? Out to dinner with the guy who filled me in. Really? She heads to the kitchen, grabbing some wine and glasses, and then sits back down on the couch and says, "Spill." I sigh and sit down next to her, rehashing everything from the ages of the guys to how all the girls all looked alike. I tell her about Owen, and how he stopped me, before I left, about dinner, his offer, and how he laughed when I was my blunt self. Girl, do it. With all that money, you said you can take a few days off, and put money in savings. He even said no sex, she says. I don't know. What? Is he bad looking? How old is he? I pull up the site I found him on earlier. According to Wikipedia, he's 36, I say, and then show her the photo on my phone. Damn, he's a hot 36. She says. But I'm 25 and that's an 11-year gap. So what? This is for fun. Think of it as friends going out, and you get paid to do it. Again, he even said no kissing or sex. What do you have to lose? What about if a weekend trip comes up? I ask. Well, between your parents, Jenna, the 17-year-old babysitter down the hall, and me, we can more than cover it. Plus, I'm sure for a weekend away the pay would be pretty damn good. She takes a sip of wine. And we can cover any other times you need the kids watched. Come on, it's $4,700. If you sign a contract with him, you could do this full-time, be with the kids, when they get home, and start writing again. Yeah. I don't think I'd plan to quit my job. Maybe, just go to part-time for the month and see if they will let me. I say, thinking out loud. So, call your boss now and ask. Mia, it's after 10 at night. Okay, so ask him first thing tomorrow. Say you have some family stuff, and that you're wondering if you can work part-time for the next month, and then you will come back. It's not like you have benefits to worry about at that crap job. If he says no, I bet you can find a job that will let you and be happy about it. I know she's right. I have been doing the work of an assistant manager and not getting paid for it. I do a lot of the baking, and some of it is with my personal recipes that I haven't shared with anyone. The family who owns the bakery is sweet as can be. They've invested and opened up 4 other stores across the state, so they have a store manager. No store is the same, which I like. Well, will you give up all your Friday nights to babysit? That's one of the conditions. I have to go on Friday night dates for lack of a better term, I say. Yes, of course I will. You know I love these kids like my own, and you need to get out and live life as you, and not just as a mom. My phone goes off, and I look at it. Owen, do you need help burying the body? I laugh out loud, which prompts Mia to ask what I'm laughing at, so I show her the text message from Owen. Shit, he's funny, too. Well, I'm going to go. Text Mr. Sexy back. I think you should do it. She then heads across the hall to her apartment. Smiling, I lock the door, turn off the TV and the lights, and check in on the kids who are fast asleep, giving them each a kiss on their heads as I stare at them for a minute. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for my girls. I have been able to give them everything they need, but I'd love the ability to spoil them just a little bit. They're growing up fast, and I know the older they get the more expensive the simple things like clothes will get. In the grand scheme of things, giving up 2 nights a week with them is a drop in the bucket to secure our future right now. I head into my room and close the door, as I read Owen's message again, and text him back. Me, no, she might need stitches, but she lived, and we talked. She had no idea what it was. She was told about the event by a friend. He responds right away this time. Owen, what did she think about the idea? Me, she says I should do it. Go down to part-time at work for the month and start writing again. Owen, so, is that a yes? Me, it's an I will talk to my boss tomorrow. If I can go down to part-time at work for the next month, then it's a yes. Owen, okay. Will you call me when you get out of work tomorrow and let me know? Me, yes, I get out at 4. Owen, thank you. Good night. Me, good night. Right to the point. I get ready for bed and lay down, thinking about dates with him. Dinner wasn't so bad tonight. He was a gentleman, and we were able to make each other laugh while having a good conversation. How crazy is all of this? I can't help but feel like I will live to regret this sometime soon. Chapter 2. Ellie. The next day I go into work a little hesitant about my choice, but it's one I know I can't pass up. I walk back to Tony's office. He's the store manager and the owner's nephew. Hey, Tony. Can I talk to you a minute? Yes, come in and close the door, he says, in his sleazy voice. That's okay. This will just take a minute. I stand in the doorway. I refuse to lock myself in a room with him because he gives me the creeps. I continue, Tony, I need to take my hours down to part-time for the next month. I have some family things going on. I can tell he is less than amused. If I take you down to part-time, I have to hire someone to take those extra hours, and it's not fair to fire them just to bring you back full-time. I suggest you rethink this. He turns his back on me to get back to work. I go back to work. On my lunch break, I call Mia and tell her what Tony said. Girl, he's a creep and an asshole. You are good at what you do. You have recipes that are yours, and girl, you should have been promoted to assistant manager 6 months ago. You do all the work, and they are completely taking advantage of you. You can get another job quickly that pays better. Plus, you'll have money saved up from your time with Owen. You're right, Mia. Honestly, I wanted to do it, but I guess I just needed another voice telling me I was doing the right thing. Good, that's what I'm here for, Ellie. I think this is good for you, and you can start writing again. Who knows, maybe you finish the book and it makes the bestsellers list, and you don't have to go back to the bakery. That's the dream, Mia. Reality sucks. I finish my lunch and head back to tell Tony. Tony, I've thought about it, and I'm going down to part-time. If I can't get my hours back at the end of the month, then so be it. I need Friday, Saturday, and Sundays off and only mornings on Thursdays. I think you forget I'm the boss here, Ellie. You work when I tell you to, family issue or not. I shrug, okay, then. I'll quit and go work at the new bakery that just opened. That means my recipes go with me. His whole body stiffens, and something that looks like rage crosses his face. Fine, he spits out, and I don't miss that throughout the conversation, he's been staring at my chest and not my face. I finish my shift and call Owen on my way home. Hey, how was your day? Did you talk to your boss? He asks. My boss wasn't too happy, but he agreed, so yes, to the next month. I must be imagining things, because I swear, I hear a hint of a smile when he speaks next. Okay, I'll pick you up at 5 tomorrow. He says. Crap, I don't want him knowing where I live, or chance him seeing the kids. No, just tell me where to meet you, and I'll get there. Me picking you up for our dates and dropping you off is part of the deal, Ellie. Well, what if I don't want you knowing where I live? I'm not asking for a key, just to pick you up for dinner and drop you off, so I know you get home safe. I hesitate, fine, but I'm not buzzing you up, and I'm not telling you what apartment. I'll meet you outside. He sighs, that's fine, Ellie. What should I wear for tomorrow? I made reservations at the new seafood place by the river, so a cocktail dress will work. When we get off the phone, I text him my address and then pick the kids up from after school care. How do you guys feel about Aunt Mia watching you after school again tomorrow? I ask them on the way home. Yay! They both cheer. Where are you going, Mommy? Allie asks. I have a meeting. I'm thinking of taking a part-time job to make a little extra money. I stick close to the truth because I'm not a fan of lying to my girls. It will only be 2 nights a week. Are you okay with that? Who will watch us? Allie asks. Aunt Mia or Grandma? I love it when Aunt Mia comes over. Becca squeals. That night after the girls are in bed, I look through my closet for a dress for tomorrow. I find one that isn't a traditional cocktail dress, but it's dressy and kind of beachy. It's a soft blue off-the-shoulder maxi dress with a tight empire waist and a solid blue slip that ends at my knees and has a sheer lace overlay. It has a bohemian feel, but I can pair it with some black heels and the right jewelry to dress it up. I haven't worn this dress in over a year, so I'm glad to have a reason to wear it again. As I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I get a text message. Owen, good night, Ellie. Me, good night, Owen. I'm running late. My jerk of a boss kept piling work on me, reminding me I was leaving him in the lurch going part-time. I finally slipped out when he was on the phone and didn't look back. I know he was doing it because he heard me talking to Mia about needing her to come over and watch the kids. Jerk. I run and pick up the kids and head right home. It's a few minutes after 4 when I walk in the door, and Owen will be here in less than an hour. Crap. Thankfully, this is when Mia walks in the door and takes over kid duty. I listen to the girls tell me about their day as I get dressed. As the girls do their homework, I do my makeup, and Mia does my hair, while I tell her about my day. Mia agrees jerkface Tony did it on purpose and again urges me to find another job, saying now is a perfect time, because I can be picky and I'm not in a rush. I promise to think about it. She has a point. I'm not rushed, because of a gap in paychecks, and can take my time and find a good fit. I figure I can put out a few feelers next week and see what happens. I'm listening to the girls talk about some game they both played during PE, and they are laughing and giggling. Ellie is helping Becca with her homework, and it warms my heart. This is why I'm doing this tonight. For them. It kills me to leave them and miss out on this sweet time, but I know they're in good hands with Mia. I figure I can treat them to something special tomorrow since I'll have a bit of breathing room in my bank account. 5 minutes before 5 p.m. my phone rings. I'm out front, Owen says. I got out of work late. I need a few more minutes, and I'll be down. He doesn't sound upset, but I hurry up and get my shoes on and switch out my purse to one that matches my dress. I say goodnight to the kids because I'm sure they will be sleeping by the time I get home. You look very pretty, Mommy. Where are you going? Ellie, my oldest, asks. I have a dinner meeting tonight. It's at a nice restaurant by the river that has that beach we went to. It's not a complete lie. Oh. Mommy, take beach pictures. Becca squeals. I laugh. I will try my best, baby girl, but I have to go. My ride is waiting downstairs. I love you girls so much. Be good for Mia, okay? We promise, Mom, Ellie says. Love you too, Mommy, Becca says, turning back to her schoolwork. I take a deep breath, hug Mia, and head out of the door. When I get out front, Owen is standing next to the car, and he doesn't see me right away, so I take him in. He's in dress slacks and a button-down shirt, but with no tie. The shirt stretches perfectly across his arms and chest, and my God, I'm suddenly nervous about tonight. He sees me and doesn't hide the fact that he's checking me out, as he looks me in the eye and smiles. Is this dress okay? I figured it would go with the beach theme. You look beautiful, Ellie. That dress is perfect. He says, and butterflies stir around in my stomach. He helps me into the car, before getting in himself, and then closing the partition between us and the driver. I know the restaurant because I looked it up, and we have a good half-hour drive ahead of us. Longer, if we hit traffic, which we probably will this time of day. Do you get out of work late a lot? He asks. No, my boss was just being an ass. He's mad I'm going part-time, so he piled more work on me when he heard me on the phone with Mia asking her to come over tonight. Shit, I don't want him to know about the kids. She, did my hair for me. She's the one who told me about the mixer. Looking at me, he says, your hair is beautiful. I feel a little self-conscious. I know I'm not the type of girl he usually has on his arm, but I push my insecurities away for my girls. Where do you work? He asks. No. I can handle this myself, and I can't have you messing up my job. I need it, especially if this doesn't work out. Okay, but if you want me to speak to him, I will. It makes me smile, but the less he gets tangled in my life, the better. Thank you, but I can take care of myself. My part-time hours will be half days on Thursdays and off on Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, since I assume most of your events will be on the weekend. He goes over his schedule for the month, and it turns out I was right. He has 3 charity events all on a Saturday, beginning next week. That's perfect with my schedule. He also gives me the info for my clothing allowance at a boutique downtown. I know the store, and they have some super cute stuff, but I've never been one for clothes shopping. He tells me I should go this weekend and use the allowance, and I nod, knowing I probably won't go. He also gets the info for my pay app, and I hear a notification on my phone. Not only did he send this month's allowance, but he also sent the money for tonight. $2,300. I have to take a deep breath. That's 3 weeks' pay from the bakery. My mind races with the possibilities. I know I will put this money into savings, but there's so much I could do. Get the girls new clothes for starters. They seem to have hit yet another growth spurt. Thank God for the kids' consignment store in town. I take in the stuff they outgrow and trade it in for new clothes, and it doesn't kill my budget. I'm still thinking of ways I could use the money when his voice pulls me back to earth. So, you said you want to do some writing while you are part-time? He asks, remembering an earlier conversation. Yes, I've been working on a book, but never have time to write it. I think I'll try this month. What kind of book? It's kind of like a travel guide to the Smoky Mountains National Park. It has all the historic spots. I have the pictures done and laid out, I just need to get the writing finished. Then, start pitching it, or maybe, I'll self-publish, who knows? Well, I have some friends in the publishing field, and I'd be happy to have them take a look. Of course, you do, but no, I want to do this on my own. Listen, passing off the book, it's just getting your foot in the door. It will be all you. If it's good, then they will contact you, and if it's not, you won't hear from them. I'll ask them to take a look, and then I'll stay out of it. The rest is all you. It's not a bad thing to have some connections, you know. I know he's right, and I guess it can't hurt if he's around when I finish the book. If I finish the book. So, I nod my head. Well, if I get it finished. What are the chances you'll show me what you've done? I shake my head. I can show you some of the photos I've taken for the book. I pull them up on my phone, handing it to him. You took these? Yes. These are amazing, he says. Is this what you want to do? Books like this? Yes, I love taking photos, and I want to travel and see the national parks. Plus, I like writing. This seems to combine all 3, but the chances of me making a full-time income are slim, I guess. It's not a traditional travel guide. What do you mean? The area was settled by people over 100 years ago. I'm following the life of a family that settled there. It's kind of their story told with photos and info on where to see things today, and a guide part in the second half. So, it's like a novel and a guide all in one? Yeah, kind of like here's their story, so now go and trace their footprints yourself thing. He just looks at me and doesn't say anything. I start to wonder if he thinks my idea is stupid. I've been doubting it since day one, but Mia keeps pushing me. What? I finally ask. That's really amazing. I want to read it, and I'm not just saying that. I know I'm blushing, so I turn to look out the window, trying to hide it. A minute later we are pulling into the restaurant, and you can tell just from the parking lot this place isn't going to be cheap. It has Lamborghinis, Mercedes, and even a section for cars with drivers, like Owen's. I start to get a little nervous, but Owen is the perfect gentleman, helping me from the car and offering me his arm, as we walk inside. We are shown right to our table. As we head towards the back, I try to take in the decor. It's done in a nautical design that looks expensive with lots of reclaimed wood and massively tall ceilings. The accent wall in the waiting area has a compass outline painted on it, and it has to be over 12 feet tall and covered in reclaimed wood. The tables have all white tablecloths, and the backs of the chairs have a rope design on them, but the chairs themselves look comfortable. There are candles at every table in what looks like old ship lanterns. I'm not an expert, but they look real and not replicas. As we get to the table, my eyes go wide. We are sitting next to a window, and they are floor to ceiling, overlooking the river. On the other side of the river, you can see downtown, and I can't wait to see it all lit up once the sun sets. We get to our table, and Owen pulls out my chair before sitting down himself. The hostess hands us our menus and gives him a wink, which causes me to roll my eyes. I guess he sees it because he smiles. He orders a bottle of wine that I notice is almost $600, and I have to remind myself he has money and isn't living paycheck to paycheck. The feeling is still weird for me. I notice there are no prices for anything on the menu, so I ask him about it. Don't worry about the price, Ellie. Just get what you want. I guess he can still see my wheels turning, so he takes the menu from me. Tell me what type of seafood you like, and I'll order for you. Will you let me do that? He asks. I nod my head, a bit relieved. It takes the pressure off because I know what I like. It's just the prices I can't get over. Well, my parents used to take me down to Myrtle Beach, and we'd eat at those all-you-can-eat seafood places. I loved the crab legs, the lobster mac and cheese, hush puppies. I even liked some of the fish, I think it was red something, and mahi-mahi. I also liked the crab cakes, and even the calamari, just not the tentacle pieces. I take a breath, blushing, and shut my mouth before I keep blabbering. He reaches across the table and takes my hand. It's nice to see a woman knows what food she likes and just doesn't want a salad. I know exactly what I'm ordering you. I smile until the waiter comes back. As I listen to Owen order, my jaw drops. I know at this place the dish he ordered is easily going to be over $100. He ordered me a 7-ounce lobster tail, a pound of snow crab legs with a loaded sweet potato, and an order of hush puppies for the table. He ordered himself a seafood duo platter, swordfish, and a Key West spiced grouper over rice pilaf with a loaded baked potato. Now, I'm so excited for my meal to come that I can hardly wait. Thank you, Owen. That was perfect. I mean what I say. I want you to order what you want, money isn't an issue, and I don't want you going home hungry either. Over dinner, we take in the views and talk about the memories we have at the river. We discuss the restaurant decor, and once the food comes, we talk about the food. He lets me try both of his fish dishes, and they are delicious. He seems to enjoy watching me eat my dinner, and I will say I was disappointed that the crab legs were already cut and open, and the meat was ready to just pull out, instead of me having to crack them open. The conversation over dinner is easy, and because we are both full, he orders the house special cheesecake to share. After dinner, we walk along the river as we talk about my book and about his work. Although, I'm still not sure what exactly it is he does. We then discuss the function next Saturday. It's a charity event for a women's shelter, he says. Does it hold a special meaning to you, or is it just some random charity? I ask. His face clouds over, and his mask goes back up. It holds meaning, but not very many people know why. I hold my hands up, okay, I'll back off. I try to smile and lighten the mood again. We walk in silence for a minute, before he speaks again. I'll tell you why if you tell me why I can't pick you up at your door. I shrug, because my house isn't clean. Come on. Lie better than that, he says with a smile. So, I think about it. He has my attention, and I do want to know about his connection to the women's shelter. If we do this for the next month, or even 3 more months beyond that, he's bound to find out anyway. I've got the money from tonight, so if it's a deal breaker, the night isn't a total waste. I'm a single mom of 2 girls, and I don't want you around them. As far as they know, I'm at a meeting tonight. He is quiet for a minute before he starts speaking again. My father was an abusive drunk, and thankfully, I was an only child. My mom left him one night when he was on a bender, and the women's shelter took us in. When he finally sobered up, he found us there, but they protected us. They had security there. He stops walking and looks out over the water. They helped my mom get on her feet, get her a job, and later, a place to stay. It wasn't the best place, but it was ours. They even helped her with the divorce and filing charges against my dad. If it hadn't been for the people at that shelter caring about my mom and me, she wouldn't have been able to leave, and I know he would have killed her. I don't want to think about where my story would be now. He's quiet after that, and I'm not entirely sure what to say. I know, like me, he doesn't want pity. I lightly touch his arm, drawing his attention back to me and out of those painful memories. Does the money from this function help that women's shelter specifically? Yes. Good. I nod my head as we continue walking. What about the kids, Dad? Well, that's another story. Do you have another story to tell me? I ask with a smile. He takes a moment to think. Does this need to be a relationship story? Yes. I was engaged once. I thought I loved her, and she loved me. She had me fooled and was only after my money. She broke my heart. After that, I decided it was best to be upfront about the time I spend with women. They want money, so I give it to them, instead of being fooled again. I shake my head. How did you find out she was only after your money? My company was just getting off the ground. I had money, but I was still growing it. I still busted my ass, and the advisors at the company suggested I get a prenup to cover the company, so in the event something happened, then she couldn't touch it. I hadn't thought of a prenup at all, but my mom convinced me to do it. We turned back towards the car. When I brought it up to her, she went ballistic, yelling, screaming, and refusing to sign it. Not in a hurtful you don't trust me way, but saying things like, no. When we divorce, I want my share. I deserve it. Ouch. I can tell his smile is forced. Yeah. The fight ended with her laughing, saying she couldn't believe I thought she was in love with me. That this is how all rich marriages are, and what a naive idiot I was. I've seen her at a few social events still trying to land her rich husband. I hope you don't believe what she said, and that's not how rich marriages are. Some of them, sure. Heck, maybe a lot of them, but that's their choice. You hold out for the right girl. She's out there. It's easier this way. I have the company, when I need it, dates to events, and none of the stress of what they're really after. That's sad because you're using it as a way to keep people at a distance. He gives a half-hearted laugh. You aren't the first person to tell me that. Deciding it's time to change the subject, I launch into my story. I was married at 18 to my high school sweetheart, and we'd been together since we were 13. We had 2 kids, and when my youngest was almost 2, he just up and left. Came home to an empty house and a note saying that I could have the saving account, but he moved his paychecks out of the joint account, and he was gone. Changed his phone number and just poof. I pause for a moment. Before continuing, I didn't look too hard for him, though. I guess you can say it wasn't love, because I cared more about the kids and making sure they were taken care of than finding him. A year later, divorce papers showed up. It was smooth because we didn't have much to split up. He has paid child support on time every month and hasn't seen the kids, but once, the day the divorce papers were signed. He was in town, saw them for maybe an hour, and hasn't since. That was 2 years ago. I didn't even care enough to find out why he left, and I assumed he cheated. I had to have that fun a talk with my doctor. He takes care of the kids, though. They're on his medical plan, and he sends Christmas and birthday gifts. Do they ask about him? Yeah. Well, they did. I said he was on a business trip and didn't know when he was coming home. After a while, they just stopped asking, and I stopped making excuses. They asked me once if we were divorced, and I said yes. My oldest said good, and there has been no more talk since. They never care much for his gifts, so I don't know. He nods, and we walk in silence for a bit. When people ask about us when we are out, what do I say? That we're dating. No titles are needed, and they don't need to know more. They might ask or assume, so let them think what they want, he says. I nod, as we make our way back to the car. On the way home, the topics are light, as we talk about a few new places opening up to eat at, and I just shake my head, saying it's up to him. Once we get to my place, he helps me from the car, walks me to the front door of my building, and then reminds me to use the clothing credit this weekend, before heading back to the car. As soon as I walk in, Mia wants a recap of the whole night. And don't you dare leave anything out, she says. So, I tell her about the restaurant, and him ordering for me. I leave out the story of his mom and dad, but tell her about his engagement, and that he now knows about the kids. I also leave out the comment about going clothes shopping. I tell her how he seemed interested in my book, and how he would be willing to ask one of his friends to take a look at it. That's a good thing, right? Mia asks.
Yeah.
I guess so. Mia heads home across the hall, and I head to bed. I have trouble sleeping, thinking about Owen's story, and how he seemed to actually pay attention to what I had to say, and even remembered things I've said before. I have to remind myself this isn't real because, after one date, it's starting to feel very real. Chapter 3. Ellie. I don't go clothes shopping that weekend. The thought of asking someone to watch my kids, as I go clothes shopping, isn't something I can do, when there's cleaning and homework and movie night to take care of. By Monday, I've forgotten all about it. As I'm getting home from picking the kids up from after-school care, Owen's car is there. Fuck. This right here is why I didn't want to give him my address. I tell the girls to stay in the car and turn on the Frozen soundtrack for them to jam out, too. You can't be here, I say, looking at the girls in the car. I look back and see that he is looking, too. When he looks back at me, understanding crosses his face. Why didn't you go clothes shopping? He asks. I shrug, I hate shopping and didn't have a babysitter. He looks away, like he's trying to control his emotions, and then looks back at me. I'll find you a babysitter to be on call. No, I can handle it. I have people I trust. I don't just leave my kids with anyone. What if they aren't available like this weekend? I roll my eyes, realizing I'm doing that more around this man than I did during my whole teenage years. They were. I just didn't ask. Asking someone to watch my kids, so I can go clothes shopping seems a bit. Before I can finish my sentence, Mia pulls into the parking lot, honking her horn. She jumps out of her car with way too much energy and bounces over to me. Hey, is this him? I roll my eyes because I can't seem to stop. Yes. What's he doing here? She asks me, like he isn't standing a few feet away. He's harassing me because I didn't go clothes shopping this weekend. She laughs, until she sees my face and his. Wait, are you serious? Yes, I say. Well, clothes aren't cheap, she says, looking at him. I set her up with a clothing allowance. Her eyes go wide as she takes it in. Free clothes. Girl, why didn't you go? She elbows me. You know why. Girl, get over this guilt of having to be with your kids 24/7. It's not a sin to go out and have someone watch your kids, she says. Stop it, I say, getting irritated. I don't want to get into this with her, and especially not in front of Owen. Look, I'll watch them right now. Why don't you go? She says. No, they have homework and just got home from school, and we still have dinner, too. All of which I can take care of. Let me take you clothes shopping, Owen offers, his tone softer. And maybe dinner, Mia hints. Owen grins, and dinner. He looks me in the eye and gets all serious, and well, cute. Please. I huff, knowing I'm cornered and out of excuses. Fine, let me go change. You wait here, and I'll be right back. I throw a pointed look at Owen. I wait, until he's back in the car, before going to get the girls and their school stuff out of the car and heading upstairs. The girls are of course excited to spend time with Mia, especially when she says they are making homemade pizza tonight, which is their favorite thing to do. They like to make silly designs out of the toppings. Though my girls are too smart for their own good. Who's the guy? Allie asks. Just a friend from work, I tell them. Not a complete lie. But he doesn't work with you, Allie continues. Damn, these kids are smart, having visited me at work with Mia or my mom the many times when I've picked up extra shifts. Remember, mommy took up a second job to make a little extra money. Mia helps out. What kind of job? They ask, as I'm getting dressed in my room. I decide to go with something more casual and dress in jeans, a nice top, and ankle boots. Well, it depends, and it changes each week. This weekend I'm helping him with a charity event. It's like a way to raise money for a good cause. Like an assistant? Allie asks. Yes, just like that. They both nod, accepting it, thank God. I head to my bathroom and touch up my makeup and check my hair that was up in a braid for work. It still looks good with just a few pieces that have escaped, so I grab my purse, give the girls a kiss, and head out of the door. When I get close to the car, Owen gets out and opens the door. He helps me into the car, before getting back in himself. Impressive that in 15 minutes, you can go from working mom to beautiful date. Heat rises on my face at him calling me beautiful. This isn't a date. I'm taking you to dinner, so yes, this is a date. No, it's not. He smiles, well, the money I just transferred to your pay app says otherwise. I shake my head, looking out of the window, not sure how I'm supposed to feel. Thank you, I pause. Do you have time to take me clothes shopping? I'm sure there are better things you could be doing with your time. He laughs, and his eyes light up, looking at me. Yes, I can be a workaholic, but I've made it a point to slow down and take time off if there's something for me to do. We pull into an upscale boutique downtown. I love this little place. I have window shopped here before, and they have some great stuff. I've just never been able to afford any of it. He goes to help me out of the car, but I'm hesitant. What do you not like the stuff here? He asks. I do. I just also happen to know how much it costs. I stand on the sidewalk just staring at the store. He leans in to whisper in my ear as his chest presses to my back. His warmth slips through my shirt, wrapping me in a feeling of safety that I want to drown in, but at the same time, I know I need to be worried. The last guy to make me feel safe ran out on me and vanished. You do know that I'm a billionaire, right? I have more money than I could spend myself, even if I tried, he says, and his velvety voice shoots shivers down my spine to my core. I'm so turned on between the contact of his chest to my back and his hot breath on my ear. I have to take a deep breath to compose myself. That's not the point. It doesn't mean you should spend it unwisely. Still whispering into my ear, he says, and buying you clothes is spending it unwisely? I can't do anything but shrug. He takes my hand, and we walk into the store. We are greeted instantly by a sales associate, and I almost feel like I'm having a Pretty Woman moment. You know, where the sales associates fawn all over her when he shows up ready to spend boatloads of money with Richard Gere at her side. But the sales associate is super sweet, and he tells her to get me warmer clothes since we are heading into the fall season. Then, he sits down in comfy-looking chair near the dressing rooms, as the salesgirl pulls me away. Hi, my name is Cindy. She is all smiles, before asking, let's start with what do you like to wear? Mostly jeans, but I think I'll need some dresses too, like cocktail dresses and casual, just nothing too fancy. I like comfortable stuff I can easily mix and match. She nods, taking a few measurements, and says, let's start with a few pairs of jeans. She pulls a few pairs of skinny jeans, one in a dark wash and another in black, and pairs them with a long-sleeve sweater and a few tops. Then, she takes me over to the dressing room. I try on the dark wash jeans and the sweater and step out to show Owen. His eyes are riveted on me as soon as I step out of the dressing room. I have to admit, it's nice to have someone's attention like this. Do you like it? He asks.
Yeah.
It's not something I'd normally buy for myself, but I do like it. Do you like it? I ask him. Does my opinion matter? Well, you are buying the clothes, and I'll be wearing them around you. I'd say your opinion matters. I don't think my opinion matters, but yes, I do like the outfit, especially the jeans. He smiles and doesn't try to hide the fact that he's checking me out. I put a little sway in my step as I walk back into the dressing room. I put on the next outfit, the black jeans, and a top. I come out of the dressing room again, and his eyes rake over me. I love having his attention like this. It's been a long time since I felt like a sexy woman and not just a mom. I really like those jeans, but I'm not a fan of the top, he says. I smile, I agree. I continue to try on clothes, including a few dresses, skirts, and tops. The whole time he gives me his attention and his opinion. He never rushes me or complains about being there. A few times when I'm walking around with the salesgirl, I catch a glimpse of him checking emails or texting on his phone, but he puts it down and gives me his full attention when I'm near. I admit to myself that this is a much better clothes shopping experience than any I've ever had. When I'm done, I end up with 10 outfits, 3 cocktail dresses, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 belts. He pays for the clothes and then helps me load them into the trunk of the car, and we head out to the restaurant. I study him as he looks out of the window, and after a moment, he catches me looking at him. "What?" he asks. "You aren't quite what I thought you'd be." "How so?" "Well, I thought you'd sit on your phone and ignore me the entire shopping trip, for one. 2, you give me your complete attention." "I don't know, I guess I didn't expect that." He gives me a small smile and looks back out the window. "One of the men that works for me, he's just a few years older than me, and suffered a heart attack last year." He turns to look back at me. "He worked as hard as I did, kept the same hours as me, and then pushed and expected no less from those who worked with him. It's why we got along so well. I was at the hospital with him when the doctor came in, saying he had to slow down because working so much was killing him." He takes in a deep breath. I remember looking around the hospital room. He has a wife and kids who were there for him, and I realized it could have been me in that bed, but who would have been in the room for me? Just my mom, that's it. He has slowed down since then and is living life. It made me realize that I was married to my job. I didn't want to be in the hospital like that. So, I slowed down, delegated more, and spent more time with my mom and friends. It was a wake-up call. I reach out and squeeze his hand. He looks at my hand on his, and I hope he feels a tingle like I feel with his skin on mine. When I pull my hand away, he continues.
Yeah.
"I'm trying to figure out what I want from life. I know I'm lucky to have built my company from nothing. I've taken care of my mom, and she doesn't have to worry about anything. She spends her time volunteering and doing the hobbies she loves, and she's happy. I guess I still need to find what makes me happy." I nod, because I understand that. I've had those fleeting thoughts of what I want, but then the thoughts of what the girls need creep in and take over. I love my girls, and they're always my priority. But the thought of what you want to do. If I was in his shoes with no girls to take care of, I really don't know. "When you were a kid, how did you see yourself at your age?" I ask. "I don't know. The typical American dream wife, kids, a dog, a nice house, and working the 9 to 5, he says. Is that not your dream anymore? I have the house and can work any hours I choose. The rest isn't as easy to find as you think. Well, you start by letting your guard down and letting people in. You know real dating and not this. I motion between the two of us. You have to be willing to be hurt. It's just a part of life. Maybe start with the dog?" He chuckles.
Yeah.
"Maybe. What about you, have you dated since your divorce?" "I have, and dating sucks. I've had some strange first dates, few bad ones, a few second dates, 2 third dates, and no fourth dates. I feel like there's a story there," he says. "Well, I guess maybe I'm pickier. If by date 3 I'm not feeling a spark, I'm not wasting my time. It takes a lot to go on a date, like getting ready, finding a babysitter, and giving up time with my girls. I'm not going to put the effort in if it's not going anywhere." "And none of those guys were going anywhere?" "Well, one of my third dates showed up late with a stain on his shirt, and then proceeded to tell me his cat vomited all over him, but he didn't bother to change his shirt. and that was cat one of 8 he owned. So, no fourth date, or even a kiss goodnight. I had Mia SOS me out of there. I laugh, remembering her horrible fake phone call. I continue, I had a first date conveniently forget his wallet. One brought his mother with us. I checked his driver's license to make sure he was at least 18. He was, but I got along better with his mom than him. Another one suggested on date number 1 that, when we got married, we'd send my kids off to boarding school. I just got up, walked out, and didn't even bother with him. Another one asked if I would be willing to give full custody to their dad, so he'd have more time with me. And one blind date showed up drunk, took me to a movie, and passed out about 20 minutes in. I walked out of that one, too. He laughed, and you're still an advocate for me to start dating again? How else will you find a wife? You don't want one in this situation. Are you going to mail order a wife? I don't see any other options for you. If you know of any secrets, please let me know. He shakes his head as we pull up to the restaurant. It's yet another fancy one with small portions and high price tags. I groan, not meaning to. What? He asks. You really like your small portions? You don't like the food? I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of girl. This has never been my thing, but by all means, let's go. He looks at me for a minute and then shakes his head. If you were picking, where would we go? I get kind of excited at the thought of expanding his food horizons, so I smile. Can I pick? He pauses, searching my face for something. Sure, let's see if you can do better. I clap my hands and giggle. I'm actually really excited about this. Any allergies I should know about? No, he says hesitantly. I think for just a minute before I have an idea. I pull the restaurant up on my phone and show it and the address to Owen's driver. He nods, and we head off. Where are we going? Owen asks. It's a surprise, I say, noticing he looks uncomfortable. You aren't used to not being in control, are you? That obvious? He says.
Yeah.
You're uncomfortable right now. I'm kind of enjoying this. He just shakes his head and sighs. Will you trust me? I bet our bill is even cheaper than it would have been there. We pull up to a steakhouse, and he eyes the place, as he helps me from the car. Ever been here? I ask. No, I haven't. Wow. I even picked one of the more upscale steakhouses. Have you been here? Once. My parents took me for my birthday, and it was amazing. Come on. We walk in, and he gets us a table right away. He's nothing short of a perfect gentleman, making sure my chair is pulled out, and I'm settled before he sits down. We order drinks, and glancing at the menu, I also order the cheese fries. He looks at me and raises an eyebrow as I laugh. Come on, you're a guy. Are you telling me you have gotten so high and mighty that you don't even like cheese fries anymore? He shakes his head and smirks. It's been a really long time since I've had cheese fries. The fries come, and they look mouth-watering. They are cooked perfectly, piled high with 4 different kinds of cheeses, bacon, and served with a homemade ranch sauce. If how fast he's eating them is any indication, he's enjoying them as much as I am. I order a steak, while he gets a coffee-crusted prime rib. Both sound good. The meal includes homemade bread and honey butter, a salad, and a side. Our food arrives, and he's amazed at how good the food is and how big a portion it is. I love seeing the spark in his eyes over the meal. I have him try my steak, and his lips wrap around the tines of my fork, taking in the juicy steak. He closes his eyes, as he chews, agreeing it's really good. In such an intimate moment, I remind myself this isn't a real date. It's a business agreement. We order an Oreo pie for dessert to share, and he loves it, too. When we get back to the car, the driver asks where to. So, I ask, well, is it still my turn to plan the date? He looks at me trying to keep his face serious, but there's a sparkle in his eyes. I guess so, he says. I tell the driver to take us to the riverfront park. It's a park along a river that runs right next to downtown. We get out and walk along the path by the water, taking in downtown and the lights. So, did you really enjoy dinner? Yes, I did, and you're right. The portions were huge, and I'm so full. See, there's life outside the gastropub scene. I'll have you eating at Cracker Barrel by the end of the month. I joke. Hey, now a guy has his standards. He laughs. It's refreshing to see you eat a good steak. Most girls I've been out with order a salad and barely eat that.
Ah.
Yes. Got to stay a size 2 to be a trophy wife. I have a feeling you don't have a good opinion of the girls the other night. No, I don't know. Like you said, they're honest and open about it and doing it for the money. They found a way to make it work, so good for them. It's the ones who lie, cheat, and steal to do it that I have a problem with. I agree with you there, he says. We walk a little further in silence, and then he takes my hand in his. It's warm, and my hand seems to fit perfectly, but that has to be in my head, right? I look down at our intertwined hands and then see him looking at me, too. Is this okay? He asks.
Yeah.
I say, barely above a whisper, as I look out over the water. We walk and talk about the kids. He asks what they like and how they are doing in school and seems truly interested. He asks about when their dad left and how I got on my feet and about me staying with my parents for a bit. As we head back to the car, we talk about how he started his business and how it grew. The conversation is light on the way home. When we pull up to my building, he helps me out of the car and gets my bags. Well, that was the best clothes shopping date I've ever been on. Thank you. I say. I had fun, too. But there's no way you are carrying all these to your place on your own. I shrug, so, I'll make 2 trips. Come on, let me help you. No. The kids are in bed, aren't they? I promise, I'll drop the bags on the floor inside the door and go, he says, and I know he's right. I sigh, fine. We walk into the building and to my door. I open it, and like he promised, he places the bags inside the door. He says hi to Mia and gives me a kiss on the cheek. See you Friday, Ellie. He says and turns and walks away. Mia heads home, telling me she wants details later because she's barely keeping her eyes open. I take the bags to my room and start putting the clothes away and getting ready for bed when my phone goes off with a text. Owen, good night, Ellie. That was the best clothes shopping date I have been on as well. I can't help but smile. Me, good night, Owen. Thank you again for the clothes. I'm actually excited to wear them. Owen, I'm glad. Get some sleep. I'm sure the girls will be up early. Me, they will, and you get some rest, too. All night my head and heart battle. My heart wants to say this is the best relationship I've had since the girl's dad. Then my brain chimes in that this isn't a relationship. Chapter 4. Ellie. Owen texts me every day that week. I wake up every morning to a good morning text and then end my day with one wishing me a good night. We text back and forth a few minutes each day, nothing much to it, but it was nice to wake up and fall asleep, too. Thursday night Mia comes over after the kids are in bed with some wine, and we sit on the couch to catch up. I tell her about the date on Monday, and how I now have the $2,600 sitting in my savings account. Wow, that's almost what you make all month at work. I know it's nice to have breathing room and money in savings. And don't forget the clothes. It's nice stuff too, so wear it. Then when this is over, you can sell it, or you can take it to the consignment store downtown, get store credit, and use it to buy clothes for the kids. True, that's a good point. Plus, he isn't what I thought he'd be. He is a gentleman, respectful, and pays attention to me. I expected him to be all work, 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 and always on his phone, but he puts his phone down when he talks to me and asks questions, and remembers things. You know, I've woken up every morning to a good morning text from him, and I have a text every night before bed. Wow. What? Wow, if I didn't know he was paying for your dates, I'd say he has some serious feelings for you. Right? I don't know what to think, but I know I don't want to mess this up. It's not a bad way to earn some extra money. Enjoy it. You have your daughter's field trip tomorrow, and a date, and then the charity thing the next night, right?
Yeah.
You sure you can watch the kids for me? Yes, no problem. Your mom is coming over Saturday to watch the kids, until I get here, so she'll be there when you leave. I have lunch with my mom, and I'm sure she wants to go over my life choices. I'll relieve your mom and be here when you get home. Mia's family loves her, but they tend to harp on how much more she could be doing with her life. They're happy she's happy, but they're worried that her younger sister got married before her. I've told her she just needs to tell them how nagging makes her feel because they really do love her. She blows it off and says it's fine. At least, she gets a free meal once a month, and a story to tell over our wine night. What did you tell my mom? I ask. Just that you had a date. She's super excited for you, Mia says with a smile. Let's not tell anyone this guy is paying me for dates, okay? It just feels weird. I promise, but trust me, everyone will be happy to watch the kids, so you can go out with a nice guy. We love you and want what's best for you. You know that, right? I do know, and hug her because words escape me.
Owen. I'm at dinner with my mom Thursday night, and I keep checking my phone. She said her friend Mia was coming over for a girls' night. It's been just a few days since we went clothes shopping on Monday, but I'm itching to see her again tomorrow. I loved talking with her during the week. She's different. I like that she's open and honest and doesn't bullshit. I smile, thinking of her calling me out on the food on Monday and picking her own place. I really enjoyed the restaurant more than I have a place in a long time. Who is she? My mom asks. What do you mean? You have been spacey and smiling all evening. It has to be a girl. I frown. My mom knows everything, even that my last girlfriend was a sugar baby. While my mom hated the idea, she was supportive. She's just happy I'm slowing down and getting out. I tell her about Ellie starting with the mixer and up to clothes shopping on Monday, the texts, how she calls me on my bullshit, all of it. You like her? My mom says. Yeah, she's different. She doesn't seem to be after my money, but I know she's spending time with me because she needs it. She's a single mom to 2 girls. I tell my mom about her ex and what happened, and my mom nods. Have you met her kids? No, I saw them in the car when I talked to her Monday, but that's it. Sounds like she needed some breathing room, and you came into her life at a good time. The thing is, if I wasn't paying her, I don't think she would have gone out with me, much less, taken money to help with her kids. So, I'm glad it happened like this. I like knowing she is taken care of, and I'm helping the kids, too. Would you go out with her without this arrangement, knowing what you know now? This is a test from my mom, and I'm aware of it. I know what she's fishing for, and I could lie to her, but this woman gave her all for me growing up. Sometimes, she worked 3 jobs and would protect me from my dad on his worst nights. It's my turn to take care of her now, and I have paid her bills, bought her this house, her car, and given her money each month, so she can do what she wants. Mom has a good heart. She volunteers at the women's shelter that took us in, and at a kids' activity center downtown. She is involved in several charities for single moms and survivors of domestic violence. My mom is a huge influence of the charities myself and my company support, and the events we attend. I think of all this, while I look into her eyes, and I know I can't lie to her. Not now, not ever. Yeah, I would date her without the arrangement. My mom smiles and sits back in her chair. I knew you would say yes, and that's why you've been texting all week. You like her. I can't help looking at my phone again, but still nothing from Ellie. What's she doing tonight? Her friend came over for a girls' night. Ah, they're talking about you. Yeah, I mumble. My mom laughs. When do you see her again? Tomorrow and again on Saturday, and then not again, until the following Friday. So, if things go well Saturday, ask her to meet up on Tuesday night. I have a meeting with Jeff and his wife that night. Jeff is my company's CFO, but also a friend. He and his wife invite me over once a month for a company meeting at their house, but I think it's mostly to make sure I have a home-cooked meal. They always send me home with food for my freezer, and whatever leftovers there are from that night. Perfect excuse for a date, isn't it? My mom smiles at me and then changes the subject. She talks about the girls at the women's shelter, the gala Saturday night, and what they plan to do with the money from the event. This event is for my mom, but she never feels comfortable at the galas. After a few times of watching her suffer through them, I told her she doesn't have to go. Instead, she can help plan, and she agreed. She helps me with my speech for the event as well. As I'm getting into my car to head home, my phone pings with a text. Ellie, what time tomorrow, and what should I wear? Me, 4 p.m. and casual jeans, and that cute purple top you got Monday. I smile, thinking of her in it. It was one of my favorites from the shopping trip, besides those jeans she got. Oh man, I got hard just seeing her in them. They hugged every curve of her ass in just the right spot and made her legs look long and amazing. I wonder what it would be like to have my hands on her ass and all over those curves. My cock wanted her so bad all week, and he hasn't been happy with my hand. I'm pulled from my thoughts with another ping from my phone. Ellie, can't do 4. My daughter has a field trip I'm chaperoning that day. Can we do 6 just to be safe? Me, 5. I know I'm pushing my luck, but I'm itching to see her again, especially in those jeans. I know the entire night will be sweet torture. There's a pause between messages. Ellie, you can be here at 5, but I might not be ready. This is the first field trip I've been able to chaperone, and I don't know what to expect. I smile. I love knowing that she was able to do this, because of our arrangement. I could help her with that. The other arrangements I've had like this, I didn't care what they did with the money, and I never thought about it. I always assumed it went to name brand clothes and things they wore. Honestly, we never talked about things on a personal level, so I had no idea. But with Ellie, I know the money is going to help her girls, and I have this male pride that I'm providing for them. While I'm happy, I'm not sure what to make of it either. Me, I don't mind waiting. Ellie, okay, see you tomorrow. Me, see you later. I can't wait to hear about the field trip. Ellie, if I survive. I'm actually nervous. Me, you'll do great, and I bet your daughter is excited. Ellie, she is, and she's been talking about it all week. Me, I'm glad you get to go. Get your rest, you'll need it. Ellie, good night. Friday at 5, I pull into the parking lot at Ellie's building and debate going and knocking on her door, but I know she wouldn't want that, so call her and let her know I'm downstairs. 20 minutes later, she comes out, wearing the purple top and the jeans so tight they look like they were painted on her. She looks beautiful. So much so, I'm starting to get hard and don't want to scare her off, so I step behind the car door and help her in and sit down. When she's looking out the window, I adjust myself and ask about the field trip. Ellie laughs and says she survived. I like hearing her laughter. It washes over my body and relaxes me and makes me smile, too. I enjoy the way her face lights up and she talks about only needing to use one band-aid when her daughter's friend skinned her knee. She tells me it was a trip to the zoo, and they had all these fun little things planned for the kids, and the zookeepers set up lunch picnic style in the gorilla exhibit. Ellie tells me they sat in the viewing area, which was a big circle and had several different enclosures for the gorillas. There were floor-to-ceiling glass windows to see them. Her laughter is contagious when she starts telling me about the gorillas that started pacing in front of the window, watching the kids eat, and finally got mad that they weren't sharing and jumped at the glass window scaring everyone. I could tell she had enjoyed this time with her daughter by the way she was telling the stories and how her face lit up. She got a text message from Mia, something about where something was. I took that time to message my assistant to set up a donation to the zoo. I want to make sure those smiles stay on Ellie's sweet face. She's an amazing mother and reminds me a lot of my mother growing up. I love how much she loves those girls, and I know right then that I want to do this longer than just a month. I want to know I'm helping her take care of the girls, giving her time like this with them. I want to give her the freedom to write her book and have breathing room. Of course, I enjoy her company and want many more dates like Monday and this one. She's fun to talk to, even about the personal stuff, and I enjoy learning about her. Thinking back to the conversation I had with my mom last night, I asked Ellie about Tuesday, deciding like always, my mom was right. Can you come with me Tuesday? I have a dinner with Jeff, my CFO, and his wife. It's a work dinner but we'll be at their house, and his wife is a fabulous cook. Yeah, I can do that, she says. It shouldn't take long, but I'd like you to come back to my house afterward. There's something I want to talk to you about. She doesn't say anything at first. I promise to have chocolate cake, and I promise no funny business and no expectations, just conversation. Okay, she agrees, but is still hesitant. I try not to think about how excited I am to have her in my space and show her my house. I wonder if she'll like it. I hope she will. I pull my phone back out and text my lawyer about the contract. He's also a good friend of mine, and we went to high school together, so I trust him. I let him know of a few changes I want to make, and that I want the contract ready by Monday, so I can look over it. He says he'll have it ready and asks about the changes. I just say he'll have to make time for a beer with me, and I'll tell him everything, and he agrees. We pull up to the restaurant, and I help her out of the car. She sees where we are and laughs. Cracker Barrel? Yeah, you mentioned it on Monday, so I thought you'd enjoy it. She smiles and leans up to kiss me on the cheek. Her lips are soft and warm, and her breasts push up against me, as she places her hand on my arm. Thank you, she whispers, before pulling away. The kiss goes straight to my dick, and he springs right to life. It sends sparks down my body, making my heart race. This is a feeling I haven't felt before, and it's just from a kiss on the cheek. A simple touch, a simple kiss, and I can't remember the last time I've been so turned on. As we walk in, she lets me hold her hand. We are slightly overdressed, but she doesn't seem to care. We check in with the hostess and are told it will be a 20-minute wait. I pull out my wallet ready to buy us the next table and Ellie stops me with her hand on my arm. The wait here is part of the fun, come on. I start to protest, but she stops me. Trust me. I take a breath and nod, as she takes my hand again, which gives me a weird sense of male pride. She's reaching for me on her own. I wonder if she realizes she's doing it. Does she notice this shift between us, or is it all in my head? We walk around a small store, and Ellie gushes over some of the decor items, but when I try to buy them for her, she stops me, saying she's just window shopping. This woman is so different than the other girls I've met. They want me to spend my money on them, buy stuff, and take them to fancy restaurants, where the dinner is expensive. They're always hinting at gifts and things they want. Not Ellie. She likes window shopping and likes her meals to fill her up. She likes to actually eat. She enjoys things that don't cost money, like a walk near the water. I also suspect any money that is spent she'd rather it be on her girls than her. Once we walk around the store, she takes me outside. The front of the restaurant is set up like a large country porch with rocking chairs and checkers tables. We sit down in 2 rocking chairs. Ellie tells me about people watching, and we just enjoy the night air. Have you ever been to a Cracker Barrel before? She asks me. No, we didn't eat out. When I was a kid, and when I started working, I was a workaholic, only eating out on business meetings, until a little over a year ago. The weather is nice tonight, and I have to admit it is relaxing to sit here and rock with Ellie. When our name is called out over the speaker, we are shown to our table. I take in the menu, and it's all very much Southern cooking. What would you recommend? I ask her. I love their meatloaf and their fried chicken. I can never decide which one to get. How about you get the chicken, and I'll get the meatloaf, and we can share. The smile that lights up her face warms my heart. It's the little things with Ellie that make her happy, and that makes me want to keep doing them. Dinner was really good, but I enjoyed talking to her more. She surprised me by asking questions about the women's shelter, saying she looked it up, so she could talk about it if needed. I was completely shocked. I've never taken a date to a gala that even cared what it was for, much less, looked any of it up. With this being such a personal charity to my mom and me, it means a lot to me that she did. Ellie was right, both the meatloaf and fried chicken were amazing, but I didn't like the fried okra she made me try. I noticed on the menu they have a Coca-Cola chocolate cake, so I ask if Ellie wants to split it with me, and of course, she does. After dessert, I head back to the gift shop to pay the bill, and Ellie goes to use the restroom. I take this chance and grab a few of the items she liked earlier and buy them when I pay the bill. As we head out to the car, she eyes the bag but doesn't ask. We get in, and I hand her the bag with a sheepish smile. Oh, Owen. I love them, but I told you I was just looking. I know, and the fact that you didn't want me to buy them for you made me want to buy them even more. She smiles and leans in to kiss me on the cheek again. Thank you. Would you like to go see a movie with me? I ask. Let me call Mia and see if she's okay staying with the girls. She calls, and I can hear the girls laughing in the background, and it makes me smile. Mia agrees she can stay. I pull up the movies playing on my phone, and we decide what to watch. Nothing horror, please. I will be the first to admit I'm a big wuss and don't like scary things. I won't be able to sleep for a week. I'm not a fan of horror movies either, I say, and she looks relieved. I offer to go watch a new romance movie, but she surprises me and says she'd rather see the new action comedy movie. When we get to the theater, I purchase our tickets. I also get some soda and popcorn, because no matter how full you are, you can't go to a movie theater without having popcorn. We head in, and I let her pick the seats, but I have to say the view of her as walking up the steps has me getting hard and thinking very different ideas of what we could be doing in the dark back row. This girl is curvy in all the right places, and I can't help but notice. We sit down and watch the previews, whispering about what we would like to see, and find we have a lot of the same tastes in movies. Once the movie starts, we are laughing at the same parts. I look over at her watching the movie, as the light bounces off her face, and how she smiles at different parts. I put the popcorn down and lean into her ear to whisper. Can I cuddle with you? She hesitates for only a minute and then nods. I move my drink and lift the armrest, put my arm around her, and pull her close. I take in her citrus and floral scent, and it's definitely Ellie. She rests her head on my shoulder. Are you comfortable? I ask. She wiggles again and shifts a little, before saying she is. We watch the rest of the movie like this with me lightly rubbing her arm. At one point in the movie, she laughs, and her hand lands on my abs, and I don't know if she realizes it, but she doesn't move it. I let my mind wander. What if we could be a normal couple on a date? Would she still want to cuddle with me? Would she even want to date me? Keeping the money between us is supposed to uncomplicate things, but I'm starting to realize Ellie is real, and she isn't like the girls at the mixer. I knew that when I went up to talk to her, but I don't think I knew just how much she wasn't like them. With her, the money only complicates things more. After the movie, I drop her off at her house, and she lets me walk her up to her door. I remind her I have someone coming to do her hair and makeup tomorrow, and they'll bring a few dresses for her to choose from. She looks a little nervous, so before I can think too much about it, I put my hand on her waist and pull her towards me. Hey, you are going to do great tomorrow. I promise I won't leave your side. I'm not throwing you to the wolves, and I'll be right by you the whole time. She looks at me but doesn't say anything, and I notice her eyes drop to my lips. Shit, does she want me to kiss her? Because I'd love nothing more than to feel her soft lips on mine. The thought has me getting hard, and I take a deep breath to calm myself. I kiss her forehead, wish her good night, and she goes in. I head home, and once I walk inside, I shoot her a text. Me, good night, Ellie. Ellie, good night, Owen. It's silly, but that good night text has become part of my routine, and I can't sleep until I get a response from her. I try to sleep, but all I can think about is Ellie's kiss on my cheek and watching her shift from date mode to mom mode, before walking into the door, and I'm rock hard. I take my cock out and start stroking it, thinking of Ellie in those jeans, and the view of her ass I got at the movie theater. I think about what if we had gotten a seat in the back row. The theater wasn't full, and we'd have had some privacy. What if when she was cuddled to me, I had brushed against her breast? Would she have let me take it further? Slipping my hand down her pants and rubbing her clit, I'd tell her to keep her eyes on the movie, but I'd have my eyes on her. I'd make sure she was nice and wet. Of course, she'd be sopping wet for me. Fuck, her being turned on has me nearly coming. I slow down, take a breath, and picture it. Her nipples pebbling against her shirt, and her breathing picking up, as I thrust my fingers into her hot pussy. Ellie tossing her head back, and her eyes rolling back. I'd rub her clit harder, and her hips would jerk, and I'd have to remind her to be quiet. We wouldn't want anyone else to see her coming. She'd clap a hand over her mouth when she let go and fall over the edge for me. Maybe, she'd return the favor and get on her knees, pulling out my cock right there in the theater. The thought of her lips around my cock and watching it go down her throat, all the while, her looking at me makes me come all over my hand and stomach. I catch my breath and clean up. I can finally relax enough to fall asleep, excited to see my Ellie tomorrow.
Chapter 5. Ellie. My mom just got here, and I'm starting to think about lunch for the girls when there's a knock on my door. I open the door to see a woman about my age and only an inch or two taller. She has long, straight, dark, blonde hair tied back, a square box with a strap over her shoulder, and 4 dresses over the other arm. Her smile is a real smile that lights up her face and is contagious. Hi, I'm Shelley. I was sent to get you ready for this gala, she says. Smiling back at her, I point her to my bedroom, and she makes her way back. He sent someone to get you ready? My mom whispers excitedly.
Yeah.
Is all I can say. She studies me for a minute. He has money. She says, as a statement, more than a question, but I still answer. Yes, Mom. You got the girls? Of course, I'll get lunch. Go get pampered, and let him spoil you. You deserve it, sweetie. I can tell she's excited for me. He does spoil me, Mom. She's hesitant. Does he treat you well? She asks. Yes, and he even encourages me to finish my book. He's the reason I chaperoned the field trip yesterday. He's a good guy. Good, now go get ready. My mom gives me a hug. Shelley has me try on different dresses. I decide to go with a dark, aqua dress with an empire waist that's tight around my chest and flowy the rest of the way down. It has a deep V in the back covered in lace. The V in the front isn't as deep, but it's deeper than I'd normally wear. There are some cap sleeves in the same lace as the back. It honestly looks like something Duchess Kate would wear, and not something I thought I'd have a chance to wear. Who is this girl in the mirror? I can't stop staring at myself in the gown. It feels so soft against my body. The dress looks amazing against my skin and makes what little tan I have pop. I mean, who would believe just 2 weeks ago, I only had $300 in savings and was deciding how much longer I could go before having to buy new underwear. Now, here I am with more in savings than I make in a month, standing in a dress that probably costs more than I make in 2 months. And yes, I finally bought new underwear. I even splurged a bit and got a few bra and underwear sets to make me feel sexy. Shelly comes over and pulls the sleeves down, pulling the top of my dress down. Since I can't wear a bra, I hold the dress up before she pulls it off. She smiles. This type of dress doesn't allow for a bra, so we'll use these. Shelly says, holding up 2 rubber tan things with rabbit ears at the top. What the heck are those? She laughs. These are bra cups. They go over your nipples, and they hold your boobs up in place and cover you, so there are no nip slips. I allow her to pull the top of my dress down and put them on. She aligns them with the dress, and man, they pull my boobs up and make the dress look even better. Will they stay all night? Yes. These babies are amazing. Take my word for it, after tonight, you'll love them. They're yours to keep and can be reused at least a few dozen times. Just wash with water and let them air dry. I pair the dress with the black heels Owen bought me on Monday, and Shelly has me sit down and starts on my hair. I think we should do some curls in your hair. I have to ask, when was the last time you had a haircut? I think it's been close to a year. My sister is a single mom, so I get it. I have my cosmetology license. Why don't I give you a trim and style before we get started? I take a deep breath and nod. Just no bangs. She laughs again. Trust me, I'm very anti-bangs for your face shape. As she trims my hair, she starts with some small talk, asking what I do and about my girls. Then, Shelly asks how I normally wear my hair and makeup. I take this moment to pry. Have you been doing hair and makeup for Owen long? She smiles. I know what you're doing. I'm a very direct person. I was brought in at a gala a few years ago to do makeovers for the women there. The girl Mr. Garrett had with him, she stops and shakes her head. She was as fake as wax fruit. She was also meaner than a wasp trapped in a Coke can. Mr. Garrett saw how she treated me, and I just kept the smile on my face and did my job. Later that night, I saw him put her in a car alone, and he came back to talk to me. She switches sides, as she keeps curling my hair. He apologized for her and asked what I wanted to do, and where I saw my career going. I thought he was hitting on me, honestly. I told him about my then-girlfriend who is now my wife. She holds up her left hand, showing off her wedding band. He smiled and said I was beautiful, but he wasn't interested like that. Mr. Garrett said he has lots of these events every month and his dates need to look the part. Since he's not into forming a relationship, sometimes it's just who is available for the night. He asked if I'd like to work for him, making sure the girls he brings are dressed appropriately and look the part. I look down. I guess that makes sense. He needed to transform a single mom into a socialite. Hey, don't let your mind go there. You're more put together than most of the girls. I had to fight with one to wear underwear and cover things up. She wanted to go looking more like a streetwalker than a date. I'm not joking. Those girls, they think a date with him will land them a rich husband, and they get trampy. I give her a half-hearted smile. She finishes my hair and styles it to keep it out of my eyes. You're different, she says. What do you mean? Well, he texted me 3 times already asking about you, like what dress you chose, how you're doing, and if you need anything. I'm sure he just wants to make sure a single mom from the wrong side of town makes a presentable date. I brush it off. I kid you not. This girl gets in my face. Her nose is an inch from mine, and her eyes bore into me. No, he's never been like this with a girl before. This isn't him worrying, trust me. I've never gotten texts and even calls like that. This is different. She stands back up and takes my hair, putting it up into a naughty twist at the base of my neck, and secures it with some jewel clips. It's a simple hairstyle, but the clips and the added curls make it look elegant. Then, Shelly starts on my makeup, saying something about making it look like I don't have makeup on, which makes me laugh. As she's finishing up, Owen calls to say he's downstairs. The girls fell asleep in their room watching a movie, so I tell him he can come up to the door. I start to switch my purse over to the clutch Shelley said goes with the dress, as she packs up and stops to look at me. Mr. Garrett is a nice guy. He seems a bit lonely to me, but he's generous and cares deeply about the people in his life. I can tell someone hurt him in his past. I don't know the details, and it's not my place to ask. I think you will be good for him. She gives my arm a gentle pat and then heads out of the door. I take a deep breath when I hear a knock on the door a moment later. My mom beats me to it and lets him in the house. I take another calming breath and step into the living room. His eyes go right to me when I enter the room and he takes me in. I barely register my mom, stepping off to the side. When Owen finally looks back at my face, there's desire in his eyes, and I notice his breathing picks up. You look beautiful. His voice is husky. Doesn't she? My mom says, and her eyes light up. I take Owen in. He's in a black tux that looks like it was made just for him, and it probably was. He has a white shirt on under it, and a tie that is a few shades lighter than his tux, but I'd still call it black. The jacket hugs him in just the right ways, and he looks so freaking hot that my clit is throbbing, and all I can think about is how much trouble I'm in tonight. You look very handsome, Owen. He gives me a half smile but never takes his eyes off me. I notice a box in his hand at the same time he brings it up in front of him. This is for you. I take the box from him, open it, and my jaw drops. It's the most beautiful necklace and earring set I've ever seen. Are these real? I ask almost in shock. They can't be real, right? He gives me another one of his panty-dropping half smiles. Yes, they are. I am in shock, and I try to hand them back to him. I can't accept these, I say. I knew you would say that, but I saw them, and knew they would look amazing on you. They were made for you. But it's too much. He leans into my ear. The fact that you think so proves why I want to do this for you. Please, wear them tonight. I look into his pleading, blue eyes, and smile. Okay, I whisper. He helps put the necklace on me, and I put the earrings in. The set doesn't look like much. The necklace is on a thin silver chain and has a diamond flower on it a little bigger than my thumbnail. The flower is made up of 4 pear-shaped diamonds. The earrings are the same flower, just a little smaller. Being they are from Tiffany's, I know this set cost upwards of $10,000, and I'm suddenly nervous about wearing them. You look stunning, my mom says, and I swear her eyes tear up. Let me get a picture before you go, she pulls out her phone. Mom, this isn't prom. She laughs, no, this is better. Owen laughs, too. It's okay, he says, as he slips his arm around my waist for the photo. He has my mom send him the photo as well before he takes my hand, and we head outside. He helps me into the car, before getting in himself. His driver seems to know exactly where to go, and I'm happy not to have to worry about driving the downtown streets. I like your mom. She's sweet. I agree with a smile on my face. She's pretty good and loves watching the kids whenever she can, but mostly on the weekends. I rest my hand on his arm and his eyes meet mine. Thank you for the necklace and earrings, Owen. They are beautiful. He moves his arm so he can hold my hand. They're only beautiful because you're wearing them, he says with a soft smile. This guy is a real charmer, and I am in trouble. It takes about 45 minutes to get to the venue, and Owen holds my hand the whole ride. We talk about what to expect, he tells me about some of the people who will be there, and who will be at our table. When we get to the venue, there's a line of cars slowly moving towards the stairs at the entrance. The stairs have a line of photographers on the left side, and everyone takes their time, posing and smiling for the camera. I'm instantly nervous and must tense up because Owen senses it. He squeezes my hand. Don't worry, they'll want to talk to me. They'll ask a few questions, and I'll answer them. We'll smile for the photos and then go inside. They might ask you who made the dress. Do you know? I nod. Shelley made sure to tell me and made sure I remembered. Owen leans over and kisses my cheek. You look stunning, Ellie. I'm so proud to have you here with me tonight. Somehow, that calms my nerves just enough until we pull up, and it's our turn to get out. He gets out of the car, fixes his jacket, and then turns to help me out of the car. He places my hand in the crook of his arm and covers it with his other hand. He rubs this thumb side to side on my hand, and it has a very comforting effect. As we start walking, they ask him a few questions about the event tonight, and a few about his company, asking him to confirm or deny a rumor about something going on. One reporter asks me who made my dress, and I tell her. We pose for a few photos and then head inside. Once inside, Owen holds my hand. I notice it's just after 6, and I have a feeling this is going to be an even longer night than I thought. It's cocktail hour right now, and Owen never lets go of my hand, as he guides us to the bar, and we each order a drink. All this is easier to take in with a glass of wine, he says, and I smile and sip my wine. I grab a few meatballs on a stick from a passing waiter, because I skipped lunch to get ready. Wow. These are good, I say. Owen smiles, I'm glad you like them. This is the first time I'm using this caterer, and I think he's going to work out well. I kind of want this recipe, I say with a light laugh. We walk around the room, and Owen introduces me to several people, never leaving my side as promised. When he did have to let go of my hand, the second he could, he'd take it back in his. By the time we are walking away from the small group, I have already forgotten their names. We head into a room off to the side of the ballroom that has tables set up with items on them. This is the silent auction, he says. We walk the tables and take them in. What should I bid on? He asks. What would you like? I laugh and reach up to touch the necklace he gave me. No. This necklace is more than enough. We keep walking, and he places a bid on a spa treatment, which makes me smile. Have a secret spa fetish I need to know about? I joke. He grins, I think it would be nice for you and your mom to go. My heart melts as it jumps and tries to leap towards Owen. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to hold on to the darn thing. I can't do anything but smile at him. Towards the end of the tables, there's a chance to bid on a weekend vacation in a fancy cabin at a mountain ski resort a few hours from here. There are pictures of the cabin and the resort that I stare longingly at. How beautiful is this place? I ask. I've heard of it, but never seen photos of it. He leans in and whispers in my ear, if I win it, will you go with me? Owen, it's too much. That doesn't answer my question, he says with a hint of amusement in his eyes. A weekend date, will you go with me? I hesitate, a whole weekend away sounds amazing. The only holdup is babysitters. If I can line up babysitters for the weekend, then yes, I'd go with you. His smile lights up his face, and he leans in to make a bid. I can't even look at the amount, so I concentrate on looking over the room and just taking it all in. He comes up and takes my hand back in his, and we head out to the main room. We are stopped by an older couple. Owen talks to the gentleman, and his wife talks to me about some new restaurant they tried out this week. When we finish chatting with them, we make our way to our table, and he pulls out my chair and helps me get seated. Would you like another glass of wine? He asks. Yes, please. I watch him walk to the bar, and let me tell you, the view is amazing. The suit is obviously custom made, because it hugs him in all the right places. He orders our drinks and is waiting when a girl about my age with platinum blonde hair walks up to him. Even from here, I can tell she's flirting with him and doesn't try to hide it. I guess, she's one of the girls he talks about being here to find a rich husband. A couple we talked to earlier sits down at the table, and I smile but turn my eyes back to the bar, and my smile disappears. The girl flirts aggressively, as she leans in and brushes her breasts across his arm, and then places her hand on his arm. I don't like the feeling I have in my chest, as I watch them. It's a lot like jealousy, but he isn't mine to get jealous over, is he? Even still, I'm thrilled when he shrugs off her hand and looks annoyed. He grabs our drinks, takes a step back, and looks right at me. When he sees me smiling, he smiles and walks back over to me without a word to the girl. He sets the drinks down and then sits next to me. He kisses my cheek, whispering in my ear. You think it's funny watching me get pawed? I can't help but laugh, and then I lean over and whisper in his ear. You sure you don't want to line up some fun after you drop me off? I mean, he isn't getting sex from me, so he has to be getting it somewhere, right? I instantly realize how wrong I am in my thinking when I look back at him, and his eyes are stormy, almost like he's angry. Come with me, he takes my hand, excusing us from the table. He walks down a hallway and pulls me into an office, as he closes the door behind us and locks it. Is that what you think of me? He asks. I take a deep breath. I don't know what you do in your spare time. He shakes his head, running his hand down his face. Do you see the photographers out there? That's normal in my life. I know you haven't seen much of it yet, but it is. I do this, he points between us. To avoid drama. To be on a date with one girl and taking another one home is gossip and drama I don't need. So no, when I take you out, I'm not taking another girl home. I look at the desk and take a deep breath. I know you have needs. Don't, he interrupts me. Don't go there. I'm not a playboy who can't keep it in my pants. I shake my head and sigh. Sorry, it's none of my business. He runs his hand through his hair. It is your business, while we're together. No, it's not. We aren't in a real relationship. Just don't make a fool of me in public is all I ask. The next thing I know he's in front of me, his hands are on my hips, and his lips are an inch from mine. I would never do that to you, he says, and then his lips are on mine. He's kissing me, and I'm in complete shock. Before I get the chance to kiss him, he starts to pull away, so I grab the front of his shirt and pull him back and kiss him. His lips are firm as he takes control of the kiss, running his tongue along my bottom lip, as I gasp. He uses this opportunity to slide his tongue into my mouth and massages my tongue with his. The kiss is soft and sweet. One of his hands is on my cheek, and his other hand rests on the back of my neck, pulling me in and deepening the kiss. He slows the kiss down and pulls back. We are both breathing hard, as he rests his forehead against mine, running his thumb over my cheek. I won't be going home with anyone but you, he says, barely above a whisper. I'm still breathless, so all I can do is nod. I shouldn't want more kisses, but suddenly, that's all I can think about. My body mourns the loss of his the second he pulls away from me. His voice is husky, and the lust between us is unmistakable. We need to get back out there, he says. I take a deep breath, steady myself, and then nod again. He looks at me like he's waiting for something. Maybe, for me to get upset he kissed me like that? I smile at him and see him relax. He takes my hand, and we make our way back to the table. The girl from the bar is seated at the table next to ours, and she's shooting me a death glare that would scare many, but I live with a 7-year-old. I survived 2 rounds of terrible threes, and she has nothing on a toddler tantrum. I hold my head high and smile at her. I can tell this makes her even madder, which makes me smile even more. Owen laughs next to me and leans in to whisper in my ear. You're going to fit in well here, he says. Who is she? One of the girls looking for a rich husband. Her name is Clara Robinson. Her father was a football player, a good one that made tons of money and is now the coach here at the University of Tennessee. He still has endorsements and such. He and his wife are the nicest people, but her not so much. We have dinner and make small talk with the guests at our table. Once dinner is over, there are a few speeches about the charity. Owen gets up and makes his speech and thanks the people for helping with the event. I look around the room, and everyone is listening. It's not because they have to, but because they're truly interested in what he's saying. I'm impressed. Owen is a good speaker. A man comes up on stage, after Owen sits back down, and announces the winners for the silent auction. Owen wins both the spa day and the weekend trip. He leans over and whispers, I hope you meant it that you'll go with me. I'll even help you find a babysitter if needed. I kiss him on the cheek. Thank you. We get up and mingle some more. Everyone seems to want to talk to Owen. Since it's his company putting on the gala tonight, I guess it only makes sense. Music starts up, and people begin dancing. As Owen says,
Goodbye.
to the man he is talking to, he turns to me. Would you like to dance? He asks. I'd love to, but I have to warn you, I haven't danced since my prom, and even then, I'm pretty sure I wasn't that good. As we head to the dance floor, Owen squeezes my hand and pulls me into him, and says, it's all about your partner, and how well they can lead. Then, we start dancing, and he's right. He's able to lead me gracefully around the floor. We keep looking into each other's eyes. I can't stop smiling, and neither can he. It all feels so natural between us. He can lead me around the dance floor with ease anytime. When the music is over, he asks if I'm ready to go, and I tell him I am. It's almost midnight, my feet hurt, and I'm tired. We make our way to the front of the building, and he gets stopped a few more times. I whisper to him that I'm going to use the restroom before we go, and he nods and kisses my cheek. He watches me walk all the way down the hallway. I'm coming out of the stall to wash my hands, when in walks Clara. How the heck do these girls time this sort of thing? Is there a secret mean girl book on how to make an entrance into a bathroom when your target goes to take a pee? She looks angry and turns to the mirror pretending to check her makeup. Everyone can tell you don't belong here. You're just some flighty fantasy for him. A normal girl. She says a normal girl like it's this awful thing. I know girls like her, they have to put others down to feel better about themselves. I dealt with them all through high school. They were jealous of my and Carl's relationship. If I had known then what I know now, I'd have let them have him. That's not true. I wouldn't have the girls, but still. I smile. Is that why you feel so threatened that you had to come in here and try to make yourself feel better? I can tell that throws her off her game, but she recovers quickly. He'll be mine, just wait and see. He'll toss you aside like yesterday's trash once the cameras get tired of you. She sneers. I dry my hands and shrug. Point is, he still turned you down, regardless of what happens with him and me. Her jaw drops, and I use this moment to walk out of the restroom. Owen is waiting in the hallway and smiles when he sees me. He takes my hand and then looks over my shoulder, and his gaze goes ice cold as Clara walks out. He must know her intent was to corner me in there, but I just smile and put my hand on his chest, drawing his attention back to me. Then I say a little louder than necessary, but still loud enough for her to hear. Don't give her any thought. Ready to go home? He looks down at me, and his eyes soften as he nods. I can't wait to have you alone, he says, wrapping his arm around my waist, and we head out to the car. We get in the car, and he turns to look at me. His face is soft and not angry, but maybe on this side of concern. I heard what she said in the bathroom and what you said. You know you made an enemy tonight, right?
Yeah.
But really, what can she do? Get me fired from my crappy job, where my boss's eyes are glued to my chest all day? Tell everyone about my kid's dad? That makes her and him look bad, not me. I don't think you realize I'm at a low point in my life, and there's no place to go but up, so let her have fun. I don't care what a single person in that room thinks. I'm not like her, trying to find a rich husband. I take a deep breath and stop my mini rant and shrug. I've dealt with girls like her before. They are so unhappy with their life, and they have to tear other people down to make themselves feel better, I add. I expect him to give me a talk about making him look good, or that I didn't present an image he wanted for tonight, but instead, he leans in and kisses me. It's a soft kiss, and before he pulls away, he sucks on my bottom lip, leaving me a little dazed. I'm sorry, but I needed you to stop talking, so I could tell you how amazing you are. I've never seen someone deal with people like her and handle it so well, he smiles. He holds my hand on the way home, and we talk about dinner on Tuesday, what I should wear, and what to expect. He then walks me to my door, since it's almost 1 a.m. He reaches up to brush a piece of hair from my eye. I had a great time tonight, and I mean it. It's been a while since I enjoyed myself at one of these events. I enjoyed it, too. I smile at him. Go get some sleep, and I'll see you Tuesday. He kisses me lightly on the cheek and then watches me go into my apartment. I close and lock the door, leaning against it to catch my breath. Mia is asleep on the couch, so I pull a blanket over her, turn off both the TV and lights, and head to my room. I take off the dress and hang it on the back of my door. Removing the jewelry, I stare at it and smile. It's probably the nicest thing I've ever owned. I let my hair down, clean off my makeup, and take a quick shower before I lay down in bed. I check my phone and see a message from Owen. Owen, I was the luckiest guy there tonight. There's an attached link. I open the link, and it's an article about the event, and the main photo is of us, heading into the building. I barely recognize myself, because I look like I belong there. Honestly, I hardly look like me. In the photo, Owen and I are posing for pictures, and I'm looking at a camera just to the left of the one that took the photo. I'm smiling, but what takes my breath away is Owen. He has his arm around my waist, and he's looking down at me with a big smile and a soft look on his face. I don't remember this moment, because it was all a blur of questions being yelled and lights flashing. I save the photo to my phone before I read the article. It talks about the event and speculates on who I might be, and even states they haven't seen Owen look this happy in a while. I text him back. Me, wow, I can't believe that's me. Owen, I can. You looked stunning tonight. Me, thank you. You looked really good yourself. Owen, it's easy to look good with you by my side. Me, are you flirting with me? Owen, maybe. Want me to stop? Me, no. You make it home okay? Owen, I did. I'm in bed now and having a hard time sleeping. I take a deep breath, and before I lose my nerve, I call him. He picks up after 2 rings. Everything okay? He asks, and there's genuine concern in his voice.
Yeah.
You said you couldn't sleep, and I'm pretty wound up myself still. So, I thought we could help each other sleep. I won't say no to that. What are you doing? He asks. I laugh, I just got in bed. Me too, he says in a husky lust-filled voice. I didn't call for phone sex, I swear. He laughs, I never thought you did. Though, I wouldn't turn it down either. I take a sharp breath, I stumble, flustered. It's okay. Let's change the subject. Did you ask Mia about watching the kids for a weekend? She was sleeping on the couch when I got home, so I just let her sleep. That was nice of you. No, it's selfish. If she's here in the morning, she'll make chocolate chip waffles, and that's a triple win for me. Why? Well, she'll get up with the kids, so I can sleep in, her waffles are mind-blowing amazing, and I get out of cooking breakfast. He laughs, and the soft noise of the TV fills the background. What are you watching? I ask, pulling the covers up. I had just turned the TV on when you called, and I'm not sure what is on. Looks like I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
I love that show. I grab my remote, find it, and turn it on. There, now we can watch it together. I used to watch this show and Gillian's Island all the time when I was home and my mom was working, he says.
Oh.
2 of my favorites. I liked Hogan Heroes, too. You're kidding. No, seriously. I like that one, too. You are full of surprises, he chuckles. That's just the tip of the iceberg, I joke, and he laughs. We end up finishing 2 episodes of I Love Lucy, talking about other TV shows and movies we liked. After the 2nd episode, we are both feeling tired and decide to hang up and go to sleep. As I drift off to sleep, I think about how different things would be if we had met any other way. Chapter 6. Ellie. I wake up to the smell of waffles and smile, but as I listen, I realize it's way too quiet for 2 kids when waffles are involved. I look at my phone, see it's 10 in the morning, and then sit up. I hadn't meant to sleep this long. I also see I have a text from Owen. Owen, thank you for the phone call last night. I enjoyed our talk and TV time. I hope you enjoy your waffles. My heart clenches that he remembered. How much of this guy is real and how much is an act? He's paying for my time after all. Is this just him trying to keep me happy, so I'll keep up the arrangement?
Ugh.
Money has to complicate this. The funny thing is, if money wasn't involved, I think I could fall for him. I haven't liked a guy this much since the kid's dad, but we were kids back then. This is on a different level. I push these thoughts aside and try to enjoy what time I have with Owen, reminding myself this is to pad my savings account. Speaking of which, I need to move the money from last night into savings. I've had to spend very little of what Owen has paid me, so it's nice to have over $3,000 in savings now compared to the $300 a few weeks ago. I take a deep breath and head out to the kitchen, where I find Mia, but no kids. Where are the kids? Your mom picked them up and took them to breakfast, so you could sleep in. I thought I'd make breakfast, so I could get all the gossip from you. We sit down to eat, and I tell her all about the night. He kissed you? She squeals. Yes. I'm pretty sure I'm blushing. Well, how was it? I hesitate, because how do you describe a kiss like that? I know. Best kiss of my life. I'm in so much trouble. I continue on about dinner and Clara in the bathroom, and all Mia can do is laugh. She's dealt with her share of mean girls, too. I tell her about the drive home and even our late-night phone call. When I'm done, she's sitting back and just looking at me. Well? I ask. And besides the kiss, he hasn't tried to take it any further? She asks. No, well, he made a joke when I called him. I said I wasn't calling for phone sex, and he said he didn't think I was, but he wouldn't have turned it down either. She smiles. Girl, he likes you more than just this arrangement. I'd bet this month's paycheck on it. No, I'm sure this is just his way of keeping the dates going, so I'll agree to a longer arrangement at the end of the month. I don't think so. He could have cut off the phone call or not texted you at all, but no, he sat and talked to you for an hour, when he had already spent almost 8 hours with you. I think about it, and if the situation was not me, I would be thinking the same thing. You think? Yes, I think, she says. I go on and tell her about the date on Tuesday, him asking me to his house to talk after and making sure she can watch the kids. I also ask about the weekend away, and she says she can do most of it but would need my mom to pick them up from school on Friday and take them to school on Monday. I nod and give her a hug, as she heads back to her apartment. I clean up the kitchen and then go take a shower. Once I'm dressed, I call my mom and find out she and the kids are at their favorite park across town. I tell her I'm coming over to join them. This park is amazing. It's in the rich area of town and has a circus theme with the best equipment. It even has a splash park. So, anytime we get the chance, we bring the kids here, instead of the one by our house. I get to the park and find my mom. I sit down with her, and she asks about my night. I give her the short version of it, leaving out the encounters with Clara and the late-night phone call. She smiles. He's one of the good ones, isn't he? I smile back. I think so. Then, I hear my name called, and speak of the devil, I see Owen walking over to us. He has on basketball shorts, one of those active dry shirts, his earbuds in one ear, and hanging out the other. He's sweating and looking like he might have been running. What are you doing here? I ask lamely. I came out here to jog. My house is a few blocks up. He gestures behind us. Of course, it is. I smile as I point to the girls. We bring the girls here when we can because they like the circus-themed play area. To save me from any further questions, my oldest runs up to me. Mommy. She screeches. That boy said he's my boyfriend, and I'm his girlfriend, and now I have to kiss him. I instantly frown and start calculating how long I might go to jail for making sure the said boy isn't able to touch a girl for the rest of his life. You tell him your mommy says you aren't allowed to have a boyfriend or be anyone's girlfriend. Do you remember what to do if he tries to kiss you? I ask. Ellie nods, punch him really hard in the nose and run, and then find an adult. I nod and hug her. Yes, come and find me. I love you, Ellie. Stand your ground. Love you too, Mommy, she says, as runs off to play. Owen sits down next to me and watches. My mom is laughing, and he says, ouch, little harsh? No way. She's only 8, and I refuse to be a grandma before I'm 50. My mom laughs, well, if you had given me the same courtesy, they wouldn't be here, love. Becca comes running up, a mommy. 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 Come push me on the swing. Can I push you? My mom asks. Yes, Grandma. Come on. She runs off with my mom following her. They have a lot of energy, Owen says, watching them head to the swings.
Yeah.
No kidding, but so do you, Mr. Jogger. I like to jog when I need to think, and it helps me clear my mind. Well, I'm here if you need a sounding board. Don't know how much help I can be. Thanks. I'm heading to my mom's tonight to talk with her. You want to come with me? Normally, I'd say yes, but I've spent the last 2 nights away from the kids, so tonight is mommy night. I'm kicking everyone out, and we'll do a movie, some pizza, ice cream, and just be lazy. Sounds exciting. I smile, it's my favorite way to spend an evening with them. I look over and see a blonde-haired boy chasing Ellie around. There are no parents around, so I call Ellie and him over. He comes over smiling with no clue what he's in for. Where are your parents? I ask him, and he points to a house across the street. Listen here, you will leave my daughter alone before I have to have a talk with your parents, and maybe, we'll end in the grounding of a lifetime for you. His eyes go wide, and he runs home, mumbling,
Goodbye.
to my daughter. My daughter comes to me laughing and hugs me. Wow, Owen says. That was mild. My mom has threatened to drag one off by his ear before, Ellie says laughing. He shakes his head, and it's funny to you?
Yeah.
My mom has my back, she shrugs. What about when you want to start dating? Owen asks. She makes a gross face, but then says, when I'm 16. I smile proudly. Why don't you go push your sister and give Grandma a rest? I say, and she runs off. Harsh. He laughs, and while I know he's joking, I get serious. I met their dad when I was 13. He followed me around like a lost puppy chasing me, just like that boy. We started dating the second I was allowed and married when we graduated high school. I pause. You see how that turned out. I love my girls and would do it 1,000 times over, but I want more for them. I want Ellie and Becca to go to school or travel. I want them to know who they are before they settle down. They know, and I've been honest with them about it. Owen nods, I get it. It's your mama bear trying to protect them. Always, I smile at him. My mom comes back over and sits down. Hey, mom, question. If I were to go out of town for a weekend, can you pick the kids up from school Friday and stay with them until Mia gets there, and then come over early Monday to take them to school? My mom is quiet and looks over at Owen. He says, I went a weekend away at a mountain resort last night. I talked her into going with me, but she only agreed if she could line up babysitters. At this, my mom smiles. Yes, just let me know when you have dates. I'm saved from more questions when the girls come running over, saying they're hungry. I look at my mom, I think we should get them home for lunch. I say. I agree. I'll take them for lunch and meet you at home. She hugs me and walks the girls to her car. Well, I'll let you get back to your run, I say, and when I meet his eyes, they soften. And you have a big date to get ready for. He smiles. I laugh, 2 hot dates, and it's going to be difficult to figure out what PJs to wear. He laughs, his eyes still on me. Send me a photo of the winner? Maybe. Enjoy dinner with your mom. He is a perfect gentleman, even though this was a chance meeting. He walks me to my car and kisses me on the cheek before I get in. He watches me leave, and I can't seem to get rid of this smile on my face. Before heading home, I stop at the store and get supplies for tonight: frozen pizza, ice cream, and a few snacks. When I get home, my mom isn't back yet from taking the girl out to lunch, so I head to my room and pick out some comfortable PJs. I decide on my soft blue shorts with a snowflake over the left leg. I put on my plain white sleeping tank top and a white form-fitting t-shirt to go over it. I look in the mirror, and I think it looks casual sexy, not like I tried too hard, but it's still comfortable. Considering, I sleep in shorts and a tank top, or in winter sweatpants and whatever t-shirt I grab. I run a brush through my hair and give it a little volume and sigh. I take a few quick photos and make sure the snowflake on my shorts is showing. My mom walks in with the kids, so I pick the best of the 3 pictures and send it off to Owen. Me, ready for the millionth showing of Frozen. I then go greet my mom and the girls. I hug my mom and thank her for watching them, and she leaves for home. I send the girls to take showers and get dressed in their PJs. As they run off, my phone dings. Owen, look at you. Totally jealous of your dates tonight. You look sexy. I can't help the laugh that escapes me. Me, liar. I'm comfy, that's all. Owen, that's what makes it sexy, because you aren't even trying. You're just you. I take a shaky breath. Me, thank you. The girls come running in, yelling they want to watch Frozen, which I knew they would, so I have it ready to go on the TV. We gather our movie night blankets and pillows and get all settled on the couch when there's a knock on the door. I look through the peephole and see Owen. What the heck is he doing here? I crack open the door to see him in jeans and a raglan t-shirt. He looks sexy as sin and super comfortable. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure this is the first time I'm seeing him in jeans. What are you doing here? I ask when I crack open the door. He looks me up and down slowly, not even hiding it, and then shakes his head. My mom canceled on me. Something came up with one of her charities, so I thought I'd supply you with the food for your movie night. Plus, I wanted to see you in your PJs in person. He shrugs and breaks eye contact, as my face heats. Of course, it's this moment the girls come running up, seeing the pizza boxes in his hand. Mom, this is your boss, right? Ellie asks. He's the man from the parking lot the other day. Fuck. Well, kind of, baby. This is who I was helping with the gala yesterday. Ellie and Becca whisper to each other, and I look back at Owen, and he has a look I can't place on his face. If you're smart you will run now, nothing good comes from those two whispering, I say, pointing at the girls. Just then, Ellie grabs the pizza, and Becca grabs his hands and starts trying to pull him inside. Can he stay, Mom, police? Becca begs. But this is girls' night, I say. But he brought food, Becca says. Before I can even say anything, Ellie is right there. Have you seen Frozen? No, I haven't, Owen says. Both my girls squeal, and I roll my eyes. The fight is lost, but I'm not done trying. Run, I mean it, I say, and he laughs. Owen is still standing in the doorway with me, and the girls are crowding around behind us. Ellie sees he has a few grocery bags and asks him what's in it. He hands her the bags, and she gets excited about the ice cream and toppings. I tell her to put them in the freezer. Please, Mom. Please, let him stay and watch Frozen with us. Please, please, please. They start begging. I sigh, I'm sure he has plans. Not really. I was just heading back to my place to find dinner. He says with an amused look on his face. See, that's it, he's staying, Ellie says. Who died and made you the queen? I ask. I can't interrupt your movie night, he says. I just wanted to bring the pizza and ice cream. I study him and see his eyes sparkle when he's watching how excited my girls are. He's genuinely happy that they're happy. It's been a while since someone has shown interest in their happiness, besides my parents and Mia. There's another not so nice side of me that wants someone else to suffer through another round of Frozen. The sing-alongs and all. But tonight isn't a date, and he didn't have to bring the food. He also doesn't have to talk to me or see me until Tuesday if he didn't want to. You should stay, but only if you want to. I finally agree with the girls. His smile lights up his face. If you are sure, I'd like that.
Yay!
The girls are jumping up and down. Why don't you guys go set up the living room with plates and get a few extra pillows and blankets, I say. I push him into the hallway and close the door. Only stay if you are staying as my friend. No money. But the agreement, he starts. You are not paying me to be bored to death watching Frozen. That's a deal breaker. I interrupt him, besides, you brought food. You sure? Positive. His eyes soften, and he says, I'd really like to stay. His voice is sexy, too. It sends a tingle down my spine. I don't know what comes over me, but I smile and stand up on my tiptoes to kiss his cheek, but he's faster and turns his head and our lips collide. His hands land on my hips and pull me into him. He deepens the kiss, and all the nerves in my body are on fire from being so close to him with his hands on me. I pull away after a minute to catch my breath. And none of that in front of the girls, I say, breathlessly. Wouldn't dream of it, he says. We head inside and get settled on the couch. The girls talk his ear off as we snack on pizza and chips. We get through Frozen, and the girls beg to watch the live-action Beauty and the Beast, another one Owen hasn't seen. I agree, but we take a break to get ice cream and put the pizza away. I make the girls get all their stuff ready for school tomorrow before we sit down again to start the movie. About halfway through, both girls fall asleep on the movie bed they made of pillows and blankets on the floor, and I smile tenderly. Owen sees them asleep and scoots over next to me on the couch. They're great kids, he says.
Yeah.
They amaze me daily. And I totally saw a tear in your eye at the end of Frozen. Don't try to hide it. I joke. He laughs quietly. Want me to help you get them to bed? I nod, as he picks up Ellie, and I pick up Becca, and we take them to bed. I close their door and see him checking something on his phone when I come out. I pick up the remote and put on I Love Lucy. He puts his phone down, and I sit beside him. If you care to, you can stick around a little bit, I shrug and motion towards the TV. I'd like that. He puts one arm on the back of the couch behind me, pulling my legs over his lap. After he puts a blanket over us, his hand slides up the outside of my thigh. He runs light circles over my thigh while watching TV like he isn't even thinking about it. But it's all I can think about. My body is laser focused on the sensation of his fingers, tracing circles on my leg very close to my core. When the episode is over, a second one comes on, and his hand moves to the inside of my thigh, causing my skin to tingle, as my breathing picks up. If my panties weren't already soaked before, they would be now. I try to keep focused on the TV screen, but I couldn't tell you what's happening on the show to save my life. I watch him out of the corner of my eye, and his eyes are still trained on the TV. Neither of us has laughed at anything going on, so I'm guessing neither of us is really watching it. Ever so slowly, his thumb moves a little higher, still rubbing those same circles. Because of my shorts and his hand on me, we are skin to skin, and it's driving me absolutely crazy. His thumb gets to the edge of my shorts and stays there, still rubbing the same circles. Almost like he's waiting for me to stop him. That's not happening. If he doesn't touch me soon, I might spontaneously combust. After a few circles at the edge of my shorts, he finally slips underneath them and brushes along the lacy edge of my panties. Thank God I have on a somewhat sexy pair. Out of the corner of my eye, I see his breath hitch when he feels the lace, and I know I should stop this. My brain is screaming at me to stop it, but my body, which hasn't been touched like this since long before my divorce, is screaming for him to keep going. Another of his fingers slides its way under my shorts and runs down my slit over my panties, and he can feel how wet I am for him. I haven't taken my eyes off the TV, scared that the moment I do, this perfect bubble will burst. As soon as he feels how wet I am, I hear his sharp intake of breath, and I look at him out of the corner of my eye, and his eyes are still glued to the TV, so that's where I keep mine. He strokes over my slit again, and then circles my clit over my panties. A shiver runs through me, and it feels so damn good. I know he feels it, and I couldn't stop it if I tried. Finally, he turns to look at me with desire in his eyes. Without speaking a word, he leans in and kisses me. This kiss isn't like any we have shared. It's raw, passionate, and needy. Tender, fierce, and hot as hell. He keeps kissing me, as he lays me down on the couch, bracing himself on top of me with one arm, and his other hand is pulling down my shorts and panties. He gets them to just above my knees before his hand is backlighting fire to my clit. His erection is hard against my leg, and it makes me wetter, knowing he's turned on by me. He slows the kiss down, but it's no less intense. When he adds a bit of pressure to my nub, I moan into his mouth. He circles my clit again, and as many times as I've touched myself and taken care of myself, it's never felt like this. Not once. His finger slides down between my folds, and he thrusts inside me. My hips jerk, grinding against him, causing me to gasp, as he trails kisses over my jaw and down my neck. He keeps thrusting his finger in me, and then hooks them, hitting that sweet spot I can't find no matter how hard I try. When my hips jerk again, he adds a second finger. As he kisses his way back up to my mouth, his thumb starts circling my clit, as his fingers move in and out of me, hitting that sweet spot deep inside me each time. My body feels like it's on a live wire, and every nerve is tingling. I'm on fire, as my body climbs rapidly towards that peak it's begging for. As he keeps stroking my clit, I writhe. He's kissing me and swallowing my moans. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in closer. The feel of my nipples rubbing against his chest, his lips on mine, and his heavy weight pinning me to the couch is delicious. He adds more pressure to my clit, and I fall over the edge. My back arches, and I cry out his name, but he's covering it with a fiery kiss. My pussy clamps down on his fingers, and he keeps thrusting, prolonging my orgasm. He pulls his fingers from my pussy and brings them to his mouth, sucking on each one. His eyes close for a moment, and he lets out a soft moan. Why is that so damn sexy? Once I relax and catch my breath, he pulls back and looks at me. I have no words right now. My brain isn't functioning. Still breathing hard, I reach for his cock, intent on showing him the same pleasure he just showed me. He grabs my hands and shakes his head. Then he whispers in my ear. Tonight was all about you, gorgeous. That's not fair to you. He smiles. Don't worry about me. Seeing you let go like that made my night. He leans in and kisses me again. This time it's tender and slow. I wrap my hands around his neck, running my fingers through his hair. He reaches down and puts my shorts and panties back into place, before pulling away. He stands up and his massive erection tents his pants. When I see it, I'm instantly turned on again. My body doesn't care that he just gave me a mind-blowing orgasm. I stand, but my legs feel like jelly, as I follow him to the door. Thank you for tonight, he says. I had fun watching the movies, and even more after they went to bed. He rubs my cheek with the back of his knuckles. He takes a deep breath. I want you to know Tuesday, when we get to my place, I want to talk about a contract with us. It has nothing to do with tonight, and I had it drafted up last week. He pauses. I want you to know that. I lean up to kiss him, a soft brush of my lips to his, before pulling back. Let me know when you get home? I ask. He nods. Lock the door behind me, beautiful. He walks into the hallway, and I lock the door behind him and start cleaning up the living room. There are no dishes because we used paper plates, so cleaning up is easy. Heading to my room, I get ready for bed. I take off the top shirt because I sleep in only my tank top. I change my underwear because I was not joking, they are soaked. I run through my nighttime routine and then get in bed. Just as I'm pulling up the covers, I get a text from him, saying he just got home. Before I lose my nerve, I call him. Hey, what are you doing? He says. Just lying in bed thinking of you.
Yeah.
I think you should go get in bed, too. I told you tonight was about you, he says, but his voice is huskier and filled with lust. Okay, then I want to hear you come since you got to see me. His breathing picks up, and I smile. I think it's only fair, isn't it? I continue. You want to see me come? He asks. Yes, I do. He groans, before saying, let me call you back. And he hangs up. A couple of minutes later, I get a video call from him, and his face fills my screen and pure desire is on his face. You in bed? He asks. Yes, I say, as I angle the phone, so he can see me sitting in bed. You changed. Just took my shirt off to sleep. He moves his phone, so I can see he's sitting in his bed with nothing on, but his boxer briefs. He is hard. Very hard with his erection pointing up and engorged. My clit starts to tingle, and I can feel my desire coating my pussy, as my nipples pebble against my tank top. This man just gave me a mind-blowing orgasm barely an hour ago, and my body is already craving more of him. We don't have to do this, he says, as he strokes his cock. I want to. He nods. Take that sexy cock and give it a good hard stroke, I say. The phone is focused on his face, as he closes his eyes and groans. Are you picturing my hand on you? Yes, he says. Good. Pull the phone back and let me see you in the sexy white tank top again, he says. I do as he asks, giving him a good shot of my chest. Fuck, I can see your nipples through that.
Yeah.
You like this tank top? I fucking love it, he groans. Keep stroking yourself just like I would. He nods, as his breathing starts to pick up. His eyes are heated and focused on me. Is there any cum leaking out? He nods again. Good, use it and spread it down your cock. Rub it in. Rub your clit for me, baby, he asks. I reach down my shorts, and I do as he asks. One touch, and my body is tingling. I moan. Not as good as when you do it. He groans again. Let me see those sexy tits. I smile at him and angle the phone, so he can see me and my chest. Then, I slowly drag the tank top down, until both breasts pop out. Fuck, I want my mouth on those so bad, he says. Go back to rubbing your clit for me, baby. I do, and my eyes flutter closed for a minute. Are you wet for me? He asks. Yes, I had to change my underwear, before I got in bed, and they're already soaked again. God, baby. I'm close. I'm so close. Rub your clit harder. I do, rubbing harder and faster moaning. If I was there, I'd have such a hard time not sliding into that hot, wet pussy right now. Feeling it wrap around my cock and squeezing me when you come. His dirty words send me over the edge. My orgasm hits, and I clamp my mouth shut, so I don't wake the girls. When I open my eyes again, he's breathing hard and must be stroking himself. I bring my finger up that was rubbing my clit and start touching my nipple. Come for me, Owen. I pinch my nipple and moan, which sends him crashing over the edge. He groans out my name and tosses his head back, while still working himself. After a minute, he looks at me with hooded eyes. I can't remember the last time I came that hard, he says with a smile on his face, still trying to catch his breath. That good?
Yeah.
He angles the phone, so I can see his still hard cock covered in his cum. That's what you do to me, baby. Have you laid in bed, rubbing one off thinking of me? I ask. I don't know where this sexy, flirty girl came from, but he brings it out in me. He nods.
Yeah.
Every night, since we met, he growls. I gasp and feel my cheeks heat, but warmth floods my body. Baby, that was the sexiest moment I think I've ever had, but I need to get cleaned up. Can I call you right back? I nod. Okay, talk to you soon. When the line goes dead, I jump up, change my underwear again, wash my hands, fix my tank top, and get back in bed. I had just turned the lights off when he calls with no video this time. Hey, there, sexy, he says, making me laugh. Pretty damn sexy yourself. I can hear him chuckle. What are you doing now? He asks. Just snuggling into bed. What are you doing? Same, I just laid down in bed. You sound pretty tired there. Well, this sexy as sin woman just gave me the strongest orgasm of my life, and I'm pretty drained now. Sounds like I need to go kick her ass. Maybe you should. You need to get some sleep. You have work, and the kids have school tomorrow. Okay, but for the record, I'm going to sleep under protest, because I'd rather talk to you. I'd rather talk to you too, baby, but I want to make sure you get your sleep. A yawn escapes me, and I say, okay, good night, Owen. Good night, Ellie. I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? I can't wait.
Chapter 7. Owen. I usually enjoy getting up early and going into work. I love my company, my job, and even the people I interact with. But today is different. After last night with Ellie, I can feel something change. I want her, not the sex and the amazing orgasms, but her. I get to work and head right to my office, closing the door. I can't concentrate on the emails or paperwork on my desk, because all I can see is Ellie. Looking out the floor to ceiling windows of my office, I think about last night. I had fun with her and the girls watching movies, seeing Allie and Becca's faces light up, and enjoying watching me watch certain parts of the movie. They sang every song and danced together. In just one night, those girls wormed their way into my heart. I know I will do anything for them, and I have to know they are taken care of. I know this agreement with Ellie provides for not just her, but for them, and I'm happy I'm able to do that. But I want Ellie. Not just our agreement, but I want her, and I want a relationship. I haven't wanted anyone like this, since my ex. Finding out my ex was only into me for the money, killed me, but Ellie, she's strong, fierce, and independent. She hates me spending money on her, which makes me want to do it even more. I know she isn't after my money, and because of that, I want to give it to her. I'm walking a fine line. I want nothing more than to end this agreement and beg her to give me a chance, take me as I am, and give us a chance. Whatever happens, I need to know she and the girls are provided for. I understand Ellie, and I know she won't take money from me. How do you take care of your girl, when she won't let you? I could fill her house with groceries, but that's such a small thing. I want her to write the book, and spend time with the girls, do more at their school. I want many more nights like last night. Low key with Ellie and her daughters. Then when the girls go to bed, I want even more time with her, time to pleasure her. Ellie asked me what I wanted when I was a kid. I wanted a family. That's what I felt yesterday. I felt like part of a family. I want that, and I want that with them. Those three girls are the most amazing people I've ever met. With everything they have been through, they still laugh and love fiercely and make the best of everything. I want more than anything to find a way to end this agreement, but to keep Ellie and the girls and have them allow me to take care of them. My phone rings, breaking into my thoughts, and I get to work. The day passes slowly, and I have to fight the urge to text her every 30 minutes. Finally, it's about the time she would be getting off, so I send her a quick text. Me, hope you had a good day at work. I stare at my phone like I'm waiting for it to tell me the secrets of the universe. After another half hour, and she hasn't texted me back, I decide work is a lost cause today and get ready to head home. I know she's busy with the kids, picking them up, dinner, and homework, but I want to put a smile on her face. Once I get home, and I still don't have a text, I go to see what my chef has left for dinner. It's chicken in a wine sauce with some rice and veggies, and it smells delicious. I sit down to eat and send her another text. Me, I know you're busy with the kids. Just wanted you to know I'm thinking of you. God, how lame can I get? I feel like a kid waiting by the phone for his crush to call. I finish dinner and go to my home office, thinking I need to answer some emails. That keeps me busy, and when I look up, I realize it's later than I thought. Still, no text from Ellie, but I figure the girls should be in bed now. if not real soon, so I send one more text. I want her to know I'm all in, even if there's money between us. I plan to treat this like a real relationship from here on out. I want to show her how I feel. Call me, when the girls go to bed. I can't wait to hear your voice. At this point, I might as well go up and get ready for bed and hope she'll call soon. I get in bed and turn on the TV when my phone rings. It's her, and a big smile takes over my face. Hey, baby. How was your day? Long. She says with a small laugh. I laugh at that, too, I bet. How was work? Ugh, well, I think I'm going to look for a new job. I instantly go still, and my heart starts to race. I have to know what happened. Why? Is everything okay? Nothing I can't handle. My boss is just creeping me out. He's starting to brush my chest when he walks by, and I can't prove it's on purpose, but I wouldn't put it past him with how much he stares at my chest. A growl escapes my throat. When I started the arrangement, I did a simple background check on Ellie. I do it on anyone I let near me. This background check also listed where she works. I figure it's about time her boss and I meet face to face. But I had a blast with the kids tonight. She keeps talking, and I know she's trying to change the subject. I lost cool mom points when I had to look up how to do the math homework with Ellie. But we got to watch some TV together tonight, and they both snuggled with me, so that's a win. I smile at the image of her snuggled with the girls, and my heart beats faster. It's what I want, to be part of the family and enjoy the simple everyday moments. Good. Are they in bed now? They are. They had a long day. Both had PE today, so they used up a lot of energy. How was your day? Long, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Though last night, it kept playing over and over in my head all day. I hear a small intake of breath, but she says nothing. Made me hard just thinking about it, which made it very difficult to concentrate on anything. I'm sorry. She starts to say. Oh no, baby. You don't get to apologize for that. It was one of the sexiest nights of my life. Yeah, I hear the smile in her voice. It was definitely worth it. I have to change the subject, because just thinking about it has me rock hard. Will you bring your computer tomorrow, so I can see your book? I ask. Yeah, I can do that. Please do. We stay up for over an hour, talking about everything and nothing. No phone sex, just talking. I don't want her to think that's the only reason I'm interested in her. Baby, you're starting to drift, I say. I am. I guess it's time to go to bed. Okay, I can't wait to see you tonight. What? It's after midnight, baby. Damn, I didn't realize we had been talking that long. She yawns. Yeah, you're easy to talk, too. I mean it. I've never been able to sit and talk to anyone like this. So, are you. Get some sleep, and I'll see you soon. Good night. The next morning, I'm up and dressed and waiting outside the bakery Ellie works at before they open. A man, who I assume is her boss, walks up to the door. I walk up to him. Excuse me, are you Tony? Yeah, what's it to you? I have to take a deep breath to keep my rage under control. I stick my hand out. I'm Owen Garrett. There's a flash of recognition in his eyes. I can also tell by the look all he sees is money, as he reaches out to shake my hand. Yes, Mr. Garrett. What can I do for you? His tone changes to what I call his ass-kissing tone. The tone I get when they want something from me. I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time. I gesture inside. Of course, come on in. We have about half an hour before the employees start showing up. That's more than enough time. As soon as the door closes behind me, my posture and tone instantly change. Do you know what sexual harassment is? I say angrily. I continue before he's able to talk. I'm sure you do since you've been committing it with your employees. His face turns red. I won't have you coming in here making accusations that you know nothing about. He spits out. Yeah, I figured you say that. I'll make this very easy for you to understand. When you talk to Ellie, you will look her in the eyes, or you won't look at her at all. You will not so much as even accidentally brush by her. One look, one touch, and my lawyers will bring down on you a sexual harassment case like you have never seen. She'll own this shop, and you'll be behind bars, and when you get out, you'll be on the sex offender registry for the rest of your life. As it is, you'll have enough problems with the not-so-anonymous phone call that was put into the owners of this company. I turn around and walk out. I would have liked to stay and see his face, but I didn't trust myself around him any longer, and I didn't want the employees to see me here and chance at getting around to Ellie.
Ellie. I get to work after dropping the kids off, and my boss won't even look at me. It's weird, but such a damn relief. Yet, as the day goes on, things only get stranger. He wouldn't even talk to me, and he sends others to tell me what he said. After work, I pick up the girls and head home to get ready. Mia walks in as I'm picking out my clothes and announces they're having her mac and cheese for dinner, and they've forgotten all about me. I dress in one of the long, flowy skirts that go down to my knees, and a shirt with sleeves to my elbows and put on heels. It's an outfit Owen bought me, so it's perfect for tonight. I straighten my hair and add a necklace. As I'm switching out my purse, I hear a knock on the front door. The girls see Owen and start begging him to stay for dinner. We can't tonight, girls. Owen and I have a meeting, but you can each pack a cookie in your lunch for tomorrow, I say in an attempt to earn some of my cool mom points back. They run off to do it, as I say,
Goodbye.
Owen takes my hand, and we leave. Once the door is closed behind us, he pulls me into him. You look beautiful, he leans in, giving me a chaste kiss. I take him in really quickly. He's in black slacks and a blue button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. I meet his eyes, and there's a smirk there. He knows I was checking him out. A faint blush crosses my cheeks. You look pretty good yourself. We get in the car, and once we are on our way, I decide to ask. So, you wouldn't happen to know anything about why my boss won't look or even talk to me, would you? I ask. He growls but says nothing. I thought so. I said I could handle it, you remember me saying that, right? He sighs. Yes. So, I just can't talk about work with you. Got it. I say, a bit frustrated. He takes my hand and pulls me into his lap. Please, I want you to talk to me about work, but I couldn't stand back and let him keep doing that. It's sexual harassment, and you could have had him fired on the spot. I reminded him of that. That's all, I swear, he says. I look at him, as his eyes are pleading with me to understand. How do you even know where I work? I ask. After the first night, I ran a simple background check, looking for criminal records and such, but it also pulled things, like your address and workplace. It's standard procedure with anyone I let near me. I nod. I get that, but you can handle yourself, I know, he finishes for me. But is it so bad to have someone who has your back and helps take care of you? It's nice in theory, but I don't want to become dependent on anyone, because when they leave, it takes too long to get back on my feet. Like when your ex walked out, he states. Yes, I look out the window. The rest of the drive is quiet. He keeps me in his lap with his arms around me. It's so comfortable I don't even think about moving. We pull into a large house, not a mansion per se, but a very large house. A woman in her early 40s opens the door to greet us. You must be Ellie, Owen has told us all about you. I'm Jill, please come in. Owen leans in and whispers. Jill is Jeff's secretary, that's how they met. I nod, as we enter the home. Jill is a great hostess, getting us drinks and showing us around. We end up in a back living room where Jeff is. Owen leads me over to an oversized chair that is big enough for two but smaller than a love seat. He sits down and then pulls me in close next to him. Jeff notices and smiles at him. While they talk business, Jill sits down on the couch near me, and we talk about the book I'm working on and the bakery I work at. I talk about some of the recipes I've been trying, and we exchange recipes. When dinner is ready, Owen walks me into the dining room, pulls out my chair, and then sits down next to me. He places his hand on my thigh under the table, continuing his conversation with Jeff. He runs light circles over my thigh, reminding me of Sunday night. Unlike Sunday, he never moves his hand up, and he keeps it in one spot. When he needs to use his hand to cut his food, he does and then moves it right back to the same spot. Dinner flies by, and I have to admit I like Jill and Jeff. It was a work dinner, but I had fun, and Jill said she was happy to have someone to talk to. It turns out Owen's house is just a few minutes down the road from Jeff's, and his house truly is a mansion, massive circular driveway and all. We walk inside, and my eyes go wide. For as big of a house as it is, there's a cozy feel. A large staircase to my left goes up to an open loft area. The foyer where we're standing is surrounded by rooms. Owen grabs my hand. As we head to the back end of the foyer, we pass a large formal living room and walk under a beautiful archway. As we enter the kitchen, he asks if I want anything to drink. I say no, and he walks us past the kitchen to a comfortable family room. It's 2 stories tall and has a plush carpet. The main focal point is a massive fireplace flanked by 2 windows. It's too dark to see what kind of view he has, but I'm assuming it's a good one. One wall has several bookcases filled with books and picture frames. "Can I see your book?" he asks, almost like a kid in a candy store, which makes me smile. I take out my computer and pull the book up. Remember, this is unedited, so please overlook any mistakes, as I haven't gone back over it yet. He sits down on the couch to read it, and I walk around the room. I start with the bookcases and take in the books. They're leather-bound and range from the classics to more modern books, but they're mostly mysteries. I examine the photos of him and his mom, which look like they were taken at company events. I make my way over to one of the windows by the fireplace, and I can see the bright night sky and some stars. He pulls me from my stargazing. This is really good. I'm not just saying that, but it really is. This is something I'd read, and I can't wait to read it, when it's finished. Well, you'll have a long wait at the rate I'm going. I sit down next to him as he brings his hand to my cheek. You have a gift here. Take some downtime and write this book. I smile, and he leans in and kisses me. His lips on me, after teasing me at dinner all night, feels so good that a little moan escapes me. He takes that moment to slip his tongue into my mouth and deepen the kiss. He shifts towards me, and his hand on my leg starts running up my skirt, and it's too much. I pull away and stand up, trying to catch my breath. What's wrong? His concerned look has me looking away from him. I don't know. Well, why did you pull away?
Ah.
The loaded question. Why? Because it feels wrong that he's paying me for tonight's date. He wasn't paying me on Sunday. That little issue of money seems to change everything. Why does it change things? Well, because on Sunday, he was there, because he wanted to be. Just friends, and now it's different. The entire dynamic is different. I sigh, because it feels wrong. He doesn't say anything, so I finally look back at him. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he looks hurt. Being with me feels wrong? His tone is flat with no emotion. Yes, no. I take a deep breath, it's just you're paying me to be here tonight. Anything past kissing feels wrong.
Ah.
He says, thinking. Needing to fill the silence, I continue, I don't know. This is all new to me, and I'm probably doing it all wrong, and you're going to want to find someone who knows what they're doing. I keep blabbering on, as he's shaking his head. He stands up and grabs my hand, come on. He takes me across his house to his office. I look at the bookcase-lined walls, as he grabs something off his desk, and we sit down on the couch. This is the contract I had drawn up last week. I knew then I wanted to keep seeing you. I knew on Sunday I wanted to make sure your girls are taken care of, and I knew yesterday I wanted you free from that job, away from Tony, and to focus on your writing. My lawyer thinks I'm crazy, but here goes nothing. My heart races, and I could pretend he cares when he talks like that. So, the terms would stay as they are now, but if you quit your job to focus on your writing, I'd add an extra $1,500 a month to your allowance. Right then, I get a sinking feeling. The allowance. Even when he isn't paying me for the night, he is still paying me in general, isn't he? I can't sit still, so I get up and pace the room. Look at me, he says. I take a minute before I meet his eyes. The last few days have changed things, and I never expected it. I want to spend time with you. I'd toss this contract so fast and beg you to go on normal dates with me and have a real relationship, but I also need to know you and the girls are provided for. I know you won't take money from me or let me pay for things any other way, so this the only way I know how to do it. This all makes me sick to my stomach. I like him, and I want a genuine relationship, too. I'm not sure when that switch happened, but we can never have that with the money in the way, can we? No matter how you look at it, you're paying me for anything we do, and it makes me feel dirty. I shake my head. I turn to walk out of his office, and he grabs my wrist. It's a light touch, enough to get my attention, and easy to break his grip with a simple move. Okay, we toss this then, but I have to know you're okay. Please, I know what it's like to have a single mother. What if we kept our Friday dinners, $500 for Friday dinner, and $800 per night for work galas? I have at least 2 of them a month. You keep the $1,000 clothing allowance because I like spoiling you. That's it. Any other time we hang out or talk, no pay. I'll still pay for everything on dates because that's how I am. But there are no expectations, and nothing happens if you don't want it, too. My mind races. Can I have a real relationship with him, but do the paid thing twice a week? Even the lower end is more than I make a month full-time at the shop. It's so hard to turn down the money. I started doing this for my girls. Being able to have a little more time with them, making sure I have the money to buy clothes and shoes during their next growth spurts, and have money to allow them to go on field trips. Making sure I have money if my car breaks down. Heck, it would be nice to take them on a small vacation for the first time in their lives. They deserve that. But my feelings for Owen, they're strong, and I like spending time with him. He's one of the good guys. But why me? After all this time of him saying he doesn't want anything serious, why me? But he did say he'd toss out the whole contract. With the money he's providing, I could go in, quit my job, and get away from sleazy Tony. I could take my time finding the perfect job, so when I do have to walk away from this arrangement, because my heart is too involved, or Owen decides a single mom is too much for him, I have a better job lined up. Is this the type of relationship I want, though? If we keep the physical stuff to any day but Friday and Saturday, then he really isn't paying for sex, so it won't matter, right? But if we do this, like a real relationship, then there shouldn't be any money between us. Can I really be that selfish and turn down money to make sure the girls are taken care of just for a chance at a relationship with Owen that might or might not work out? The money was always a way for him to keep his walls up, right? He said so himself. This is just a way to keep your walls in place, isn't it? I start thinking out loud, things get too hard, and you can default back to Friday night dinner and keep seeing me, but with the wall between us. He shakes his head. You really think that? It's been 2 weeks, and you already know more about me than some people who have been around me for years. He takes a deep breath. Making sure you're taken care of means everything to me. I've seen a single mother struggle, and I can't bear to see you struggle. You have 2 amazing kids, and they aren't lacking for anything but time with you. I want to give you that time. That's all I wanted from my mom growing up was her time. She gave me as much as she could, and I soaked it up. So, if that's a wall, then so be it, but making sure you have that freedom means more to me than sex. Would I like to have sex with you?
Yeah.
I'd love to have you in my bed, under me, and wrapped around my cock. He takes a shaky breath, and I notice him getting hard, which makes my breathing pick up. But if making sure you have what you need means giving sex up, then that's what I'll do. Tears well in my eyes, and I can't think about all this. I want to go talk to my mom. I'll tell her everything, but I need her advice. I have to think about it. I pick up my stuff. Please, take me home. George, my driver will take you. Please, text me when you get in safely. I nod. His tone is all business, so I head to the door. I give him one last look and see his cold face void of emotion as I turn and walk out the door. My mind races the whole way home, and when George pulls in, he parks next to my car. I get out, thank him for the ride, and get inside my car. I text Owen that I'm home. Then, text Mia saying I'm going to be late, and then I'm going to my mom's, and that I need to talk, and I'd tell her later. I drive to my parents' house. I pull in and knock on the door. It takes my mom a few minutes to answer. I know they are all ready for bed and probably in their room watching TV. She opens the door and instantly sees the tears running down my face and pulls me inside and wraps me in a hug. Without a word, she sits me on the couch and goes to the kitchen to grab a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. She sits down next to me, fills our glasses, and turns to me. Okay, spill it, and not the wine. She hands me my glass. Boy, do I spill it. I start at the beginning from Mia sending me to the mixer and the arrangement Owen and I have, the conversation at the gala, when he kissed me, Clara's conversation in the bathroom, him coming over for pizza on Sunday, and even what happened after the girls went to bed, but I skip the details. I tell her about him talking to my boss, and then about tonight and both his offers, and down to how I said I needed to think, and then came here. By the time I'm done, we have finished off a bottle of wine, and my mom goes to the kitchen to get another. I take a deep breath and pick up my phone to text Mia that I'm going to crash on my mom's couch due to the wine. I also see I have a message from Owen, too. Owen, George says you got in your car and left. Please, let me know where you are, and when you get home. Me, I'm not going home tonight. I'm fine. Then, a text from Mia comes in telling me to drink it up with my mom, and she'll see me in the morning, expecting the full details. Another text from Owen comes in. Owen, why not? Me, because I'm not. I put my phone down. I know I'm being childish, but I'm not thinking clearly right now. My mom sees me putting my phone down. Is that him? She asks, and I nod. Honey, I could tell on Saturday that man was falling for you. The look in his eyes is how your daddy still looks at me. I saw some photos online of the gala, and he was always looking at you, and his eyes were shining. So, what if it's only been 2 weeks? I knew in 2 days your dad was the one, and we've been married over 30 years now. She sips her wine and continues. Time means nothing when you really get to know someone. You guys have spent hours talking and getting to know each other. It's normal for any guy when he falls for a woman to need to take care of her. He's known the single mom life from the kid's point of view, and I bet that makes it even more important to him that you're taken care of. He's going about it the only way he knows how. She gives me one of her dramatic pauses she's known for. You have to give him a break, and honestly, I'd take him up on this offer. You need to quit that job, and I want you to write that book. You have something there. He's also right, your kids just want your time, and he wants to give you that. I sigh, why does my mom always make sense? Take the second offer. It's the best of both worlds, but put a time frame on it. Say for only 2 or 3 months to finish your book, and then drop it and see where things are. Save up money and get another job or write another book. This isn't forever, this is for now. I think it's very sweet how he wants to look after you and the girls. And I bet that's him, worried and blowing up your phone right now. I don't look at the phone. I have it on silent, and it's lighting up each time a text comes in. But him paying for my time, even 2 days a week, doesn't it make me dirty if we sleep together? Yes, I asked my mom this. She was always one of those cool moms who I could talk to about anything, and my friends would talk to about stuff they couldn't with their parents. Baby, no. It's a normal course of a relationship. With other couples, the guy pays for dates, weekends away, or gifts, but it's just a different way of taking care of you. He even said he'd give that up to know you're provided for. How many men would do that? They would rather leave sex on the table. Is this the best way to go about everything? Maybe not, but it's him doing his best. I bet this is all new for him too, from what you have told me. It's scary, but if you don't take the leap, then you could miss the best adventure. I sigh. Well, I have a lot to think about. Can I crash on the couch? Mia said it's okay. Of course, baby, or go up to your room. Text that man or call him to let him know you're okay. You know where everything is. I love you. Love you too, and the couch sounds good tonight. My mom gives me a kiss on the cheek and heads back to bed. I'm sure to recap it all to my dad. Once she's gone, I look at my phone. Owen, because you're not. Please, talk to me. Owen, please, let me know you're okay. Owen, who is with the kids? Owen, Ellie. I sigh and call him. And I can hear the panic in his voice. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I went to my parents' house. I wanted to talk to my mom, and we had a lot of wine, so I'm staying here. Mia is with the kids, so she told me to stay. He lets out a breath. I'm glad you're okay, his tone is back to formal. Good night. Hey, wait. Yes? I'm sorry about how I left. I needed to think. This just isn't a normal relationship. He sighs, I don't know how to do normal and make sure you have everything you need. If I had it my way, I'd move you guys in here and one of the problems would be solved, but I don't think I can get you to agree to that. I laugh, no, you can't. So good to hear you laugh, baby. I can hear the smile in his voice. I smile. So good to hear you call me baby. How much have you had to drink? Mom and I finished off 2 bottles of wine, but I'm pretty sure she drank more than me. I told her everything. I almost whisper the last part. What did she say? His tone is soft and back to the Owen of our nightly phone calls. She said you're sweet, and you understand the single mother role from the other side of how I'm living it, and you still get it. She said you were doing the best you could. He takes a ragged breath. She also said most guys would rather have sex on the table than making sure someone else's kids are taken care of, and I have to agree with her. He's quiet for a minute. Please, can I see you? I'll stay outside Please. He says. Maybe it's the vulnerability in his voice, or maybe it's the wine. Yes, I'll text you the address. We hang up, and less than 30 minutes later, he texts me he's outside. My parents' room is at the back of the house, but I'm still quiet as I head outside and slip into his car. The partition is up between us and the driver, and as soon as the door closes, his lips are on mine. He pulls me onto his lap, so I'm straddling him. He pulls back from the kiss and looks at me. From the concern in his voice, I can tell he was worried about me, but the look in his eyes right now is what makes my stomach clench. If I believed what my mom said, I'd say it was love, but that's impossible, right? I'm sorry I worried you tonight. I wasn't purposefully ignoring you. I was talking to my mom and didn't notice my phone. I had it on silent during the dinner tonight and never turned the sound back on. He pulls my forehead to his. I'm sorry for tonight. I never meant for it to go like this.
Shh.
I tilt my head until our lips touch, and I kiss him fiercely this time. I'm still in the skirt from dinner, and I can feel his erection through my panties. His thick cock is pressing right against my pussy, and I'm already wet from that kiss. I pull back. Friday night and work functions only, I say, and he lights up. For the next 2 months, while I work on my book. He nods. Any time other than those 2 nights is us, raw and real. We're going to fight, and there might be carryover to Friday night, but I won't let it affect me when it comes to your work. But I have a few conditions. Anything and it's yours, baby, he says. First, this is a real relationship, he nods, and I continue. That means monogamous, and there's no one else. There are titles to like boyfriend and girlfriend, and there are emotions. There's no one I want other than you. Even if sex isn't on the table? Then my dick and my hand will be best friends more than they are now. I nod. So, you agree to number one? Yes, to all the above, he says and kisses me soft and quick. I can't wait to introduce you, as my girlfriend. He gives me one of his smiles that light up his face. I smile, too. Okay, number two. Extravagant gifts need to be kept to a minimum. I know you want to spoil me, but things like the pizza and ice cream the other night mean more to me than diamonds and expensive clothes. I won't ever get mad at flowers, baked goods, pizza, or tacos. I smile and kiss him before continuing, which leads me to number three. Dates don't have to be expensive or even cost anything at all. I'd rather have a cheap meal and be full than an expensive one and go home hungry. He laughs. Okay, I can agree to both, but you're right. I do want to spoil you. Well, things like the clothes I won't ever go out and use your money. If you want me to buy clothes, you'll have to take me. Besides, I like getting your opinions on things. He nods. Okay. Anything else? One more thing. If you spend time with the kids, they are not to know we are dating. They think I work for you, as your assistant. Ellie asked if I was, and I just went with it. And if you make them a promise, do not ever break it. Their dad does that enough, and they don't need more people in their life like that. Breaking a promise to them is a deal breaker in a relationship to me. He squeezes my waist. You're a wonderful mom, and those kids are great. I know what broken promises are like, and I don't break mine. To anyone. I nod. Anything else, baby? Well, I'm a woman, so I reserve the right to add or change this list at any given time. He smiles. So, we're doing this? I guess so, I say. He gives me a huge smile, and his eyes light up. Then, he kisses me long and slow. When I try to grind on him, he stops me. Not tonight, baby. We aren't starting our relationship on that note. I want you, don't get me wrong, but I want to do this right. Can I see you tomorrow? I'll bring dinner, help with homework, and we can have some time when the girls go to bed? I nod. Okay, I'm going to go crash on my mom's couch and head home in the morning. I can drive your car, and George can drive you, and then you will be home when the girls get up. I nod and go inside to get my things and leave my mom a note. Then, I get back in the car and give him my keys. I must have drifted off on the way home, because the next thing I know, I'm in his arms, and he's unlocking my door. He takes me to my room, lays me down in bed, and helps me take off my shoes. I look up at him, and our eyes lock. He leans down and brushes the hair off my face and kisses my forehead. Get some sleep, and I'll see you later, he says, and it's the last thing I remember. Chapter 8. Ellie. My eyes open slowly to find my alarm won't go off for another 10 minutes. How I got up before my alarm is beyond me. I roll over and see a text from Owen. Owen, good morning, baby. Drink some water, and have a good day. Before I even get out of bed, I take a few extra minutes to call him. Hey, baby. Hang on, he says. I hear some hushed tones, and then a door closing. Is now a bad time? I can call you later. I didn't even think he'd be at the office already. I will always have time for you. I just got in the office, and people want my attention first thing. I'm sorry, I didn't even think. Baby, you can call me every morning if you want. I love starting my day off to your voice. I smile as I take in his words. Well, I just wanted to ask. I pause. This is a lot more awkward than I thought, but I want to do this for the girls, for me, and for Owen. To do that, I have to push past this awkwardness. Anything, what is it? He says. Well, we're on for Friday night, and there's another gala on Saturday, right? Yes, everything okay? That's $1,300 this weekend, right? Yes. His tone is colder and businesslike. I notice he gets that way when he doesn't know where a situation is going. Okay, I wanted to be sure, because I'm going to drop the girls off and go in and quit the bakery. Then, I plan to come home and work on my book. I can hear the happiness in his voice, and it causes my heart to flutter. Good, I'm proud of you, and I'll feel better when you aren't at that job anymore. I promise to go radio silent until the kids get out of school, so you can write. But let me know how it goes at the bakery, please. I will. I'll let you get back to work. Hey, one more thing, he says.
Yeah.
What are you wearing? There's heat in his voice. I laugh, the same thing I had on when you dumped me in bed last night in. He laughs, okay, get moving. I'll see you tonight. I shower, change, and get the kids up and going. As we walk out of the door, Mia greets me wanting details. Be here when I get back, and I'll give you an hour, I say. Deal, she laughs. I take the kids to school and walk into work directly to the manager's office. As usual, Tony's in there, and I get the same creepy feeling washing over me. I'm here to let you know I quit. What? He roars. You have to give 2 weeks' notice. No, I don't. He snickers, what are you going to do? You need this job to take care of your snot-nosed kids. Wow, was he always this much of an ass, and I overlooked it because I thought I needed this job? I laugh, no, I don't. I picked up another job making more for less hours. I turn to walk away, but he grabs my wrist so tightly it hurts. Let go of me, or my parting gift will be a sexual harassment charge, I say, reminding him of what Owen told him. You have no proof, he sneers, but he does let go of my wrist. Well, the bruise you're giving me will do, as will all the video footage from the store. Video goes missing all the time. Tony sneers at me, thinking he's backed me into a corner. All the proof of guilt. Plus, the owners stream the store video off-site. I remind him. Don't come crawling back for a job when the new job doesn't work out. He yells as I walk away. I flip him the bird and walk out. God, that felt good. I get home and have a bruise forming on my wrist. Great, Owen is going to flip. I figure I should text him that I'm home. I know he's excited for me to be done with that place. Me, hey, just got home. I'm officially free of the bakery other than my last paycheck. I get a response almost immediately. Owen, I'm glad. I don't like that Tony guy, and I don't trust him with what's mine. Me, well, I am just that, yours. Owen, damn right you are, just like I'm yours. Baby, get to writing. I want to read your finished book. Me, okay, talk to you later. I sit down and recap the night for Mia. She agrees with what my mom says and the choice I made. Then, I tell her about my morning. She gently picks up my wrist, looking at it. Owen is going to be pissed about this, you know. I know. I think I'm going to tell him and ask him not to tell me what he does. I think he needs this more than I do. Mia agrees and gives me a hug, and then heads home. I go to my room and grab a thick bracelet to cover the bruise. Hopefully from the girls, but I'm sure I won't be able to hide it from Owen. Then, I sit down and write for the first time in months. Before I know it, it's time to pick up the girls. I save my work and go. The girls talk my head off about everything that happened at school today, and when we pull up to our building, Owen is there waiting in the parking lot. I brought tacos, he says, and the girls start jumping up and down. We get inside, and Owen dishes up tacos, even though it's earlier than we normally eat dinner. The girls are at the table, working on homework and eating. Owen and I are in the kitchen when he sees my bruise. He grabs my hand, taking the bangle off, and looks at it. Then, his face turns red, and his nostrils flare as rage crosses his face. Knowing he's upset because I'm hurt, cracks a part of my wall. I still don't want the girls to know, so I pull him down to whisper in his ear. I promise to tell you the whole story, and even let you take care of it, but not now, and not in front of the girls, okay? Once they go to bed. He doesn't say anything, just nods, but his face is hard. I run my hand over his chest, and he relaxes slightly. Gross. Ellie says. What? We were talking work, and you don't need to hear it, so we were whispering. She rolls her eyes and grabs more tacos. This girl is going to be a handful. Owen helps with math homework, and I help with spelling and reading. The girls finish up and have some more tacos, and then head off to take showers and get ready for bed. They are done early and wrangle Owen into playing a few games with them before bed. The sight of him on the floor in the girls' room playing and laughing with them does something to my heart. He helps me put the girls to bed, and even reads them 2 extra books. Once they have drifted off, I take his hand and lead him to my room. I turn the TV on for a little background noise and pull him down on the bed with me. We sit down, and he holds my hand, removes the bangle, and sets it on my nightstand. He examines my wrist and then looks up at me with a soft look on his face. Tell me, he says in a gentle tone. I tell him about the incident with my boss and watch the anger on his face. At this moment, seeing how protective he is and upset that someone hurt me, I know I'm falling for this man. I've never had someone care this much about me, not even the girl's dad. I place my hand on his cheek, looking into his eyes. You can take care of it how you see fit. Just don't tell me the details. He smiles, okay, and if you have to go back there for anything, I want to be with you. Please. I agree. We are laying on the bed watching TV and cuddling, and it doesn't escape my notice how happy and safe I feel. I love this, I say. What's that, baby? Cuddling like this with just us. I'm a simple girl, and this is perfect. He kisses the top of my head. I love this too, and I agree it's perfect. The whole night was. I know it's your normal night, but it's what I had dreamed of growing up, and being able to have this experience is everything. I want this a home, a family, and many nights just like this. I try not to notice he doesn't say with me, but I'm not going to be that girl that harps on small things. I'm looking at the big picture. I'm not crazy enough to think I'll find the perfect guy who will take on 2 kids that aren't his, and will be a happy little family. I know the chances are slim, but part of my heart that I don't even admit to myself wants it more than anything. I look up at him, and he's gazing at me with a tender look. He leans down to kiss me, and before I know it, he's supporting his weight on his arms and kissing me deep and passionately, possessing me with his kiss. His hard cock presses into my belly, and I'm wet for him, moaning into his mouth, and pulling his head down towards me. I want to taste you so bad, baby. Will you let me, please? He whispers against my lips, as I groan his name. Please? He begs. Only if I can taste you tonight, too. A shudder runs through his body, and he swallows hard, looking into my eyes. Okay. He kisses me again. He's up on his knees, pulling my top off and staring at me with hunger in his eyes. He leans in and kisses me again, and then starts kissing down my jaw, and then down my neck to the swell of my breasts, and then looks back up at me. I'm breathing hard, as my emotions take over, and I notice he's breathing hard, too. I hope he's feeling even half of what I am right now. He keeps kissing his way down my belly, until he reaches the top of my pants and slowly unbuttons them, pulling them down my legs tenderly, kissing my skin as it's revealed. He kisses his way back up the other leg. When he gets to my panties, he places his nose against my covered pussy, and then takes a deep breath. God, baby. You smell so sweet. He runs a finger down my slit over my panties. Always so wet for me. Do you know how sexy that is? I grab a fistful of the sheets. I want to let him take his time, but the need is killing me in sweet torture. He hooks his fingers in my panties and pulls them off. Then pushing my legs wider apart, he holds them open with his shoulders. As the wet rough texture of his tongue gives me a long, firm lick down my pussy, my hips buck off the bed, and my back arches. All my nerves are on fire, and it takes my breath away. His hands go to my hips, holding me in place, while he keeps licking up and down my pussy, as I cry out his name. He moans telling me how good I taste, and then he brings one hand up to my slit, and his lips brush over my aching clit. His tongue flicks over my clit, while he thrusts a finger inside of me, causing my hips to buck again. I run my hand through his hair and pull him closer to me, which makes him moan, and the vibrations against my clit make me gasp. He keeps sucking on my clit and thrusting his finger in and out of me. Then, he presses along my front wall and hits that sweet spot, threatening to send me over the edge. His other hand comes up over my mouth, and then he sucks my clit hard and presses that spot, and I fall over the edge, shattering to the climax that washes over me. My back arches, and every nerve in my body tingles. He keeps sucking my clit through my orgasm. I can't stop moaning his name, and once my body relaxes, he gives my clit one final caress, before he kisses up my body. His mouth finds mine, and I taste myself on him and sigh into the kiss sated. That was amazing, but now it's your turn. I start to sit up, but he pushes me back down with a kiss. Just watching you come apart for me is all I need, baby. He says, but I still feel him hard against my belly. Nice try, but you promised. He smiles, as I flip him over, or more like he lets me flip him over. Removing his shirt, I run my hands over his chest and down his abs. His chest is cut with a six-pack outline, which has me running my tongue around the edges and grooves. He moans my name, and I move my hands down and unbutton his pants. He lifts his hips up for me, helping me remove his pants and boxer briefs. I look at him, and this sexy man is laying in my bed naked needing me. I take a minute to enjoy the beauty of his body, and I'm already wet again. His cock is throbbing, standing straight up because I turned him on. And what a beautiful cock it is. It's red and angry looking with a thick vein, running along the bottom. He needs relief, and it excites me knowing that it will be me giving him pleasure. Pre-cum drips from the head of his cock, and I lean down and lick it, causing his dick to jump and him to moan. He tastes salty, and as it hits the back of my throat, all I can say is it tastes like Owen. I give him another lick this time from root to tip, and he fists the sheets, as he groans. I sit up and wrap my hand around the base of his cock, and my fingers don't even meet. I give him a firm stroke up to the tip, while I look into his eyes. His hips jerk, but he never takes his eyes off me. While looking at him, I lower my mouth to his cock and take in his thick length. He groans again, and then his eyes roll back into his head. I start working his cock up and down, taking in more each time, until he hits the back of my throat. I gag a little but keep moving up and down his cock. When I pull back, I run my tongue under his cock along that thick vein. I enjoy the view once again, before lowering my mouth back down. Fuck, baby. Your mouth feels like heaven. I'm so close, baby, so close. He grits out, and then his hands go to my hair. He doesn't force my head, just grips my hair like he needs the connection. I double my efforts and suck harder, making his hips jerk again. I'm going to come, baby. He cries out warning me, but I take him to the back of my throat, swallow, and moan around his cock. At the same time, I give his balls a firm tug, sending him over the edge with barely enough time to muffle his moans. His cum coats the back of my throat, and I swallow it down, as his hips jerk. Running my tongue along the slit at the top of his cock, I make sure I get every drop, which makes his body shudder. Not finished, I kiss my way up his chest, stopping to give his nipples a hard suck. Since he's still sensitive, he gasps. Then, I make my way to his mouth and kiss him lazily. He turns us to our sides, never breaking the kiss. He takes control of our kiss, and there's so much passion in it, that I could easily believe it's love if I let myself. He pulls away to look at me. That was amazing, baby. I know the other night I said I'd never come so hard, but that orgasm topped it. I smile at him lazily. So did the one you gave me? I better get dressed and head home, so you can get some sleep. He starts to stand and get out of bed. I grab his hand, and he looks over at me. Stay, I say before I have time to think about it. He takes a deep breath. Are you sure? I nod. Yes, stay with me tonight, and we have to get dressed just in case. I look towards the girls' room. He nods and puts his boxer briefs and shirt back on. I pull out some new underwear, sleep shorts, and a tank top. Then, his hands wrap around my waist. Skip the underwear. He kisses my neck as I put the panties back in my drawer and head to the bathroom to get ready for bed. When I step out of the door, his eyes are on me, and he walks over to me and runs his hands up my sides. His thumbs brush my nipples, making them peak and making him smirk. You look so sexy, he brushes his lips against mine and then goes into the bathroom. I walk across the hall and peek in on the girls to see them still sleeping. I close their door and go back to my room, check my alarm and climb into bed. Then Owen walks out of the bathroom. Shirt off, I say. He smiles, as he removes his shirt and lays down next to me. He pulls me against his side, and I rest my head on his shoulder. His other hand takes mine in his and places it on his stomach as I wrap my legs around his. You comfortable, baby? He asks. Very. What about you? I haven't been this comfortable in a long time. Go to sleep, I'm right here. I relax, and before I know it, I drift off to sleep. I remember thinking about how safe and warm I feel, and how perfect it was to be falling asleep in his arms. Chapter 9. Ellie. I wake up to Owen between my legs, and he's sucking hard on my clit and fingering me. Barely opening my eyes, I register the clock reading 5 a.m. But Owen already knows my body and is pulling an orgasm from me hard and fast. I pull a pillow over my head before my body tenses and my orgasm washes over me. I try not to scream his name, but I know I'm moaning it. My back arches, and I lay there sated and now wide awake. He lazily licks my clit, and I pull the pillow away, gasping for air, my chest heaving when he looks up at me. Good morning, baby. God. I want to wake up that way every morning. I moan. That can be arranged, he smirks, giving me a light kiss. He whispers against my lips, move in with me. I shake my head, you don't know me, and you haven't thought this through. You're wrong, my beautiful girl. I turn to look at him. I know your passion is in that book, and those two adorable little girls have your heart. I know you're a hard worker and an amazing mother. You're strong and independent. I know you would rather spend time and money on your girls than yourself. I know how your lips feel, and I know what you taste like, and I know the face you make when you completely let yourself go. I know how I feel about you, and how much I care about you and those little girls, who in such a short time, have wormed their way into my heart. You may not say yes, now, but I'm not going to stop asking. I have tears in my eyes, but shake my head at the thought of him wanting this so much he won't stop asking. It grips my heart and won't let go, crumbling another part of my wall. Get up and come have breakfast with me, before I go, he says. We quietly make our way into the kitchen, and I pull out what I need to make a couple of quick omelets with cheese, bacon, and onions. Once done, I set his plate in front of him and mine next to him. Baby, this is good. God, my girl can cook. Before I can think about it. Your girl? I ask. He puts his fork down and wraps an arm around my waist as he pulls me to him. Yes, my girl. You are my girl. I smile, I know, but it's the first I've heard you say it is all. He pulls me onto his lap and wraps an arm around my waist. He then feeds me a bite of my omelet. He sets the fork down and pulls my tank top down. Running his thumb over the stiff peak of my nipple, he brings his mouth down to suck on it. I barely swallow my food before a moan overtakes me. His hand moves down between my thighs, pulling my shorts to the side. He thrusts 2 fingers into me, and I arch my back, thrusting my chest into his face. He keeps thrusting his fingers in and out of me, using his thumb to stroke my clit. He releases my nipple with a pop and moves his mouth to my ear. Move in with me, and we can start every morning like this. Multiple orgasms, before the kids even get up. It's only been a few weeks, Owen. Feels like a lot longer, baby. He increases pressure on my clit. God, I want to just take you to work with me and place you on my desk with your pussy wide open, so every time my dick gets hard, I can thrust into you and fill you with my cum. I'd never get anything done, but having you there would be a dream. His dirty words, combined with the wicked things he's doing with his hand, are enough to bring my climax crashing into me. His mouth covers mine, swallowing my screams, as the waves of pleasure wash over me. As I'm still jelly in his arms, he pulls his fingers out of pussy, but still lightly strokes my clit. Every night could be like last night, making dinner together, homework, and game time. When the girls fall asleep, we could fall into bed together. I'd make love to you until you passed out, and wake you up with my mouth between your thighs every morning. Sounds like heaven, I sigh. Then say yes, and move in with me, baby. I shake my head, but before I can even get a word out, he answers me like he read my mind. Don't say it will be weird, or it's wrong. Every relationship has this aspect of the guy paying for dinner and buying her gifts. Is he paying for sex? A couple moves in together, is he paying for sex? And a wife stays home to raise kids, while her husband works, is her husband paying for sex? Every relationship is different, and every guy takes care of his girl in a different way. This is ours. Just think about it. Talk to Mia and your mom, okay? Okay. I nod. We finish breakfast, and he heads off to work. I get the girls up and ready and off to school, and then come home and work on my book until it's time to pick the girls up. This is a routine I love, and I know it's possible because Owen wants to take care of me. It's hard to rely on someone else. The girls and I get home, and there's a knock on the door. It's Owen with the stuff to make dinner. Our night is just like last night, helping with homework and dinner, games before bed, and an extra book when they beg. Once the girls are asleep, we fall into bed, and I pass out in his arms, after multiple orgasms. He never pushes for sex and seems happy to keep things as they are, which puts a smile on my face as I fall asleep. It's 8 a.m. and I'm sitting at my desk, trying to write my book, and I can't concentrate. My mind is blank. I was woken up again today with Owen's face between my legs and more orgasms at breakfast. This is a routine I am quickly falling in love with. I know what he's doing, though. He wants me to get used to it, so I'll want to move in with him. He wants to show me how great living with him can be, and I have to admit, if it was just me, I'd have already moved in if it meant every morning being like today. But I have the girls to think about, and they are getting attached, and what if this doesn't work out? Not only will I have a broken heart, but so will they, and I will have to find a new job. It could put this financial security I'm building at risk. Tonight is our Friday night dinner, and I haven't been able to write a single word. I need a change of scenery. After getting dressed in a skirt, I pack up my computer and head out to my car. I drive downtown and park at one of the massive skyscraper buildings. Once in the lobby, I look at the directory to see where I need to go. Finally, I find Owen's name just as a security guard comes up to me and asks if I need any help. I smile and thank him, telling him I found the floor I needed. I take the elevators and get off at Owen's floor. Looking around, I spot an older lady sitting at a receptionist's desk. I ask where Owen's office is, and she points me to the back right corner. When I get there, his office door is closed and his secretary, a young male, is sitting at the desk slightly flustered. I walk up to him and introduce myself. "Hello, I'm Ellie," I say and stick my hand out to shake his. He looks at me a little confused but then takes my hand. "Hi, I'm Leo," he says. I smile at him, "I'm here to see Owen." He gives me another weird look, before asking, "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I don't," I say, and Leo gets a bit nervous. "You don't want to see him today anyway. He's been cranky and snapping at everyone." He forces a small smile. "I'll take my chances." I grin. "No, he'll fire me. I can't let you go in there." He goes to make a move to grab my wrist, and I look at his hand. "He won't fire you, but if you lay a hand on me, I guarantee he will, and not even I'll be able to stop him." I knock on the door, and poor Leo stands there with wide eyes on the verge of tears. Owen yells, "What part of leave me alone did you not understand?" I look over at Leo and smile at him before I open the door and peek my head in. "Well, none of it, because you didn't say it to me." Owen's head snaps up, and his face instantly softens. He stands up and smiles at me. What are you doing here? He asks as he walks over, wrapping his hands around my waist. First, tell poor Leo here he isn't fired. I think he's about to have a nervous breakdown. Owen looks over at Leo. This is my Ellie, and she can always have complete access to me. No appointment needed ever. Leo's eyes go wide, and he smiles. Yes, sir. Owen pulls me into his office and closes the door behind us. Baby, is everything okay? Are the girls okay? I can't help but smile at this man. Thinking of the girls and worrying about them does something to a mom's heart. Yes, I just wasn't able to concentrate today, and you said the other day that you wanted me in your office, so I thought maybe I could write here today? You're welcome anytime. I'd love for you to write here. He softly kisses me. I notice his knuckles are red and starting to bruise, so I take his hand and look at him. You said you didn't want to know the details, he says. I shake my head and gently kiss each knuckle. Is this why you are in a cranky mood? His eyes go dark for just a moment before they soften. Thank you. Knowing you have my back means more to me than you'll ever know. I lean in to kiss him soft and slow. His phone rings, causing us to pull apart. He looks back at his desk and then at me. I pat his arm, go work. I'm going to sit on the couch here and write. He nods and answers the phone as I sit down and start writing. I don't look up again until there's a knock at the door. I get up and open the door to find Leo with lunch. I set it on the coffee table and walk him back to the door. Leo whispers to me, "You're amazing." He has been in a mood like this before, but one look at you, he's already been more productive this morning than he's been in weeks. I smile going to his desk as I write my name and phone number on a sticky note. If he gets in a mood like that again, call me. I'm happy to come down here and help. Heck, if you need anything just call, okay? He nods, and I head back into the office, closing the door behind me. Owens gets off the phone and comes over to me, wrapping his arms around my waist and kisses my neck. When he pulls away, his eyes are dancing. He takes my hand and tugs me towards the couch. Sitting down, Owen pulls me onto his lap. I like you being here, he says. I've gotten more writing done today than I have in the last week. See, we are better together. He nuzzles my neck. I laugh as he pulls out our lunches, and he starts feeding me bites of a tasty steak salad. I figured we would have a light lunch since we have dinner tonight, he says, and I nod agreeing with him. I rest my head on his shoulder while he takes a few bites from his salad. We eat lunch, him still feeding me, as we talk about the gala tomorrow for some kind of cancer research. When we finish lunch, he pulls a few envelopes off his desk. I got invited to a few events all on the same night a few weeks from now. He hands me the invites. I thought I'd let you pick which one we go to. I smile and look through them. The first is a birthday party, but I guess it's a huge ball theme. It would be good for networking. The second one is a charity for the homeless, and the last one is one for the military to help support wounded veterans. I hand him the military one. This one. He smiles, I had a feeling that's the one you would choose. I'll RSVP for us. I smile saying, I'll let you get back to work. He gives me a quick kiss on the cheek, and I sit down to write some more until the alarm on my phone goes off. He looks up from his desk at me. Time to go pick up the girls, I say. He stands up, I'll walk you to your car. I want to make sure you're on all the approved lists anyway. My heart warms. This man really does want me in his space. He introduces me to the receptionist on the floor and gives her the same instructions he did Leo, that I am to have complete access to him. She gives me a warm smile and makes a note. We get in the elevator, and he pins me to the wall. His kisses are desperate and passionate, and I'm confused. It's almost like he's trying to tell me something from this kiss. He pulls back, and his eyes are pleading, but I don't know for what. As the elevator comes to a stop, he pulls back and kisses my forehead, before ushering me out of the elevator. We are in the lobby, and he walks to the security guard, who asked me earlier if I needed help, and introduces me and tells him the same thing as the receptionist. He smiles and makes a note as well. He then walks me out to my car and holds my hand tight. I put my stuff in my car, and he pulls me back to him, resting his forehead on mine, and brings a hand up to my cheek. He runs his thumb along my cheekbone and then kisses me softly. "See you soon, baby," he says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "What should I wear?" I ask him. He looks me up and down and grins. "What you have on is perfect." I smile and kiss him again, and then go get my girls. Chapter 10. Ellie. Mia helps me with my hair, as the girls do their homework. I tell her about him asking me to move in, and her eyes go wide. "That is seriously the sweetest thing ever," she says. And he's right, every relationship the guy buys things and pays for things in the hope of getting laid. You two just have a more direct route of doing it, and he is not paying for sex and you know it. He's taking care of you, so you can pursue your dream with this book and make sure the kids are taken care of. She stops for a minute, and I think about what she said. You would have to be blind to not see how much that man cares about you, Ellie. The way he looks at you is the way every girl wants to be looked at. Has he pushed you for sex? She asks. Not once. See, he's a rare one. Most guys would have tried by now. I also know your lease is up for renewal next month, so this is good timing. I might have rolled my eyes a bit, because she continued. Let me appeal to your practical side. Think of the money you could be saving while you live there. You get your security deposit back from this place, and you will have the money to get a new place. And you know I can have you moved into someplace new in less than 24 hours, no notice needed. I smile, because she's a moving pro, and I've seen it firsthand. Talk to your mom. I know you will, she says. When she is done with my hair, I have about 20 minutes, so I call my mom while I touch up my makeup. I explain what Owen said and also what Mia said. It is really soon, Ellie, but he has a good heart and wants to provide for you and the girls, and I know that. He's shown you several times he cares about Allie and Becca and wants to take care of you. From what I can tell, he wants the family you come with. My mom says. But what if this is a passing amusement, and he gets bored playing dad? I ask. First, I don't think that will happen. Second, if he does, like Mia said, you'll have money to move, and we'll make it happen. So, everyone thinks this is a good idea? I sigh. My parents are so not your typical parents. Most moms would tell you no way, and it's way too soon. Here's my mom practically pushing me to do it. Seems that way, my mom says. I tell her I love her and get off the phone, as I hear a knock on the door. I check myself in the mirror one more time and head out to the living room to find Owen. He takes my hand and tells me I'm beautiful, but he doesn't kiss me. I can tell something is wrong, and that he has a wall up. We go to the car, and that's when it hits me. It's a Friday night, a paid date, so he's got a barrier up, and I hate it. I look out the car window, thinking about what everyone has said. All this is his way of providing for us. I've been doing it all myself. I have to admit it's nice that someone wants to take care of me, even if it's hard to hand over the reins. I could save money quickly living with him and get my book written, too. If it didn't work out, then we get a new place. Worst case, there's always my parents' house for a few weeks. It's no big deal for me, but what about the girls? I hate how unsettled that would make the girls, but I had no plans on renewing my lease anyway and had talked about moving already. They were on board because they'd get to decorate a new room. But do I see this relationship with Owen working out? Do we have a future? I'm pretty sure I'm falling for him, but I don't know where he stands, even less so with this wall back up. Can I risk my heart and my girls' hearts if I don't know? I look out the window like the answers are out there. I've been thinking, I say and turn to look at him. He looks at me but says nothing. My lease is ending soon. I have 3 weeks before I have to renew it or give the landlord my 30-day notice. If you let me think about it, I'll give you my answer before then. He nods and turns to look back out the window. That's not Friday night talk, he says, which for some reason angers me. What is Friday night talk? I snap at him. His head jerks to me, and his expression is hard to read, but I see anger in his eyes. I'm trying to abide by your wishes, but you moving in? That means something to me, and it's not talk I want to be tarnished on a night where you feel, and I quote a dirty do. I feel like I have just been slapped. He's right, and I did say that. Just several days ago this is what I wanted, wasn't it? To have a wall up on our paid nights, but it was me putting that wall up. But now after talking to my mom and Mia, I felt different, and I hadn't even realized it. Tonight felt just like another night to me, even though I knew it was a paid date. I bite my tongue and continue to stare out the window, not wanting him to see the hurt in my eyes. Today at his office was perfect, and I thought we'd continue that flow tonight. This is such a change from the loving man I spent the day with. Now, I feel the fortress, and the cold man, keeping me at arm's length. That wall is pressing against my chest and hurting my heart. We pull up to a steakhouse that's more my style of eating, and he's nothing short of a gentleman. He helps me from the car, holds my hand, opens the doors, and pulls out my chair. From the outside, it doesn't look like anything has changed, but it feels like everything has changed. We order our food and drinks and then sit in silence. I can only take it for a few minutes before I try some conversation. Did something happen at work after I left? Hoping that can explain the mood shift. No. Simple and cold. I sigh, and the silence continues. I consider walking out and catching an Uber ride home, or maybe going to the bathroom and calling Mia for some human interaction when our food comes. We talk for a few minutes about our dinner, and then it's radio silent again. By the time we get back in the car, I want to scream just to get a reaction from him. He isn't talking to me, and while I'm not sure how I pictured our Friday night dinners, I know this isn't it. He drops me off at home and doesn't walk me up or even kiss me on the cheek goodnight. I don't look back, just walk inside and up to my apartment. I go inside, and Mia seems surprised to see me. You're home early. So, I sit down and tell her about the date. Something is up, she says.
Yeah.
He would have been over the moon excited this morning if I'd have told him about the move. But tonight? I got no expression. Well, you could force a reaction out of him. What do you mean? Tell him you're going to go find a job on Monday and go back to work full-time because this isn't working. That's horrible advice. I sigh. And it might be more than a threat. She nods. See how tomorrow goes. She hugs me and leaves for her apartment. I get ready for bed and notice I don't even have a good night text from him. I wait up for at least half an hour, hoping he will send one, and the last thought before falling asleep is knowing he won't. I woke up to no text messages, so I keep myself busy by cleaning the apartment until lunchtime when Shelley knocks on the door. Like last time, she has a few dresses, her box of makeup, and hair stuff. I pick the first dress and try it on. It's a baby blue strapless, for the main part of the dress, but it has what looks like a light mesh over the top that is see-through, sliver, and glittery. The mesh has a high neckline and long sleeves, and covers the dress down to my ankles. The girls say I look like Elsa from Frozen, and I have to agree that's what the dress reminds me of. It hugs all the right places, and I pair it with silver shoes. I ask Shelley to leave my hair down, but just curl it and add some volume. She does my hair and my makeup perfectly and is still putting her stuff away when Owen knocks on the door at 4:30 on the dot. Mia opens the door, and I walk into the living room. No comment about how I look, he just asks if I'm ready to go. I look over at Mia, and she shakes her head then hugs me. Remember what I said, she whispers in my ear, and I nod. I'm surprised when he takes my hand as we walk to the car, but once inside, we sit in silence again. We are waiting in the car line for our turn, and when we are 2 cars away, I look over at him. Can you at least pretend to like me when we get there? I ask. He looks over at me in shock. Finally, a reaction. Then, his face softens, and he looks at me. Really looks at me. You look beautiful tonight. Thanks, I say, this time it's my turn to keep my tone cold. I stare out my window, and neither of us says another word. When we get out of the car, he plays the adoring boyfriend part well. All smiles and kisses on the cheek for the cameras. I smile and soak it up, because I have a feeling this is the best it will get tonight. We get inside, and he holds my hand the whole time but gets caught up in talking to people one after another. I recognize a few from last week and try to chat with their wives. We talk about our dresses, and the new shop that opened up downtown, and the new restaurant everyone wants to try. The whole time he doesn't once let go of my hand, but we don't talk to each other either. At one point, he gives an envelope to an older gentleman, so when they finish talking, I ask him who it was. He says it's the man running the event tonight, and that was his donation. I nod, and as we get ready to head to the table, I say I'm going to go to the restroom. In reality, I need a minute to regroup. I should have known I wouldn't get it. Less than a minute after I duck into the bathroom, in walks Clara. I didn't even think she'd be watching me. I sigh loudly and roll my eyes. Everyone can tell you two are fighting, she says while pretending to fix up her makeup. I told you it wouldn't last. I laugh at her, which seems to throw her off. Good. Not everyone has perfect days when they have to show up here. Just because things are going on in my personal life doesn't mean it's affecting Owen and me. If that's what you need to tell yourself. Well, I bet he'd still turn you down. An evil smile forms on her face, and she walks out. I take a minute, breathing deeply and enjoying the silence, before going back to the table. I sit down next to Owen, and he asks if I'd like a drink, and I say yes. He walks to the bar, and Clara walks up and starts talking to him. He doesn't pull away from her touch this time, but after a minute, grabs our drinks and heads back to the table. Clara has her back towards me, so I can't even read her face. He sees me watching him, but his expression is blank. He sits down and hands me my glass. Nice, is all I say, before taking a big sip of my wine. He looks at me a minute and then turns to talk to the gentleman next to him. As we eat our meal, he takes my hand and rubs his thumb over my knuckles, and gives me a small smile. The woman next to me leans down to whisper in my ear. Chin up, dear. The hard times only make the good times that much sweeter. Don't I know it, I say, and she smiles. After dinner, I lean in and whisper to him. You are going to have to try harder. People are noticing something is wrong. He pulls back and looks into my eyes like he's searching for something. He leans in and kisses me on the temple but doesn't say anything. We listen to a few speeches and then mingle. While he's talking to other couples, he alternates between holding my hand and wrapping his arm around my waist. After speaking to one couple, he leans into my ear and asks if I'm ready to leave, and I tell him I am. We head out to the car, and once inside, he lets go of my hand, and we sit in silence once again. After a few minutes, I can't take it anymore. What did Clara want at the bar? I ask. She asked if I was going to the gala next week. Are you? I ask. Yes. Good Lord, I'm just done. Great, then she can be your date, I snap at him and stare out of the window. He grabs my hand, that's what she wanted, but I told her I was going with you. I just nod and keep looking out of the window. More silence, and finally, I go for broke. Still looking out the window, when I speak. Monday I'm going to go apply for a job at the new bakery. More part-time work? No, for a full-time position. I see in the window's reflection his head snap towards me. Finally, a reaction. Why? I look over at him. Because this, I wave a finger between the two of us. Isn't working. His entire frame goes stiff. This is what you wanted. No, I snap. I didn't want to be humiliated back there, where everyone can tell something is wrong. So much so, people are trying to get dates with you, while I'm right there. Wives are telling me to keep my chin up, and it will get better. I don't want to sit in silence across from you at a dinner table, talking about nothing but the food for 5 minutes, and you know it. I take a deep breath as we pull into my building's parking lot. You want to punish me for this great job? Well, you just pushed me past my limits. I get out of the car without so much as a
goodbye
as I slam the door behind me and march inside. I walk in and walk right past Mia. She follows me into my room and hugs me. I get ready for bed and find her in my bed. Figured you wouldn't want to be alone, even if you don't want to talk. I nod and lay down. My phone goes off, but I don't even check it, as I'm drifting off. I think time with my girls will make everything better tomorrow. I wake up, and the bed is empty, but I hear cartoons on the TV in the living room and hushed voices. I look at my phone and see it's just after 9 in the morning, and that I have a few text messages from Owen. Owen, can we talk, please? Owen, I'm sorry. Owen, good night, baby. Right back to calling me baby. I don't do whiplash relationships. I don't have time for it, so I don't bother to answer him. I head out to the living room to join the breakfast fun. Of course, there are waffles. After breakfast, Mia goes home, saying we will talk later. The girls and I make some cookies, and then snuggle down on the couch to eat them while watching Frozen, yet again. We have a lunch of frozen pizzas and then head to their room to play a few games when there's a knock on the door. I look through the peephole, seeing it's Owen. I contemplate not opening the door, but when I see the girls are still in their room, I open the door and step into the hallway. I notice he looks tired and has a bag of groceries in his hand. I came over for movie night and to talk. He holds up the bag of groceries. I brought dinner. You don't get to ignore me for the last 2 nights, and think you can pick right back up where you left off. His face falls. In there is a family, and you don't get to pick when you want to act like a family when it's convenient for you. I turn to walk inside, and he grabs my hand with his free one. I know that. I also know families fight. They aren't always perfect, but they stick it out and talk. Please, let's have a movie night, and once the girls are in bed, we can talk. Give me a chance, and let's talk through this. I notice Mia's door is open, and she's been watching us. What do you think, Mia? Just listen to what he has to say and enjoy some free food. She rolls her eyes at me and closes her door. He smiles and looks up at me through his eyelashes. Fine, come inside, I say, rolling my eyes at him. We walk into the apartment, and the girls come running out of their room yelling.
Yay!
Owen is here. He kneels down and catches them in a hug. What movie are we watching tonight? He asks them. Well, we watched Frozen with my mom this morning, Ellie says. So maybe, Cinderella? Whatever you girls want to watch, he says. Can we, Mommy? They ask. Do you want the cartoon version or the live-action one? Liv, they both say, and I pull it up, so it's ready to go. You know, I heard something, Owen says, still kneeling down in front of them. What? They ask. I heard they have started filming a Moana 2, he says. The girls start jumping up and down, squealing and asking to see it, and when is it coming out? I laugh, I'll look into it, okay? I say, as Owen stands up and puts the groceries on the counter. He then shoos me out of the kitchen. I'm cooking dinner tonight. You can cook? I ask. He laughs, yes, as the son of a single mom, I can cook. I'm making my specialty, chicken parmesan. Smiling, I leave him to it and go play with the girls. Half an hour later, some amazing smells are filling the apartment, and the girls are playing Barbies, so I wander into the kitchen. His back is turned towards me, and I want nothing more than to walk up and press myself against it, wrapping my arms around his waist. But I stop myself and just lean on the counter behind him, crossing my arms. Smells good, I say. He turns around and smiles. I've got about 15 minutes free. I nod and turn my head towards the girls' room. They're playing Barbies. He smiles and walks in front of me. He tries to reach out and grab my waist, but I walk away back to the girls' room. I can put up walls, too. We join the fun until he has to finish dinner. I set the table, while he finishes up. The food is delicious, and he insists on cleaning up. I help the girls with their showers and getting ready for bed before we watch the movie. When the movie is over, he helps me put the girls to bed, and I close the door and go sit on the couch, turning to face him, as he turns to face me. I don't know how to do this, he says. Being us. I love nights like tonight with you and the girls. I loved having you at my office on Friday, but Friday night felt wrong for the first time. It truly felt wrong. He reaches out like he wants to touch me and pulls back. The last thing I ever wanted was to make you feel dirty or hurt you. Ever. But I have to know you're taken care of. That you and the girls are okay, because my sweet Ellie, I'm head over heels in love with you. His eyes are locked on mine, pleading me to understand. I know my eyes have to be wide because to say I'm shocked is an understatement. I love you, baby, he keeps going, when I don't say anything. I love those little girls in there, and I'm sorry I blocked you out the last 2 nights, but I don't want to cross the line or do anything to jeopardize our relationship. So, I put up a wall and kept telling myself to get through those 2 nights, so I can have my girl back tonight. But in the process, I hurt you, and knowing that, kills me. He pauses, then looks at me, and in a whisper, says, I don't know what to do. Please, tell me how to make this right. I'm still in shock and processing it all. Owen, it's been 3 weeks. Is what keeps running through my head. I knew the moment I laid eyes on you that you were special, but that night when you called me out on the food, I knew you were mine. I remember thinking it. It wasn't until a conversation I had with my mom a week later that I realized I was falling in love with you. I lean in and kiss him. He kisses me back and brings both hands to my cheeks, framing my face. His kiss is soft, gentle, and loving. The kiss along with everything else causes tears to form in my eyes, so when he pulls back, I bury my face in his neck and close my eyes. He rubs my back and hugs me for a minute, before speaking again. I loved having you in my office on Friday, and if you go back to work, I can't have that. I will support whatever you decide, but I want to find a way to make this work, so you can come to work with me, even just a few days a week. I think about what he said, what Mia has said, and what my mom has said. There's a risk in allowing this man to take care of us, but I've never felt this way about anyone. Hope for the best, and plan for the worst, right? I take a deep breath. Let's move to a monthly payment and stop letting the money get between us. I understand you need to take care of us, I do. It's hard to accept, and it makes me uncomfortable. But being able to write my book and not having to send the girls to aftercare and being part of their school activities means the world to me and them. For them, I can do this. Chapter 11. Ellie. I'm standing in the middle of my room packing my bags and thinking over the last week. It's been a very good week, and one I want to repeat over and over again. Monday, I spent the day writing in Owen's office. I don't know what it is about his office, but I find it the best place to write, and I get so much done. He ordered lunch for us again and took some time to sit and eat with me. He fed me, while I sat on his lap and just talked about the day so far. Monday night, he showed up with a bag of his stuff, saying he wanted to go straight to work the next day, because of a meeting. The money for the month also appeared in my account that night. It hurt my heart a little bit, but it felt better than the weekend with his walls up. Tuesday, I went to the spa with my mom, and we had a wonderful day. We had several different treatments in the same room. My mom tried a seaweed treatment, while I ventured for a mud wrap. Then we let ourselves be talked into a full-body coffee scrub. We both got massages, manicures, and pedicures, and then ended the day by getting our hair cut and styled. It was so relaxing. My mom even agreed to come over Saturday night and watch the kids, when I told her about the test run at Owen's house. I think she wants to see his house and snoop around. Wednesday was much like Monday. I went to his office to write, but yesterday, I stayed home and cleaned up around the house between writing. Today, I'm packing bags to head to his house for the weekend. He plans to come pick me up and help with all the luggage. Then, we will take my car and pick the girls up together, before heading to his house. The girls are excited. Owen has told them he has a few surprises up his sleeve for them. They've been trying to guess what they are ever since, but his lips have been sealed. With me, he hasn't taken it any further than kissing this week. My body is craving him and missing the mind-blowing orgasms. So, I plan to get that connection back this weekend. I finish packing my bag, taking it to the living room with the girls when there's a knock on the door. I check the peephole, seeing that it's Owen. He kisses me hello, and then helps me carry the bags downstairs to my car. He insists on driving, as we pick up the girls. On the way to his house, the girls are talking about their day, and I relish how normal this all is. How much it feels like the family I crave for the girls and me. I can't wipe the smile off my face the whole way there. We walk in, and the girls are excited about staying in the castle, like a real-life princess. Owen sets our bags down in the entrance and turns to the girls. "Are you ready for the first of your surprises?" he asks. They are jumping up and down saying yes, and I laugh, and Owen has a huge smile on his face, too. I know he's enjoying this as much as they are. He leads us upstairs to one of the doors that is closed and stops. "Okay, cover your eyes." The girls do so quickly. "You too, Ellie," he looks at me with a smile, so I play along. A door opens, and then he says, "Okay, you can look now." I open my eyes, and my jaw drops. The girls are screaming as they run into the room. The room is bigger than both of our bedrooms combined at the apartment, and Owen has had it redone just for them. It's done up in a frozen princess theme. Light blue walls, 2 princess beds with snowflake sheets, and a beautiful net canopy hanging from the ceiling above each bed. Next to the bed, a white princess desk sits ready for schoolwork and is set up with paper and pencils. It's arranged so each girl has her own space on opposite sides of the room, but it all flows together. There's a beautiful crystal chandelier in the center of the room. "Ready for the best part?" he asks. The girls squeal, watching him go to the windows and close the blackout curtains. Then, he turns off the light and flips the switch next to it. There are a few large blue snowflakes that light up, along with blue fairy twinkling lights across the top of the walls, lining the room. The girls gasp and jump up and down. He turns the lights back on and opens the drapes. Owen strides over to one of the massive walk-in closets and opens it to show it's full of toys, including the Elsa dollhouse they have been begging me for. I notice a reading nook with what looks like beanbag chairs and a filled bookshelf. The girls are so excited they dig right into the toys, playing with the dollhouse first. I peek into the other closet and see some clothes and dress-up clothes in there for them, and smile at his thoughtfulness. "Okay, girls, you stay here and play. I'm going to show your mom around." They nod, and both jump up and hug him. "Thank you so much, Owen. This is our dream room," Ellie sighs. "It's like a fairy tale." "Thanks so much," Becca says. He bends down and hugs both girls. "You both are so welcome. I figure 2 amazing princesses needed the perfect princess room." They run off to play, and he takes my hand, pulling me down the hall to his room. "This is our room, baby. Our room." As soon as he turns around to look at me, I'm on him. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in for a hot and passionate kiss. His hands are in my hair and around my neck, but he lets me control the kiss. I thrust my tongue into his mouth and groan as our tongues tangle. I hate that I have to pull away to catch my breath, but when I see he's breathing just as hard, I know I wasn't the only one affected by the kiss. We are only inches apart, and his hands are still on my hair. "What was that for, baby?" he asks. Did you see the way their faces lit up? That was their dream room. Something I could never give them, but you did. You gave them the best gift ever. I pause and take a deep breath. Did he have to redo a room in his house for the girls for one weekend? No, and not only did he redo it, but he nailed it. It's everything the girls or I could dream of. Not to mention, it would be any little girl's dream room, and I know it hadn't come cheap. You know them so well, and even knew they wouldn't want to be in separate rooms. No one has ever done anything like that for them. You are an amazing man, Owen, I say. That was just as much for you as for them. I know you loved seeing the looks on their faces, but I loved seeing the way you lit up when you watched them. I'd do anything to keep that look on your face, he says softly. All I can do is shake my head. This man is beyond anything I could imagine. He's let his walls down, and seeing the real him is making my walls crumble. I give him a chaste kiss on the lips and say, I heard something about a house tour. I ask. He smiles and takes my hand, as he shows me around his room, though he keeps saying our room. The room includes a massive king-sized bed, a seating area, a fireplace, and a TV. The closet is about as big as my bedroom in the apartment, and not only is my bag up here but all my clothes have been unpacked and in the closet. The master bathroom is the size of my entire bedroom and bathroom combined. When you walk in, the wall in front of you has an enormous tub that could easily fit 2 people. The wall beside it has shelves for towels and toiletries, and the huge window behind the tub looks over the back of Owen's property. Next to the tub, in the shower with dual shower heads and a bench perfect for 2 people. There's a closet, a toilet room, and a luxurious vanity. The vanity is long with 2 sinks and a spot for a woman to sit and do her hair and makeup. The far wall has a fireplace. It is a dream spa-like bathroom and perfect for relaxing. Owen guides me down the hallway and shows me the extra rooms upstairs. Then, we head downstairs, and he takes me to the kitchen. There's a man cooking what looks like dinner. Owen introduces me to Ryan, who turns out to be Leo's husband. As we walk towards the back family room, I say, that's so sweet. You hire couples to work for you. You're a good man, Owen. I'm also thinking of Jeff and his wife. He blushes slightly. It has its benefits, like not having to worry about girls throwing themselves at me all day. Yes, we can't have that. I try to keep my expression calm, but apparently, I'm failing. He laughs, I've taken care of it. You have nothing to worry about, baby. He leans in and kisses my temple, and then takes me to his office. As I'm looking at his office bookshelves, there's a knock on the door. A man in his mid-40s with a bit of gray hair walks in. This is my assistant, Clive. He runs the house for me. If you need anything, let him know, and he'll take care of it. He knows all about you since I can't seem to stop talking about you. I laugh and blush. Clive, this is my Ellie, Owen introduces us. Nice to meet you, Ellie. He smiles at me, reminding me a lot of my dad, warm and welcoming. Clive, will you keep an eye on the girls, while I show Ellie around before dinner? Owen asks. Clive's face lights up. My pleasure. I love the sound of their laughter in this house. It makes it feel like a home. He turns and heads towards the stairs. I guess to keep with tradition, Owen laughs and shakes his head. His wife Martha is my housekeeper, he says sheepishly. I laugh. Owen, my statement stands, you are a good man. He takes my hand again and shows me the library and the rest of the living spaces before we go to the backyard. The backyard is huge. There's a pool area with a cabana and barbecue area. Beyond that is a large grassy area with lots of places for the girls to run. Off in the distance, there's a pond with a gazebo. He pulls me in the opposite direction of the pool. Back here is a guest cottage. It's mostly empty, but on the rare occasion I have guests, it gives them more privacy. We walk in, and it really is a little house. There's an open living room, dining room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. It's cozy and comfortable. How long before dinner? I ask. He looks at his watch. About an hour. Taking advantage of the beautiful cottage, I push Owen down onto the couch, and his eyes go wide when I straddle his lap. He tries to speak, but I lean in and kiss him. It's hard, passionate, and exciting. I meld our bodies together, so there isn't an inch of space between us. With one hand on his shoulder and the other tangled in his hair, I deepen the kiss. When my tongue finds its way into his mouth, his head falls to the back of the couch. His hands grip my hips, pulling me even closer. After I yank my shirt over my head, his eyes go right to my chest, and the lace bra I wore just for this occasion. His steel-like cock twitches under me. You haven't touched me all week. I need you. Groaning, he takes my bra off, as he runs his hands up my sides and over my breasts, pinching my tight nipples. I didn't want to make the wrong move. I know things are different now. I couldn't risk losing you again. He leans in and takes one of my nipples into his mouth and sucks on it hard. He keeps playing with the other nipple, pinching it and twisting it. Then, he takes the other nipple in his mouth and does the same thing. I need you too, baby, he says, and then flips me, so we're reversed with my back to the couch. He makes quick work of pulling off my shoes, pants, and underwear. When I'm naked, he looks up at me, and I frame his face with my hands. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, things are different, but we will navigate this together, okay? Owen stares so longingly at me that my nipples harden. I've never been this comfortable with my body, especially after having 2 kids. Carl, the girl's dad, never did anything to make me feel beautiful, and sex was always with the lights off. While he never called me fat or told me to lose weight, he also wasn't as hands-on with me either. Under Owen's stare, I feel beautiful, wanted, and needed. The hunger in his eyes, as he looks at me, fuels me on. God, you're so beautiful, he says with a raw lust in his voice. I don't know how I got so lucky, but I thank God every night he brought you to me. He kisses a trail down from my belly button to my clit, where he gives me one good hard suck, before he's pulling away, leaving me whining at the loss. He stands, removes his clothes, and pulls me off the couch. He lays down where I just was. Come here, he grabs my hand. Put that sweet pussy on my face, baby. I want to 69. I smile suddenly shy, and he helps me get positioned above him on the couch. He pulls my hips down to his mouth and gives me a soft lick, causing my hips to jerk up on their own, looking for the tension I need. His cock is thick and engorged. I grab his balls and give them a firm tug before I smear the leaking cum down his shaft. I feel his moan in my pussy, sending shivers up my body. I lean down and take him into my mouth until he bumps the back of my throat. His hips jerk and he curses before he goes back to running his tongue along my slit. I take him to the back of my throat and back out again, dragging my tongue along the length of him, and I feel his moan in my core. He spreads my legs wide and uses his thumbs to pull my pussy lips apart. He lightly blows across them, making me even wetter. Then, he goes back to licking me again, and I can feel him smile, before giving my clit another firm suck. I turn my focus back to his cock, running my tongue along it, before pulling it back into my mouth and sucking on it hard. I moan with him in my mouth, when he thrusts 2 fingers into me while sucking on my clit. I pull him to the back of my throat, swallow, and moan, as my climax builds. Come for me, baby. I'm so close. He growls. He takes his other hand and runs a finger through my juices, and then up to my back hole. He rubs the wetness there, and it feels so good, something I never thought I would enjoy. He keeps circling my back hole, while his attacks on my clit and pussy continue. I suck him harder, moaning around his cock, and it's a battle to see who will come first. I force myself to relax, as he presses at my back hole. It feels so good, and I groan, when he pushes his finger in, and I see stars as I come. He licks up every drop. When I come back down to earth, he removes his hands from me and holds my waist. I suck him harder and faster while giving his balls a firm tug and rubbing them through my fingers. Fuck, 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 he groans, and then he comes, spurting down my throat. He roars out my name as his fingers dig into my hips. After we both come down from our high, he grabs my hips and flips me around to lie on his chest, like I weigh nothing. I missed that, I say. Me too, baby, he kisses the top of my head and wraps his arms around me. Promise, we won't go that long without each other again. I promise, he says with a smile in his voice. He lays there playing with my hair, and I can feel the need to have him inside of me, but I won't do that here, where we have to rush before dinner. But I know I need him like that. He's never pushed sex. He lets me take the lead, and I know it's time. My mind starts racing and planning to get what I'm pretty sure we both need. We lay on the couch together for another 15 minutes or so, before getting dressed and walking back into the main house together. Dinner is amazing, and I can't remember the last time I've seen the girls so excited. After dinner, he puts on Frozen, and we watch it on the couch, all four of us snuggled up. Then, for the first time in forever, the girls are excited to go to bed. He reads them 2 stories and puts on their fairy lights. They fall asleep fast from all the excitement from the day. He grabs my hand and pulls me towards the bedroom. We get ready for bed, and I decide to wear panties, one of his shirts, and nothing else. I walk out of the bathroom and he groans. "You look damn good with me on you." He's already in bed, stripped down to his boxer briefs. We watch TV for a bit, and he turns the lights off, so only the TV is lighting up the room. He is lying behind me, spooning me as we watch TV, and his cock hardens against my ass. I wiggle against it, and he groans. "Be careful, baby. I can't promise you restraint if you keep that up." I smile, grinding my ass against him again. He growls and reaches down, grabbing my panties and rips them off me, tossing them to the floor. I gasp when he pulls his boxer briefs down. Then, his cock slides between my ass cheeks and along my slit, until it hits my clit. I pant, as he lazily thrusts, hitting my clit with the head of his cock. His hand grips my waist and pulls my ass against him. "Is this what you wanted, baby? To watch me lose control? To have my cock against your pussy?" He asks. "Yes," I moan. "You made my cock so damn hard wearing my shirt. All it would take is one slip, and I could plunge right into you, and claim you as mine." He increases his thrusts. "Or did you just want my cum all over your pussy?" My pussy clenches with his dirty talk, and he growls into my neck. "That's it, isn't it? Your pussy is greedy for my cum. I'll give you whatever you need, baby. Always." He thrusts harder against my clit, and my body locks up. Waves of pleasure wash over me and take over my body. He covers my mouth with his hand to muffle my screams, as he comes all over my pussy, like he said he would. He buries his mouth against my neck. As we both catch our breath, I smile lazily with contentment. "We both need a shower now?" I say. "No. You will sleep with my cum on you tonight, and tomorrow, I'll wash it off." We fall asleep, spooning with his cock laying right against my pussy, and a satisfied smile on my face.
Chapter 12. Owen. I wake up to her scent of strawberries and sun, a big smile on my face. Opening my eyes, the scene that has been warming my heart for the last week is in front of me. My girl, tangled around me. Today is different. This morning Ellie is in our bed, and in our home. I plan to pull out all the stops to get her to stay here. I don't want her to go back to that apartment. I've already made a commitment to myself that I won't go another night without her, so where she goes I go. I really want her to stay here. I have security in place, so I know her and the girls will be safe. I can take care of them here, and I know the girls love their room. I smile again, remembering their faces, and remembering Ellie's face when they saw the room. My cock is hard as steel every morning, and I wake up with a smile on my face because Ellie is in my arms. Yet, there's something about her in our bed that has me even hornier than I thought possible. Last night runs through my head. The orgasms yesterday were mind-blowing, but something about marking her last night in our bed brings out the caveman in me. Mine. We haven't moved all night, and my rock-hard cock is still resting against her pussy, so I start slowly thrusting against her clit, like I did last night. This has quickly become my new favorite way to get her to orgasm because I can come too. She starts to stir, and after a few more thrusts, she moans. I kiss her neck, and she reaches her hand behind her, running it through my hair. I thrust a little harder, and she gasps as her back arches. I know she's close. I speed up a little more, and she screams my name, as her orgasm rolls through her. I barely have time to kiss her and muffle her screams, so she doesn't wake the girls. Another thrust and I'm coming all over her again, and that caveman male pride is back, knowing I've marked her. I suck on her earlobe, and then whisper, "Good morning, baby. Welcome to the first morning in our home." She sighs, "It was the best way to wake up." "Shower with me," I pull her from the bed. We take the most amazing shower together. Who knew doing everyday tasks with Ellie would make them extraordinary? I wash her tenderly, memorizing her body, and I even get another orgasm from her. She takes her turn washing me up and has me coming down her throat in record time. The sight of her body dripping wet, her on her knees, and her mouth around my cock, while she looks up at me is ingrained in my head. I see it now every time I close my eyes. Once out of the shower, we wake up the girls and head down to breakfast already waiting on us. Ryan made a chocolate French toast for the girls, and they love it. We are finishing up breakfast when Mia shows up, and something is wrong. So, I take the girls outside to play, so Ellie and Mia can talk. We go beyond the pool area to where another one of their surprises was set up last night. "Oh my God, Owen. Is that for us?" Ellie squeals. I laugh. There's that expression I love again. The one that I now know is one of love. "Yes, it's for you girls. Go play," I say, watching them run off towards the play set I ordered them. It's got a tree house theme to it and is solid wood, but when I had it installed, I had the bases mounted in cement for safety. But this isn't any play set, this thing is massive, and something I would have loved as a kid. Who am I kidding? I still want to go play on it now. This play system has 5 separate towers to it, each connected by a bridge. On the left is an easy-to-enter tower with a large slide, and a small toddler slide for any future children Ellie and I might have. I smile at that thought. God, do I ever want more children with her. That tower is connected to the next by a set of monkey bars. The second tower has a simple ladder to climb up it from the ground, but underneath is a small little picnic area that's shaded pretty well. There's a bridge to the third tower that has a medium slide, a climbing bridge, and a play steering wheel in it. A high bridge connects the third tower to the fourth tower, and under that bridge are the swings. The fourth tower has a small fake rock wall and a large winding slide with a climbing rope. The fifth tower is connected by another bridge and is set like a playhouse complete with doors, windows, and 2 levels. I love watching the girls explore it, yelling out to each other what they find. As I'm watching them, Mia comes to stand beside me. "You did this for them?" she asks. I smile, suddenly shy. "Yeah, I wanted them to have a safe place to play." She smiles, but it's forced. "Everything okay, Mia?" I ask. "Yeah, why don't you head in? I'll play with the girls for a bit," she says. I don't push for more. I nod and head inside to my office to get some work done. A little while later Ellie is standing in the doorway. "Do you have a minute?" she asks. "I always have a minute for you, baby." She smiles as she walks in, closing the door behind her, and walks over to me. When she gets close enough, I reach out and pull her onto my lap, wrapping my arms around her. "I've been thinking," she starts. "Do I need to be worried?" I ask, only half joking. "I've talked to Mia and my mom, and they both agree with me moving in." My breathing catches. I hadn't planned to bring this up until tomorrow. I still have so many surprises left to convince her to move in with me, but I stay silent and let her talk. "You've shown you care for my girls as much as I do, but the downside to moving in is, I lose my babysitting since Mia is right across the hall now." I open my mouth ready to say we will hire one of the best nannies or hell, 5 nannies if she wanted. But she puts her finger over my mouth, stopping me from talking. "I have a solution for that, but I don't know how you'll feel about it." "Anything you want is yours, baby. Just tell me," I say softly. "I mean every word if this is the only holdup of my girls moving in." I'll move heaven and earth to make it happen. She takes a deep breath, and I realize she's nervous and I might say no to this. My girl needs to know anything she ever wants is hers. I'll work on that later. I was thinking that maybe Mia could move into the guest cottage and take on kind of a nanny role. Hear me out. She can get the kids from school, which means I can spend more time with you at your office. She'd be here and ready when we want to go out on date night or any galas or events. Plus, she'd be right here, if I need help, so I won't lose that. I trust Mia with the girls over some stranger any day. She wrings her hands together like she does when she's nervous. I hold her just a little tighter. In my head, it's already a done deal. I think it's perfect, and I know it'll give my girl peace of mind to have someone she trusts watching the kids, but I know she's keeping something from me, too. I love the idea, baby, but before I agree, you have to tell me the whole story. I know you're holding something back, I say gently, and then kiss her neck below her ear. She cringes, so I rub her back to encourage her. It's not my story to tell, but the short version is the landlord in our building is an ass. She begins, and my heart races, as my mind swirls with a million questions. I wasn't planning to renew my lease, even before you walked into the picture, so a move was coming either way. But I guess, he got handsy with Mia and has been causing problems, since she works for his brother. So, she's feeling stuck right now. Anger rages through me, so I take a deep breath and rest my forehead on hers. Baby, you understand I can't let you and the girls go back there now, right? She sighs, I figured, but I was already planning to agree to move in with you yesterday, but the babysitting was the only thing still on my mind. Another upside to having Mia nanny for us is the girls can start after-school activities. They've been asking, but I can't be in two places at once, and their events would overlap. She would help, and we could switch who goes where each week. I nod, taking this all in. It seems like she has thought about it. I thought I'd get more of a fight about not letting her go back to the apartment, but I also love that my girl understands me, too. Do you want to talk to her now? I ask. She nods. Mia's going to take over watching the girls for my mom tonight to get a break from her apartment. We walk out of my office hand in hand, and then find Mia and the girls, watching TV in the family room. Hey, girls. Will you go play in your room for a bit? We need to talk to Mia. When we're done, I'll show you your next surprise, while mommy gets ready for the event tonight, okay? The girls' faces light up, as they run upstairs to their room. Ellie sits down next to Mia, and I sit in a chair across from them. So, I have been giving moving in here a lot of thought, and the only thing holding me back is how I'd be losing your help with the girls. I hate what's happening to you, but it gave me an idea. Ellie starts. She looks over at me, and I nod, encouraging her to go on. There's a cottage out back that isn't used, only a few times for guests. What if you moved in there and became my nanny? Mia stays quiet, as she studies Ellie's face, and then looks over at me, and I nod at her, agreeing with Ellie. My girl continues, you could help me take the kids to school, so I can go into the office with Owen. I have been getting so much writing done there. You'd be here for events like tonight, and you know the girls have wanted to take gymnastics and dance class. I've had to say no because the classes are at the same time. With your help, they can do them now. Mia wavers. I know it's a lot to think about, and it's a big decision, but I feel just as protective of her, as I do of Ellie and the girls. I don't want her to go back to that apartment. Say yes, and we'll talk pay and benefits tomorrow. Say yes, and I'll get a team over to your apartment tomorrow to move your stuff the same time I'm doing it for Ellie, because I can't let her go back there, and I don't want you to go back either. Say yes, and you never have to see that landlord again. I look over to Ellie, seeing so much love in her eyes and a smile on her face that takes my breath away. Mia tears up, but she nods her head. Okay. Is all she says, and then, she hugs Ellie. Good, I'll get going on getting your stuff moved and breaking both your leases. I'll also be handling this creep, so if he or his brother give you any trouble, you're to let me know. I also don't want either of you to go back to that apartment without me. Understood? They both nod, and then hug each other again, as the doorbell rings. I answer it, finding Shelley there ready to get my girl prepared for tonight. Hey, Owen, she says, as she studies me. She has never once been to my house, because I have never brought a date here since she has been working for me. She's something special, isn't she? She asks, talking about Ellie. I smile, she's the one, Shelley. I just have to convince her of that. Shelley smiles. I really like her, but I hope you settling down doesn't put me out of a job, she jokes. Never. I'll always spoil my girl, so your job is safe, I say, and she grins. I walk her into the family room, and Ellie smiles when she sees her. They go to our room to get ready, and I tell Mia she should check out the girls' room, and I'd be there in about an hour. Then, I head back to my office and close the door. I make some calls to a moving company I have used, and for the right price, they agree to be there tomorrow with everything packed up and out of there. The next call is to my lawyer. I explain the situation and ask him to look over both girls' leases. I'm pretty sure they are standard, but I want to make sure. After that, I find Clive to make sure their next surprise is ready to go. He says it is, so I go to my girls. I chuckle silently, as I walk up the stairs. My girls. I want nothing more than anything to make them mine. I'd love to give all three of them my last name. I peek into the girls' room, and they jump up. Is it time for our surprise yet? Becca asks. It is. Let's go, I say, and they each take one of my hands, and it feels perfect. There are no other words to describe it. I take them to a room down the hall and open the door. They peek their head inside. What's this? Allie asks. Well, why don't you go in and see, I say. I had the ultimate blanket fort set up for them with a small movie screen inside for a movie night. There's popcorn and drinks at a little snack station off to the corner, and Ryan is cooking some homemade pizza for dinner. The girls come racing back out. What movie are we going to watch? Becca asks. I show them the shelves they can pick from. I had bought a bunch of movies, pretty much every Disney movie and every princess movie. There are hundreds to choose from. Mia comes into the room and peeks into the fort. She smiles. Man, you are spoiling them. Yeah, but you see their faces. I smile and shake my head. Totally worth it, I say. She nods and comes to stand beside me, watching the girls. You love her, Mia says. It's a statement, not a question, but I answer anyway. Yes, without a doubt. She nods. What about them? She says, watching the girls. I feel like they're mine. I want them to be mine. Yeah, she says, I can see that. You're a good guy, Owen, but don't rush asking Ellie to marry you. Let her and the girls get settled into the house. After Carl, she's marriage shy. I nod and agree with what she said. I know Mia is right, I need to give Ellie time. The girls pick out a movie and get settled in with Mia to watch it, while I get ready for tonight. I go in and see Shelley and Ellie in the bathroom. Shelley is working on Ellie's hair, and I just soak in the moment of her being here in our room, getting ready for tonight. I step into the closet, close the door, and put on my suit for the night. When I'm putting on my tie, Ellie steps out of the bathroom and I can't breathe. The word stunning pales in comparison to how she looks at this moment. The dress is black in what I've been told is a mermaid style, with a black lace overlay. There's see-through black lace, long sleeves, and while it has a high neckline, I can see in the mirror there's a low V in the back. Her hair is pulled back loosely into a U-shaped bun at the base of her neck. Baby, you look gorgeous. I don't even have words for it. I'm going to have to keep you close tonight. She smiles, and a light blush coats her cheeks, as she walks over to me and straightens my tie. Well, there's something about you in a suit that turns me on, like nothing else. She says, and I groan, already my cock is getting hard for her. Then, she leans in, her perfect breasts, brushing my chest, and then whispers in my ear, I can't wait to get home tonight and peel it off you, she says, pulling back to look into my eyes, but not putting an inch of space between us. Same goes for you, and that dress. The blush creeps its way back to her cheeks. It's so sexy, but now, I'm hard as steel, debating if we can blow this event off and have my way with her in bed. I know we can't, so I take her hand, figuring it's best to get out of the room now before I act on what my cock wants. I lead her down the hall, showing her the room with the fort. Ellie smiles and shakes her head, as the girls and Mia come out to see her. They gush over her dress. I hand Mia my phone and ask her to take a photo of Ellie and me. She does, and while they talk, I set the picture as my lock screen. Looking over and seeing the girls laughing together and eating some popcorn, is a moment I want to remember. I snap a picture of them and set it as my home screen. I take Ellie's hand, and we head down to the car. On the way to the gala, I can barely keep my hands to myself. God, baby, you took my breath away when I saw you tonight. She smiles at me, and I pull her close, leaning in to run my nose up her neck, as her whole body shivers. Thank you again for agreeing to Mia staying in the cottage and all. Hey, this is a win-win for me. I can't wait to have you at the office on Monday. Well, I can't on Monday. I have to go and update my address per the child custody papers. Need me to go with you? No, it's mostly a lot of waiting just to fill out paperwork, and they then notify Carl I moved, and it's done. He has to do the same too if he moves. I nod but want to know more about Carl, so I start asking questions. He has only seen them once since he walked out 3 years ago, she says. Per the custody agreement, he has visitation every other weekend, 2 weeks in the summer, and spring break with them every year. He hasn't used any of it, but I always have the fear in the back of my mind that he'll show up and demand his time with them. My mind starts racing. Can't you strip his rights, since he's showing he wants nothing to do with them? I ask. I haven't had a reason, to. He pays every month on time, and he's kept his medical insurance for the girls. If I'm being honest, I relied on the child support more than I should have. She shrugs and then changes the subject to tonight's event. We walk in past all the photographers, and we get several compliments on what a cute couple we are, and the questions tonight seem to be more towards us than towards my company. I field them all, telling them how happy Ellie and I are, and how great she is. We head into the ballroom with her hand in mine, as we make the rounds. She's amazing and fits right in talking to the wives, while I chat with their husbands. I keep my arm around her waist, keeping her close. I used to hate all the mingling and mindless talk, but somehow with her pressed to my side, it's more bearable. After a bit, I take her to our table and go to the bar to get us some drinks. That's when Clara walks up to me. She starts flirting, laying it on thick. She's asking me who I'm going with to the event next weekend, hinting she has no date while touching my arm. Her hand on me is making my skin crawl, so I figure it's time to put an end to this once and for all. I look over to Ellie and lock eyes with her. I motion for her to come join me. I never take my eyes off Ellie as she crosses the room, but I can tell by Clara's scowl she's irritated. As soon as Ellie reaches my side, I put my arm around her waist and pull her close. Looking at Ellie, I say, I wanted you to hear this, too. She nods, so I turn back to Clara. Ellie is my date for this and all future events. If she isn't with me, I'm going alone, but under no condition will I ever go to any event with you. And if you keep harassing my girl, I'll file a restraining order, which will keep you from attending these events, putting a nice wrinkle in your plan to find a rich husband. She looks close to tears, but I've seen her turn the tears on and off at the drop of a hat, so I can't find it in me to care, as she storms back to her table. I look over at Ellie and find the look on her face hard to read, but she leans in and kisses me. Right there at the bar in the middle of the event. She kisses me hard and passionately. When she pulls away, she whispers against my lips, "I love you. You always seem to find another way to show your love for me, and I'm sorry I ever doubted it." My heart soars because she loves me. I want to rush her home and show her just how much I adore her. I want to love every inch of her and brand myself so far into her heart that she won't ever be able to get rid of me. But I know we need to finish the night here, so I kiss her again. Softly this time and whisper against her lips, "Say it again." She smiles, "I love you." I close my eyes and let it wash over me, like a healing balm, before I grab our drinks and head back to our table. After dinner, we listen to a few speeches, and I can't keep my hands off my girl. Everyone at the table notices and smiles at us. When the music starts up, I ask her to dance. We make our way to the dance floor, and I hold her close, as we move to the music. "You can dance pretty well," she says to me. I smile. "My mama taught me. She says it's the best way to a woman's heart." Smart woman, your mother. She wants to meet you." She gives out a happy sigh, "My parents want to have you over for dinner, too." "Sounds like a good reason to have a nanny," I say, and her face lights up. "Plan dinner with your parents this week, and just let me know when." She nods, and we keep dancing. After another hour of dancing and mingling, we get in the car to head home. Chapter 13. Owen. As soon as the car door closes, I have her on my lap, and I'm kissing her just as hard as she's kissing me, and I can't stop my hands from roaming her body. The drive home is long, but I know I can make her come at least once, so I move my hand up her leg only to find out she isn't wearing any underwear. Fuck. If I'd known that, I'd have been rock hard all night, I groan. "Baby, you're trying to kill me." She giggles, and I turn that giggle into a moan, when I thrust a finger inside of her soaking, wet pussy. She turns and opens her legs wide, kissing me hard and slow, as I add a second finger and thrust in and out of her. I get her to climax just as we turn onto our street, and it takes a few minutes for her breathing to return to normal before we can get out of the car. We make our way quietly up to our room. She closes and locks the door, and then she pulls me to her with another deep kiss. "I need you tonight," she says. "I need you too, baby." "Always," I say, looking into her eyes. "I need you inside me tonight," she says, and I take a shuddering breath. Cum leaks from my already steel-hard cock, and he jumps like he's trying to get to her all on his own. "We don't have to do this," I say, but she kisses me again. "I want this so bad," she moans. I groan. "Me too," I keep kissing her, trying to slow things down. Her lips are back on mine, as she takes off my suit jacket and tie. She then starts unbuttoning my shirt, never breaking the kiss. I frame her face in my hands and tangle my tongue with hers, making love to her mouth. I move my hands down her back to find the zipper at the back of her dress and pull it down. The dress pools at her feet, and I help her step out of it. I guide her back towards the bed, while she unbuttons my pants, and they drop. I lay her on the bed and look her over. Her hair slightly a mess and her cheeks flushed. She's so damn beautiful, and the sight of her naked body has me almost coming in my pants without even being touched. She's so stunningly gorgeous and mine. I place a hand on her belly and rub it up between her full round breasts and further up. I wrap my hand around the back of her neck and lean down to kiss her. She kisses me back but tries to pull down my boxer briefs at the same time. I smile and pull away. I need the last bit of separation. Please, Owen. I need you, she pouts. I know what you need, baby. I kneel on the floor in front of her, pulling her ass to the edge of the bed. You have the most beautiful pussy I have ever seen, Ellie, and it's all mine. Do you understand what that means? I ask, taking one long lick of her wet slit. Yes, she moans. But to make sure, I continue, it means no one touches you but me. No one gets inside of you but me. I'm the only one who makes this pussy come. Not even you may do that anymore, unless I tell you to. It also means I'm never letting you go. You're mine forever. I'll never be able to walk away or let you walk away after tonight. If you don't want that, then you need to stop me now. It will break my heart, but I'd rather know now. But if we make love tonight, Ellie, you are mine. Same goes for you, Owen. You will be all mine. Baby, I have been yours from day one. You owned me and didn't even know it. I give a quick suck on her clit. She groans. Make me yours, Owen. Make me only yours. I spread her legs even wider and lean in to take another lick up her pussy, making her hips jerk and my cock jump. She's right on the edge tonight, and I love it. I play a little and lick up her juices, but ignore her clit. I fuck her sweet pussy with my tongue, but don't give her the relief she needs. Her legs are trembling, and her hands are in my hair pulling me closer. Please, Owen. Oh, God, please, she begs. Then I latch onto her clit and give her a small nip, and then suck the pain away, as she shatters. Her back arches off the bed, and I barely get the pillow over her face to catch her screams. My cock is steadily leaking cum, and as much as I want to make her do that again, I know I'm not going to last. Once she relaxes, I move her to the center of the bed and start kissing my way up her belly. I stop at her breasts and suck one of her nipples into my mouth, sucking it hard and releasing it with a pop, and then licking the stiff peak that formed. I give the other breast the same attention, kissing my way upward again to her neck. I nip lightly at the pulse point just below her ear, and her nails dig into my back, as I kiss my way up her jaw and finally to her mouth. Her kisses are urgent, and they send sparks down to my already hard as steel cock. I brace myself over her with her breasts rubbing against my chest, and I have to close my eyes, so I don't come on the spot. The feeling of her under me is better than I ever imagined. I line my cock up at her entrance, and that's when it hits me. Shit, condom, I say, and start to get off the bed. She grabs my arm, and I look at her naked on the bed, chest heaving, breathing hard, hair spread out like an angel, and a slight blush, covering her chest and face. I'm on the pill, she says. And I haven't been with anyone, since my kid's dad, and I got checked. I haven't been with anyone in a long time, and I was checked, too. What are you saying, baby? I ask. I'm saying we don't have to use a condom, if you don't want to, she says, and then looks away from me, as the blush on her face deepens. I close my eyes and more cum leaks from my dick. I want nothing more than to take you raw, baby. I've never done that before, but I need you to be sure. I can get a condom. It will just take me a second. I'm sure, Owen. Make love to me with nothing between us. God, this woman has no idea what this one gesture does to me. To know she's giving me this kind of trust is a huge step. I climb back into bed, ready to slide into her, but I'm nervous as hell, too. I settle back on top of her, taking her hands in mine, and stare into her eyes. Eyes on me, baby, when I make you mine. Not moving my hands or breaking eye contact, I line my cock at her entrance. She is so wet her warm juices coat the head of my cock, before I even push inside. Then, I slide nice and slow into her tight, hot heat. Her eyes go wide, and both of our breathing quickens, but we never break eye contact. I feel it deep in my heart, our souls connecting and binding together. In this moment, I become hers in every way possible. I'm laying my heart at her feet and asking her not to break me. I slowly pull out and slide back in a few times, until she has taken all of me. Only then, do I break eye contact and bury my head in her neck. God, baby, you feel so good. I don't think I'm going to last, I say and thrust into her again. So hot. Thrust. Tight. Thrust. Wet. Thrust. Mine. This time I slam into her harder, and she throws her head back. Yes. She moans. I kiss her again, as I push in and out of her slower now. I grab her hands and intertwine our fingers, moving them above her head. Her hips rotate and meet each of my thrusts. Harder, Owen. I won't break, she whispers in my ear. I groan and increase my thrusting. I'm so close, and I need her there with me. I take one hand and move it between us and stroke her clit. I'm so close, baby. I need you to come first, and then I'm going to coat this sweet pussy in my cum and claim you as mine. Her pussy tightens on my cock, and I'm overcome with possessiveness. Like dirty talk, do we? I continue to strum her clit. Now that I've had you, I'm never going to get enough. My cock is always hard for you, but now, it's not going to be happy, unless you're filled with my seed. You could be making dinner, and I'll bend you over in the kitchen and slam into you from behind. I'll take you hard and rough in the kitchen, just to get off and fill you with cum. Her pussy is like a vice, me drenching my cock. I bite her earlobe and whisper in her ear. Your pussy seems to love the idea of me taking you hard and rough. With that, I add pressure to her clit, and she comes so hard, it's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. Her clamping down on me triggers my own orgasm, and with her pussy clenching on my cock so hard, I see stars. My cum leaks out of her pussy, while my cock keeps pumping. My cum runs down my balls and down her thighs before I finally stop. I collapse on top of her, trying to catch my breath. Then rolling us to the side with my cock still in her, I close my eyes and rest my forehead on hers, trying to get myself under control. I'm trembling, and I can't stop. Our love-making wasn't just incredible, it was life-changing. This girl owns me, and all I can do is hold on for the ride of my life and try to get this amazingly perfect woman to agree to marry me. Soon, if I have it my way. Her hand is warm on my cheek, so I open my eyes to look at her. Ellie's eyes are glazed, and there's a small satisfied smile on her face, making my heart clench. I did that. She is smiling, because of me. I give her a soft tender kiss and stare into her eyes. I love you, baby. That was amazing, and I know I keep saying this, but I've never come so hard. It's like when I think you've given me the best orgasm I'll ever have, you shock me and outdo yourself. She runs her palm down my cheek. I love you too, Owen, and I know exactly how you feel. I never knew it could be like this. I pull her closer to me. It's because it's us, baby. I kiss her again, and after a minute, she pulls away, smiling at me. We made a mess, huh? She asks. Yeah, want to take a bath with me? I ask. Her face lights up, and she nods. I get the water going, adding in bubbles and some foo-foo smelling stuff Leo raved about, swearing she would love it. I had planned to pull out all the stops this weekend to get her to never want to leave the house. I wanted her to move in with me and wanted her in this bed every night. I want to take care of her and the girls. Her moving in happened so much easier than I ever thought it would. When the large tub is half filled, I turn and find her behind me, leaning on the door frame watching me. I walk over, take her hand, and lead her to the tub. I step into the hot water, and I sit down with my back to the side of the tub. Ellie gets into the tub and sits down with her back to my chest. We sit there relaxing, as the water finishes filling the tub. As I reach to turn the water off, she sees the salts I had added to the tub. Ah, that's what smells so good. Someone knows how to make a nice bath for a girl. Her thinking there has ever been another girl here, or that I bought those salts for anyone but her, makes me mad. I take a deep breath, because I need her to understand. Let's get one thing clear. Leo told me about those when I was planning this weekend. There has never been other women in this house other than Martha, Clive's wife. I kiss her neck and continue. I've never had a woman in this house, in this tub, in the room, or in our bed. You are it. Do you understand? She leans her head back on my shoulder and closes her eyes. I can still feel she is tense, and I can't have that. What about your ex-finance? She asks. Lindsay. Baby, that was 6 years ago. We never lived together, and I bought this house after we broke up. She's never been here. A small smile graces her lips, as I go for broke. And to lay all my cards on the table, the other women I had a pay-per-date arrangement with, I never slept with them. Her eyes pop open. But you said one of the arrangements was for a year. It was, but I never said I slept with her. I haven't slept with anyone since Lindsay. She was my first two and only, until you. I admit and then kiss her temple and her eyes go big. I wrap my arms around her waist and hold her tight. Sex is a very intimate thing, and I may be an old romantic, but there has to be a connection there for me. She smiles again, and I feel her relax a bit more. Carl, the kid's dad, was my first and only, too. And as you know, there's been no one since him. I smile at that. Good, and now that you're mine and I'm yours, there will be no one else for either of us. She smiles again, and my heart races, because I was the one who made her smile. I know at that moment I will do anything to not only put that smile there but to keep it there. You find new ways to amaze me daily, Owen. And you find new ways to take my breath away daily. I kiss her shoulder and then stare down her chest to the bubbles just barely hiding her rosy nipples that peek out when she sighs. Like right now, with you so relaxed in my arms and the bubbles barely covering those sexy as sin tits and your ass pressed against my cock. I couldn't imagine a sexier moment than this if I tried. I trail my hand down her side and between her thighs. She keeps her head back on my shoulder, and her eyes close with a small smile on her lips, but as soon as I stoke her clit, she gasps. I know she can feel my cock digging into her ass, and her breathing quickens, making my cock twitch. She's moving her hips to find more friction, so I place my other hand flat against her belly, holding her down. My imagination soars, thinking of her pregnant with our child in her belly, right under my hand. Our child kicking, her belly round, and her tits leaking enough for me to lick. The thought has me almost coming on the spot. Breathing deeply, I continue to rub her clit, as she moans. Ellie moves, quickly turning around to straddle my hips, sliding herself down my cock. Fuck, I toss my head back, as she seats herself fully on my erection. She feels so good, like hot wet silk wrapped around me, and it takes everything in me not to come right then. I grip her waist to hold her still for a moment. I can't take my eyes off the bubbles, dripping down her chest onto her stomach, her skin wet and glistening in the light, and my cock jumps. She places her hands on my shoulders and starts riding me steady and slow. I lean forward and suck one of her pink nipples into my mouth and nip at it. Feeling her pussy clamp down on me, I give the other the same treatment. I kiss up her neck, until I get to her ear, where I whisper, like it rough now do we, baby? Then I reach up and pinch both her nipples, and again, her pussy squeezes me, and she moans. I'll give you what you need, always, I say, and then thrust up into her hard and rough, not caring about the water, splashing over the side of the tub. I wrap my hand behind her neck and pull her in for a punishing kiss, and her tight nipples drag across my chest, shooting sparks against my skin with every glide and thrust. She meets all my thrusts, and I grab her ass and squeeze her hard, making her arch her back and plastering her chest against mine. I can tell she is close, so I take my finger and find her back hole, remembering how she went off for me yesterday. I circle her back flower, and she moans, so I press against the tight ring, and she presses her ass back against my hand, making my finger slip in. I match my finger fucking to what my cock is doing in her pussy. My finger slips into the second knuckle, and I keep the steady rhythm. I reach around and stroke her clit hard and rub circles around it. That's enough to send her orgasm crashing into her so hard she's screaming my name. When she starts to come down, I thrust my finger in and out of her back hole again, and a smaller orgasm hits her. Her pussy clenching around my cock finally sends me over the edge, crying out her name, while I bury my face into her neck. She collapses on me, as we both try to catch our breath. With my cock still buried inside her, I grab the washcloth and wash her the best I can, because I love the connection of being inside her, and I have no intention of ending that just yet. She takes her turn washing me, and I wash her hair as well. Then, I lean in and kiss her tenderly, slowly, and passionately to show her what she means to me. The simple act of taking care of each other in this way is much more intimate after a round of lovemaking. As the water turns cold, I finally break the connection and get us out of the tub and dry her off. She laughs at the mess we made on the floor. Go get in bed, while I clean up, I say, and swat her perfect ass, as she heads towards the bathroom door. I join her a few minutes later in bed and curl up around her, so her back is to my chest, and pull her close. Having her in my arms is the most peaceful feeling. I hear her soft breathing, and know she's fallen asleep, and I drift off, too.
Chapter 14. Ellie. I wake up, and the sun is bright in the room. I stretch slightly, and the muscles between my legs are deliciously sore in the best way. I smile and reach for Owen, but he's not there. I frown and sit up, looking around the room. I don't see him, so I go to the closet and find a t-shirt of his to pull over my tank top and shorts I slept in. I head to the girls' room, but they aren't there either, so I follow their laughter downstairs. What I find makes my heart skip a beat. Owen is in the kitchen cooking pancakes and trying to flip them in the air. The girls are sitting at the kitchen island on the bar stools, laughing when he misses. He sees me and comes to give me a chaste kiss, not caring that the girls are groaning and saying,
Ew.
It makes me blush, and he winks at me. He's told me how much he loves my blush. He goes back to the pancakes and says that Mia is at the cottage. She wanted to sleep in some more. Since I'm used to being up early, I took the morning breakfast prep. I nod and make my coffee, and then we sit down to breakfast. The pancakes are good, the conversation flows easily, and Owen just fits. So, I decide it's time to ask the big question. Girls, I have a serious question for you, and it's okay if you say no, or if you want to pull me aside later today to talk about it, okay? Their smiles fade and their faces go serious, which I hate, but I know it has to be done. They nod their heads, so I continue. How do you feel about moving in here with Owen? Their faces light up, and they bounce in their seats. Yes. They scream, making Owen and me laugh. We love it here. Becca says. Do we have to switch schools? Allie asks a little hesitantly. No, you can finish the school year at your current school, but we might look at a closer school next year, okay? I say. Does this mean Owen will be our daddy? Becca asks with hope on her face. I'm sure my face goes pale because this is the last question I thought I'd have to answer, but Owen is right there and has my back. It means I'm your friend, and if you need anything, you can ask me, or talk to me about anything, Owen says. Becca looks at him with such a serious face that I know what comes out of her mouth next is going to be heartbreaking. You don't want to be our daddy? She asks in a small voice. Before I can even come up with an answer, Owen is out of his chair and kneeling down between both girls' chairs, as he takes their hands in his. I would love nothing more than to be your daddy, but to do that, your mom has to marry me first. And I'm working on that, I promise. They smile and nod at him, and he leans in and hugs them both, and then turns to smile at me and winks. My heart swells. This man wants to take on 2 kids that aren't his, and he's doing an amazing job at it. After breakfast, I call my mom about having Owen over to dinner, and she insists on tonight. I check with Owen, and he agrees. We chat for a bit, planning out the menu, and then go check on Mia. She smiles at me, but she says she is unsure of what to do with herself. Why don't we go talk to Owen and nail down the details of you being the nanny?
Yeah.
I think it will make you feel better. I take her hand. We head into the main house, and the girls are playing in their room, so we go right to Owen's office. He smiles and pulls me into his lap, while Mia sits in a chair in front of his desk. Mia shakes her head. I love seeing you happy like this, Ellie. You deserve it. Owen, you don't happen to have a single brother, do you? Older, younger, I'm not picky. Owen laughs. No, sadly I'm a single child. He pulls some papers from his desk. I have your contract, Mia. Your monthly pay includes the cottage and all utilities with it. Electric, water, cable, and internet. On top of that, you'll be paid $3,000 a month, but I have a few stipulations. Good, because I knew it was too good to be true, she says with a completely straight face. Owen smirks. The biggest one is no guests over that aren't approved by security first. This is for our protection. The security team can approve almost anyone within a few hours. If you need time off, just ask, we have backup like either of our moms. That's pretty much it. Mia's eyes tear up. I have been watching those girls for the last 2 years for free. I love them to death, and spending time with them is like spending time with my friends. This job is a dream come true. I won't be able to thank you enough. I stand up and hug her hard because she has even made me tear up. Owen clears his throat. I have a moving company at both your apartments now, packing everything up. I'll inform your landlord tomorrow and handle breaking both your leases. Now Mia, take the day off. We'll take the girls to the pool, and you're welcome to join us. Later, we have dinner at Ellie's parents'. You have run of the house, and if you need anything, let Clive or Ryan know. Mia nods. I'll join you at the pool later. She hugs me again, then heads out. Baby, I have something for you, too. Owen says, last time we had this talk, it didn't go so well, but I'm hoping this one does. He takes a deep breath and looks hesitant. I walk back over to him and sit back in his lap to reassure him things will be okay. I run my hand through his hair and feel some of the tension ease. What is it, Owen? I ask softly. Well, since you are officially moved in as of tomorrow, I want to give you this. He hands me a credit card with my name on it. Now, please hear me out. Your allowance will stay the same, but use this for any household expenses, or anything you and the girls need or want. Want to redecorate a room? Put it on the card. Girls need new clothes? Put it on the card. Stop to buy food? Put it on the card, or let Ryan know what you like, and he'll keep it stocked. Owen. I try to stop him, but he keeps talking. You moving in here means everything to me, Ellie. But it also means you're letting me take care of you and my girls. I want to make sure you have anything you need. I don't care what it is. If your car breaks down or a medical bill comes up, put it on the card. Let me take care of you. It will give me a peace of mind that you have the card if you ever need it, okay? I'm floored, and I get why he feels the need to take care of us. I understand it, and it will take time to get used, too. I don't know what to do, so I just nod and kiss him. The tension leaves his body like he thought I was going to go off on him. He holds me close, and I reassure him we are okay. You are an amazing man, Owen, and I don't know how I got so lucky, but I thank God I did. I'm the lucky one, baby. He kisses me, and then we grab the girls and have lunch by the pool. We enjoy the afternoon swimming before getting ready to go to my parents' house. When we get into Owen's car with his driver, I'm shocked. He's had proper booster seats installed for the girls. I shake my head and smile. You really were pulling out all the stops, weren't you? I ask him. Yes, I was, he says, chuckling. We get to my parents' house, and the girls run in without even knocking on the door, which makes Owen smile. He takes my hand, and we walk in behind them. My mom is already setting the girls up with a new puzzle she bought them. I introduce Owen to my dad, who he hasn't met yet. My dad is friendly, but still a little cold, as he's watching Owen and studying him. My mom welcomes him with a hug and turns to me and says, "Man, he's even hotter in jeans and t-shirt." She then winks at me and walks off towards the kitchen. My jaw drops, and I can see pink coat Owen's cheeks, but he looks so damn adorable, that I agree. There's something about this man in jeans. Damn. My dad asks Owen if he would like a beer, and they head back to the den to watch whatever sports game is on. I go into the kitchen with my mom and pour some wine for her and me, while I help with dinner. She asks about Mia, and I tell her about the landlord, and how Owen hired her to help me with the kids, so she wouldn't be trapped working with the landlord's brother. My mom's eyes tear up, so I keep telling her about the girls' room. Taking my phone out, I show her some pictures. I also relate the conversation at breakfast this morning. I tell her everything, except about the fantastic sex, because that's a line I won't cross with my mom. I omit the fact that we're moving in with Owen. That can wait for dinner. My mom asks me to take a plate of appetizers and 2 more beers to the boys in the den. I gladly agree, wanting to see Owen, even if just for a minute. I get ready to come around the corner and enter the den when I hear Owen talking, and something in his voice makes me stop and listen. My dad has just asked him his thoughts on the girls. Those girls are amazing. They have so much energy and always have a smile and a hug for you if you need it. They're a little frozen obsessed, but when their eyes light up over something, I hear the raw emotion in Owen's voice. There's nothing better. They've stolen my heart just like their mom has, and I couldn't love them anymore if they were my own blood. My eyes tear up, and my dad says what I was thinking from the start. Good, because those 3 are a package deal, you know? I know, sir, Owen says, always the gentleman. And how exactly do you feel about my daughter? My dad asks, and for a second, I think about ending the conversation and walking in there, but Owen doesn't even hesitate, and I want to hear what he says. When he talks, I can hear the smile in his voice. Sir, she owns me. She came into my life at a point where I was scared to dream of this life she has given me. A family and a home. I was putting up walls, and she broke them down without even trying. She's amazing and driven, loving and funny, and watching her as a mom to those girls is, he pauses for a moment. I'm sorry, sir, but for a lack of a better term, it's the sexiest thing in the world. I would give her the world if she would let me, and I'd marry her tomorrow if she'd have me. But I'm wearing her down bit by bit. My dad laughs softly, before his next question. And how old are you exactly? 36, Owen answers straight. My dad is silent for a moment, but I know he's doing his head nodding thing and looking past Owen, while he thinks. Don't you think you're a bit old for her? I'm not going to give you the age, it's just a number spiel. I get it. I'm 11 years older than her, but I don't feel it when I'm with her. She's my equal on so many levels. Other than a few questionable tastes in music, we mix well. The best answer I can give you is unfortunately due to her circumstances she has had to grow up and mature beyond her years. Ellie may be 25, but her soul is easily 32, and a perfect match for mine. My dad is quiet for a moment before he speaks, and I know he's choosing his words carefully. After the kids' dad left, she didn't date for a while. Then, she had a string of bad dates. I've heard some of the stories. One night at dinner, she just looked up at us and said she was never getting married again, because who needed a stupid piece of paper? I know her view has changed, but don't rush her. She needs to go slow, once bitten, twice shy, and all that. I understand, Owen says. My dad changes gears. So, tell me about your company. At this point, I walk back up the hall and make some noise on the way into the den. I set the beer and appetizer on the coffee table. Mom sent me with refills and food, I sing song. Dad laughs, I bet it was more to make sure I haven't killed your young man here.
Yeah.
I figured as much, I say, and then lean down and kiss Dad on the cheek. I then walk over to Owen and give him a chaste kiss on the mouth. Play nice, you too, I say, and then walk out of the den. I turn back at the door and see Owen, watching me walk away. I give him a wink and his face lights up in a smile, and I hear my dad chuckle. You got it bad, son, Dad says, as I walk away. Later, we all sit down to dinner, and the girls talk non-stop about the puzzle they just did in their room at Owen's house. I figure this is a good moment to come clean about the move. Mom, Dad. The girls and I are moving in with Owen, I say straight to the point. My mom beams, but my dad's eyes narrow on Owen. Owen's grinning widely when he looks at me. He knows if I'm telling my parents, then it's going to happen. I about died of shock when she agreed, but I couldn't be happier. I get to take care of my girls and see them every day. Owen squeezes my hand. I expect my dad to lecture us on moving too fast, or about the girls and how it isn't good for them. Heck, I expect the whole "you shouldn't live together before you're married" speech. What I don't expect is what actually comes out of his mouth. Well, I'm glad. I'm so shocked it takes me a minute to speak. What? I ask him. He smiles at me. I never liked that apartment or the landlord. Plus, the security that Owen provides and someone to look after you and help with the girls is never a bad thing, Dad says. Looking around the table, my heart feels fuller than it has in a long time. Everyone I care about, aside from Mia, is at this table. This life right here is the one I want.
Owen. Around midnight, I'm woken up by Becca. I'm closest to the door, but Ellie is sitting up, too. I feel sick, Becca says. I reach up and feel her forehead and turn to Ellie, a little panicked. She's burning up. Before Ellie can even get a word in, Becca pukes all over me and the bed. I waste no time, as I pick her up and take her to the bathroom, where she continues to vomit in the toilet. I hold her hair and rub her back. It's okay, Becca, boo. I'm right here, I whisper, as Ellie walks in. I got this, Owen, she says. Baby, go change the sheets on the bed. There are clean ones in the hall closet. Use the gray set. She nods and heads back out. After another minute, Becca seems to be done puking, and I help her to the sink to wash out her mouth. I take off my shirt, which took the brunt of the mess. I grab a towel to help her clean up, and thankfully, very little got on her clothes. I sit her down on the toilet lid. Stay here. I'm going to change real quick, I won't be but a minute, I say to Becca, and she nods. Rushing to the closet, I change my clothes faster than I ever have in my life. I don't even know if they match, nor do I care. Getting back to Becca, she starts puking again, as I walk in. I rush to her and hold her hair back. Now, I'm starting to panic. She's really warm, and I know if you throw up too much you can get dehydrated. My mom always told me that, when I was sick. How do you tell if someone is dehydrated? At what temperature do the doctors tell you to bring them to the ER? Hell, she needs to go to the ER, right? By the time Ellie walks back in, I've worked myself into a full-on panic. We need to take her to the ER. Call her doctor to meet us there, or I'll call mine, I say, as I stand up. Ellie walks over to me, and with a simple touch of her hand to my chest, calms me. Owen, calm down. It's just a stomach bug. They get this once a year, probably from school. Listen, go get her some new clothes and let her get changed and brush her teeth. I'll be right back. You okay if I leave for a minute? I ask Becca. She nods, now sitting on the floor with her arms crossed over the toilet, and her head resting on her arms. I remember a few nights praying to the porcelain gods like that, the night of my 21st birthday for one. I hate her being sick, but hope I'm around for the day she turns 21. Careful not to wake up Allie, I grab Becca's clothes and toothbrush and bring them back to our room. After setting them on the bathroom counter, I step out, while she gets changed. When she opens the door, I help her get settled on Ellie's side of the bed. Ellie brings Becca a big cooking pot, looking at me, while she speaks. For her to throw up in if she needs it. Then, she hands Becca a piece of sandwich bread, a bottle of Gatorade, and Becca chews slowly. She'll stay with us tonight. They always sleep with me when they're sick. The bread will help soak up the medicine I'm about to give her, Ellie says, as she digs through her bag and comes out with a bottle of liquid Tylenol. Becca takes the medicine and eats about half a slice of bread. She takes a few sips of the Gatorade and seems to be holding it down. Then, she lays down on our oversized king bed that will fit us all. When I'm in the bathroom cleaning up, Ellie comes in behind me and closes the door. I look up, and before I know it, she's kissing me. A kiss with such intensity it makes me weak in the knees and has me gasping for breath when she pulls away. What was that for? I ask. Because you're amazing. I love how much you care for the girls, and your dad instincts kicked in when she needed you. No hesitation, you were there. I know I'm a little biased here, but you were so caring. My heart swells with the compliment. I want nothing more than to be a great dad to those girls and give them everything I never had. To hear Ellie say, "I'm doing amazing," is more than I could hope for. You sure she's okay? I ask. I'm still worried. I hate seeing any of my girls not smiling, but Becca being sick with nothing I can do is the worst. Yes, the Tylenol will help with the fever, and the Gatorade will keep her hydrated. She'll sleep with us tonight and should be fine in a day or two. I must still look worried because she rubs my chest and kisses me again. Lightly this time, but enough to calm my nerves. You did good tonight, Daddy. She teases, as I rest my forehead on hers and let her warmth soak in. There's only one thing more that I want than being their dad, I say, but my voice is raspy and filled with emotion. What's that? She whispers. To be your husband, I give her a chaste kiss. I think you're well on your way to earning both titles, she says, and I close my eyes again because they're starting to mist up. In a short time, these girls have become my world. We go back to bed, as Ellie climbs in the middle, and I climb in beside her. I turn on my right side, watching both my girls. Just as we get under the covers, Allie comes in. Ellie laughs. Took you long enough, she pats the spot between her and Becca. Allie wastes no time and climbs into bed. I curl up with Ellie once the girls are asleep. I whisper to Ellie, I hate that she's sick, but this right here is heaven. All three of my girls with me. I love you, Ellie. I love you too, Owen, she whispers, as we both drift off to sleep.
Chapter 15. Ellie. I wake up the next morning and have Mia take Allie to school, so I can sit with Becca for a bit. When they're sick, both my girls love to cuddle, and I take full advantage of the extra time. When Mia gets back, she sits with Becca, and I head downtown to change my address. It gives me a small thrill changing my address to Owen's. I know I fought it, but having someone want to take care of you is a wonderful feeling. With Carl, I always felt like the girls, and I were an obligation he had to take care of, as my husband. I feel none of that with Owen. He makes us feel loved, cherished, and wanted. The way he was with Becca last night, to say it made my ovaries explode, is an understatement. The life I always dreamed of, I'm starting to picture it. I'm dreaming again. This time it's Owen with me, by my side, taking care of us, and spoiling the girls every chance he gets. He's totally rocking this dad thing. It doesn't take as long as I thought it would to get my address changed, and I make it home in time to see the movers, unloading everything into the garage. I head inside, and Mia says they are unloading her stuff. Moving is super easy when you have money. Mia tells me Becca hasn't thrown up at all, and the two of them are just lying around watching TV. After lunch, Becca goes to her room to nap, and Mia goes to pick up Ellie. I go out to the garage and begin organizing boxes, trying to get an idea of where everything is. I know boxes of clothes will have to go upstairs tonight and be put away, same with bathroom items. Fortunately, the boxes are well labeled, making everything easy to find. Whatever I need now is pulled off to the side, and I'm trying to figure out what to do with the furniture. I'm so lost in thought I don't hear Owen come until he's wrapping his arms around my waist and pressing his chest against my back. "What are you doing out here, baby?" He whispers in my ear, sending shockwaves down my body. I lean into him and smile, just trying to figure out what to do with all this. "We'll unpack it and find a place for it in the house," he says. "And the furniture?" I ask. He pauses. "I'm guessing you don't want to get rid of it?" "Right. Well, anything you want to use in the house we can, otherwise, we can store it here. I have plenty of room. But Ellie, I want yours and the girls' stuff mixed with mine in that house. I want it to be our home, and I want a part of you in every room. So please, unpack everything, and we can make any changes to the house you want, okay?" I can't speak, so again, I just nod. When the man you love is almost begging to share his life with you, what can you say? His hold on my waist tightens, and he kisses my neck. "How's Becca?" he asks. I turn to face him and tell him what Mia said, and also, about my uneventful address change excursion. Then, he takes my hand and says, "Come on, let's head in. I need to talk to you and Mia about something." We go inside, find Mia, and head to his office, leaving Clive to sit with the girls. Mia and I sit in chairs at the front of his desk facing him. He takes a deep breath before talking. "I don't want to worry you girls, but I also don't want secrets between us," he says as he looks at me. I smile and nod, encouraging him on. "Today, I took care of breaking both your leases with the landlord, and it didn't go so well." "What do you mean?" I ask. "He was pissed both of you were leaving, and the lease was being broken, even though I offered to pay the remaining lease in full, so he could rent it out again and earn double on both places for a few months. He tried to demand a forwarding address, but my gut said not to. So, I gave him my office address instead." He takes another deep breath and then continues. "As I was finishing up paperwork with him, he made a comment." Owen pauses again, and I can tell whatever it is we won't like. "He said that if you girls were having a problem paying the rent, he could have worked out a deal with his dick inside you." I may have lost it then. Owen says and holds up his hand. The knuckles are red and starting to bruise. His hand looks a little swollen. How had I not noticed that before? But my lawyer was there and paid the fees to break the leases, and then immediately reported him to the housing authority. Apparently, there have been a few complaints already. I made a few calls, and they've opened a case and will be investigating this week. I look at Mia, who is pale and shaking. I hug her and try to figure out my feelings. I was hit with several of them at once. Shock at the situation as a whole, worry about the position I had put my girls in, and disbelief that it was happening. They were all there. I was even a little scared at what could have happened and relieved that we didn't have to go back, but the emotion that won out was love. Love for the man who took care of us, love for the man who defended us, and love for the man who loved me so deeply that he would move heaven and earth, so the ugliness didn't touch us. When I look at Mia, she is looking better, so I go to Owen. He pulls me towards him until I'm sitting on his lap. Then, he wraps his arms around my waist, like they are a lifeline. I lean over and kiss him on the cheek. "Thank you." Mia stands up. "Thank you, Owen. You're an amazing person. Ellie is so lucky to have you." She gives a small forced smile. "I'm going to go play with the girls," she says, and then heads out of the room, closing the door behind her. I pick up Owen's bruised hand and lightly kiss each knuckle. He closes his eyes, and a shudder runs through his body as he whispers my name. When his eyes open, he picks me up and sets me on his desk. He spreads my legs and stands between them. He wraps his arms around my waist and buries his head in my neck. I wrap my legs around his waist, holding him tight. He's silent for a while, just holding me, and I let him work through what he's thinking about. He breaks the silence after a few minutes but doesn't move. I wanted to kill him, Ellie. For talking about you like that, and for the thought of what could have happened. I would have too, but the thought of leaving you and the girls held me back. On the way home, I kept thinking if I was in jail or something happened to me, you and the girls would have no claim to any of my estate, and Ellie, I want this to be all yours. I intend to marry you and soon. I know you need time, but I want you to know where I am. I don't say anything, I can't. I'm choked up, and I know if I tried to talk, I'd cry. So, I hug him harder and run my hand up and down his back as he slowly relaxes. Holding me tight, he asks, did he ever touch you? No, never. I didn't feel anything was wrong or off, but I never dealt with him. Mia would drop off my checks for me, or I'd put them in the drop slot. Since I was always working during office hours, I never saw much of him. Owen starts to relax again, and his face loses the tension it was holding there. I know right now he needs reassurance, and that I can give him. I continue to rub his back, but otherwise, neither of us moves. You got us out of there, and we're here with you, safe now. I have no reason to go back there, I say, as I pull him in tighter and wrap my legs around his waist. After a moment of silence, I decide to push my luck and wiggle my hips, just enough to grind against him. Feeling him hard against me answers my question. He groans at the movement, but doesn't move. I do it again, and this time push him off of me. Getting off the desk, I push him into his chair and then drop to my knees between his legs, looking up to see his eyes on fire and desire flood his face. I reach up, undo his belt and pants, and reach in to pull out his hard cock. It is beautiful, and the sight of it has me soaked and ready for him, but this isn't about me. I place a hand on him, and he groans again but doesn't stop me. I stroke him from root to tip and back down. I bring my other hand up and give his balls a firm tug, making his hips jerk. His breathing gets ragged, and a drop of pre-cum leaks from the tip. Then, bringing my mouth down, I work him in and out of my mouth, until his cock bumps the back of my throat. Owen's looking down at me with awe and love on his handsome face. I've never felt so powerful that I'm putting that look there. I run my tongue on the underside of his cock as I slowly pull him out of my mouth, and then suck him back in. His white knuckles grip the arms of the chair and his body tenses. My core is on fire and needing relief, so I let my fingers roll my clit. Fuck, baby. You're getting off on this. Christ, that's so fucking hot. Fuck, your mouth feels like the hottest, wettest heaven. His voice is low and filled with awe. Then, he moves his hands into my hair and grips it, and the slight pain spurs me on to suck harder, because I'm close, and I need him there, too. I moan and suck, and he says, fuck, baby. I'm close, so close. His hips buck. I press harder on my clit, as I start coming and moaning. The vibrations from the moaning cause his release, and his cum coats the back of my throat. I swallow down every drop and then release his cock with a pop. He pulls me into his lap and kisses me. The kiss is tender and full of love. His hand cups my cheek, and when he pulls away, he guides my head to his shoulder and holds me. We sit in silence for a few minutes with him rubbing my back, and both of us overcome with our feelings. Finally, he breaks the silence. You always know how to relax me, baby. Thank you. Thank you, Owen, for everything you do. I've never had someone anticipate my needs the way you do. It means everything to me. It's my privilege to take care of you and the girls. Thank you for allowing me, to. We sit like that for a few more minutes, before finding the girls and spending time with them.
Chapter 16. Owen. Becca has been feeling better and hasn't thrown up since that night in our bed. Her fever broke yesterday morning, and today, she begged us to let her go to school. Yes, us. Ellie and I were a team deciding to let Becca go to school, and she hugged and thanked us both. Ellie may not know it, but she gave me a huge gift this morning, allowing me to be part of the decision. Then again, this is my Ellie. She probably does know. With both girls heading to school today, I convinced Ellie to come to the office with me. Walking in, everyone is happy to see her, and they all love her. On our way up to my office, she struck up conversations with 2 security guards and the receptionist on my floor, along with Leo, before I could get her into my office. She sat down to write, and I've been catching up on emails, which I had pretty much ignored yesterday. Leo says I'm always more productive and Ellie is in the office getting almost a week of work done in a day. I think it's because my soul is at rest with her nearby. There's just something in knowing she's here and safe with me that allows me to relax and lose myself in my work. About an hour after we both sat down to work, I notice Ellie getting up and walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows behind my desk. She doesn't say anything, she just stares out across the Knoxville skyline and to the Smoky Mountains in the distance. I stand up and walk up behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. I lean my head down and kiss her shoulder, and then whisper in her ear. "What's on your mind, baby?" "Just trying to work on this chapter in my head," she says, but she keeps looking out over the mountains. After a minute, she rests her head back on my shoulder and closes her eyes. Having her in my arms relaxing into me has my dick stirring. I kiss her neck, and she tilts her head to give me more access. My hands cup her perfect tits. I give them some attention, before trailing my hand back down. Reaching under her shirt, I pull her bra down to get my hands on her breasts. She gasps, and her back arches, pushing those beauties into my hands. I nip at her earlobe and decide to give us what we both need. "Hands on the window, baby," I say, as I pull her hips back towards me. She follows directions, and I swear my cock becomes a solid steel bar. I flip her skirt up and push her panties aside, feeling how wet she is for me. "Fuck, baby. This is why you can't concentrate, isn't it? You need me." "Yes," she moans. "All you had to do was ask, baby. I'll always give you everything you need." I unbutton my pants and pull out my hard cock, rubbing it through her wet pussy lips, until I hit her clit, making her jump and gasp. I grab her hips and slam into her, one rough thrust. She half moans, half screams my name into the room. "Quiet, baby. Unless you want the whole floor to know my cock is slamming into you hard and fast right now, while all of Knoxville watches," I say into her ear, as her pussy drenches my cock, and her body trembles. I won't tell her no one can see in through this window. I'd never let anyone see my Ellie like this, but the thought they can is enough to turn her on, and I'll give her that. I thrust in and out of her, taking her hard. From here, I can see her reflection in the window, and it's so damn sexy. I watch her tits bounce with every thrust. Then, she looks up and catches my eye in the window reflection and her pussy starts to clench around me. "That's it, baby. Feels good, doesn't it?" I ask her, and the only response I get is a moan. I reach around and pull her shirt up, so her chest is exposed, and I can see it in the reflection. I bet Mr. Greenberg in the office across the street is sitting at his desk with his cock in his hand. Watching you take my dick, and your tits bouncing with every thrust. Give him a good show, baby. With that, she tosses her head back, and her pussy clamps down on me, and she comes hard. I place my hand over her mouth to keep her quiet because I'm sure she doesn't want my office staff to hear. When she relaxes, I pull out and pick her up, setting her on my desk. I take her panties off and pull her skirt up, so her pussy is on full display. There we go, baby. Just like I said I would, right on my desk ready for me. I reach over and remove her shirt and bra. Her nipples are tight stiff peaks, and she's turned on by my dirty talk. Knowing she is, turns me on even more. I only have to look at her to see how wet she is and ready for me. "That's it, baby. You sit here and show me that perfect pussy." She spreads her legs even wider, and the trim triangle of soft curls points the way to her smooth and puffy pussy. Fuck. I grab my cock and give it a hard pull, trying to get myself under control. When she came, it took everything in me to hold back, but seeing her laid out legs spread wide on my desk was worth it. See what you do to me? I ask, giving my cock another hard tug. I stand between her legs and shove my cock back into her soaking pussy. This time I moan right along with her. I thrust into her hard, watching her luscious globes bounce with each thrust. You aren't the only one who can't concentrate today. This is all I've been able to think about, having my cock deep inside you, and having this perfect pussy wrapped around me again. You drive me crazy, woman. She moans, harder, Owen. Fuck me, like you mean it. I almost come then. My cock swells, as I grab both her hips and start a punishing pace, thrusting into her as hard and as fast as I can. Don't you dare make a sound, I tell her, watching her clamp her lips shut and her body stiffens, reacting to my command. Craving it. My eyes travel back down to her tits, bouncing up and down for me. Pinch your nipples, for me, baby. Show me how turned on you are for me, I say. She reaches up, pinching and tugging at her nipples, making her pussy flutter around me. I'm so close, baby. I need you to come with me. Reach down and rub your clit for me. I'm close, Owen. Oh, God, she moans, when her finger meets her clit. Keep pinching your clit. That's it, nice and hard, I say and watch, while I'm still drilling into her. Her back bows and her orgasm hits her. Her pussy clamps down on my cock, and a few more thrusts, and I'm spilling into her and riding my own orgasm. I groan, and when I finally stop coming, I rest my forehead on her shoulder to catch my breath. Fuck, baby. I've been dreaming of taking you in here on my desk, but my mind sucks compared to watching the real thing, I say in her ear. I love you, Owen. You always know what I need. That was amazing, she says lazily, as she rests her head on my chest. I love you too, baby, I lean down to kiss her. My cock is still buried deep in its home, and he's happy and snug and doesn't want to move. Hell, I don't want to move, but I pull out and help Ellie clean up and get dressed. I sit back down to answer emails, but want her close, so I pull her onto my lap. I'm not ready to let you go just yet, I say, and she smiles. She turns, so she's straddling me and rests her head on my shoulder, wrapping her arms around my waist. I can rest here for a few minutes, while you get to those emails, she says, making me laugh. A few minutes later, I realize she is asleep, and I take a minute to enjoy this moment. If you had told me 2 months ago, I'd be here right now, I'd have thought you had lost your mind. I was so sure I'd die alone or give into a loveless marriage just for the chance to have kids. I never saw Ellie and the girls coming. That night at the mixer I knew I had to talk to her, but by the end of the night, I knew she was mine. I fought it, but with Ellie, even that didn't last long. Now, here she is in my arms, in my office, and in my home. Our home. This is all I ever wanted. Tomorrow will be 2 months since the mixer. 2 months since I met Ellie, and my life changed forever. I need to do something for her. Show her how much she means to me. I check the clock and shoot a text off to Mia, making sure she can get the kids from school, so I can let Ellie sleep. The way Ellie is sitting isn't easy for me to work, but it's worth it. With some careful maneuvering, I manage to get some work done and not wake her up. I make quick work of the few emails I have left, and then text Leo that I won't be in tomorrow and ask him to line up a few things for me. I'm just finishing up when Ellie stirs. She sits up, looks at me, and smiles. Hello, Sleeping Beauty. You wore me out. What time is it? I had Mia pick up the girls, but it's time to go home, I say. You're amazing, Owen Garrett. Just amazing, she leans down to kiss me. We get lost in that kiss until Leo peeks his head in to say he's leaving. We get up to do the same, and we head home. To our home. Our family. To my favorite part of the day. Homework and dinner.
Chapter 17. Ellie. I woke up the next morning to see the sun pouring into the room. I feel Owen in bed behind me, and I smile turning over to look at him, and I'm greeted by his warm smiling eyes. He looks so carefree and happy at this moment that I don't want to move. But I know I need to get going and get the kids to school. Almost as if he can read my mind, Owen speaks. Mia took the kids to school. Today is all about spoiling you, he says. No way, I try to brush him off. I have everything I need. We don't have to get out of bed, and I'd still be the happiest girl in the world. I wiggle against his hard erection. His smile never wavers. It was 2 months ago today you stormed your way into my life at that mixer and turned my life upside down in the best way possible. Even if I have to carry you over my shoulder, my plan today is to spoil you. Finny, I groan, drawing out the word, as he pulls me out of bed and helps me get ready. The first stop of the day is a clothing store. This time it's the new boutique all the wives at the galas have been talking about. I'm not impressed. The salespeople weren't rude, but they weren't nice either, and there was nothing in my style, so we ended up back at the boutique we went to last time. The salesgirl, Cindy, remembered me, had my sizes on file and was genius at matching up outfits. Please make sure to get another pair of those sexy jeans, Owen says. Just for you, I laugh. Cindy grabs me another pair of jeans and a few tops to try on. I come out of the dressing room in the first outfit and watch Owen's gaze heat up. He doesn't even hide that he's checking me out. He shifts to adjust himself, and I know this outfit is a must-have. I walk over to Owen and sit on his lap, wrapping my arms around his neck. So, I guess this one is a keeper? I ask. Yes, this shopping trip is as much for me as it is for you. Last time I had to hide my emotions because I was still fighting them. This time I don't. What emotions do you not have to hide this time? I ask, pressing my luck. He leans over to whisper in my ear that as much as I love these clothes on you, I want nothing more than to strip them off you. I'm fighting barging into that dressing room and having my way with you. I can't wait to get you back to the car. Maybe, it will be me who has my way with you. With that, I stand up and head back into the dressing room. I leave on the jeans and try on a few other shirts. I liked all but 2 of them, and it seemed Owen didn't like them either, so it was perfect. Cindy grabs a few cardigans to go with them to wear in cooler weather. After dressing, I look around the store. Cindy suggests some boots to go with my outfits, and my gaze falls on 2 different boots. One is an ankle style and the other knee length. Then, I spot an off-white oatmeal, large cable knit sweater across the room. It's longer than most shirts, but still too short to be a dress, for me anyway, and it looks like it's meant to be worn off the shoulder. I ask Cindy, how would you wear that? She thinks for a minute. Well, if you get those tall brown boots you tried on, I'd wear those with a pair of black leggings. I think it would look super cute with your hair down, and maybe a few curls in it with a scarf on colder days. I love it, I say, and she helps me put the outfit together and try it on. Damn, Ellie. You look comfortable and sexy all at once. I don't know how you do it. Owen grins. As we are getting ready to check out, a dress catches my eye. I walk over to get a better look. It's a teal color, but in a 1950s style. The dress has a high neck and fitted top. There are different layers of lace with a full skirt, but it's not a dressy dress, and it's a very casual fit. The dress falls mid-calf with a ruffled lacy edge. I love it instantly. I didn't hear Cindy come up behind me until she says, I'd pair it with nude pumps. Then, she's grabbing my size in the dress along with the shoes and pushing me into the dressing room. Looking in the mirror at myself in the dress, I simply stare. I love it. Taking a deep breath, I step out to show Owen. His eyes go big. Baby, he whispers, not taking his eyes off me. I blush as his eyes rake down my body. You look absolutely stunning in it. He turns to Cindy and says, she'll wear that out of the store. I think I have the perfect place for her to wear it today. I smile at him as Cindy walks off, and he looks me over from top to bottom. Okay, come on, Cindy says, pulling me into the dressing room. She hands me a bra and underwear with matching lace. Let's do the whole package, she says and winks at me. She opens the tissue paper and takes out the bra and underwear and has me get them on, while she takes the tags off the dress and the shoes, so they are ready to wear. Then, she helps me get dressed again. I had straightened my hair this morning, and other than wishing I had put some curls into it, I love the look. I step out of the dressing room and watch Owen take me in. After a minute, he walks over to me, wrapping his arms around my waist, and whispers to me. I don't know how I'm going to keep my hands off you, but you look stunning, baby, he says. We walk out of the store and place my bags in the trunk of the car, and then Owen grabs my hand. One more stop on this street, he says, pulling me back to the sidewalk as we walk down a few stores hand in hand. On the way, we pass a lingerie shop, and I think maybe I should stop in and pick up something to dazzle Owen, but before I can tell him I will be right back, he pulls me into a kids' clothes boutique. This isn't just any kids' shop. This is one of the places the girls and I like to window shop, but we've only ever been able to buy a few things from the clearance rack. I look up at Owen and see him watching me. You said something the other day about the girls needing new clothes soon, because of a growth spurt. Let's go get them clothes in the next size up, so they're ready to go, he says. I lean up and kiss him. I love you, Owen. Thank you for all of this. I love you too, baby, and I love those girls. Come on, let's spoil them. He's like a kid in a candy store. He walks up to the sales associate, and I give her the girls' sizes, and Owen shows her a picture of Ellie and Becca. When I see the photos on his lock screen and phone background, my eyes tear up. I turn to look at some clothes to hide my watery eyes. This man is always finding new ways to surprise me. I tell the clerk Ellie is into horses and is reading the Misty Horse books and is obsessed. Knowing where Owen's mind is going, I turn to him. You know, I say, looking in his eyes. You have no idea what I was thinking, he says with a small smile. Yes, I do. No live horses. No, 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 so help me God, no. Owens pouts a little. The sales clerk starts laughing, and Owen sighs. Fine, no live horses, but can I at least take her on a horseback ride? He asks. Yes, I say and watch his face light up again. She would love to take a ride in the national park and has been asking me for a while. He has a huge smile on his face, as he sends off a text, I'm guessing to Leo. We pull all the items Ellie would need and many she won't, but Owen is having too much fun shopping to stop. Then we move on to Becca and I tell the sales clerk she's into all things princess and girly. Owen chimes in that she loves Frozen and tea parties. I find myself smiling at him, even though he looks at me, almost like he wasn't sure it was okay. When he sees my reaction, he relaxes, and his eyes soften. I have always been a big believer in actions speaking louder than words. He has said he wants to be the girl's dad, but with little things like remembering what they like, decorating their room, setting up activities they love, and he just keeps proving over and over he wants the job. I know in my heart he's already fitting perfectly into the role. We get Becca set up with the same number of items, and the sales clerk helps carry our bags to the car. We pass by the lingerie shop again, and when we get to the car, I tell Owen I want to make a quick stop and we'll be right back. Want me to come with you? He asks. I smile at him, no, I promise to be quick. Go plan your horse ride with Ellie, and there's a place in Gatlinburg that does princess tea parties for Becca. His eyes light up, and I know that will keep him plenty distracted.
Yeah.
He's going to rock this dad thing. He kisses my cheek, okay, hurry back. He heads for the car, and I duck into the store. The saleswoman greets me and asks how she can help, and I figure this will take less time with her help. I smile at her, well, my boyfriend is spoiling me today because it's the anniversary of the day we met. I want to do something for him for, tonight. I stumble over my words. But she just smiles and nods at me. Did you have anything in mind? She asks. A set of some kind? I'm not sure. I haven't worn anything like this for him before, I say. She nods and pulls me to the side of the store. I spot a pleated baby doll lingerie set with some see-through lace to cover my breasts. Might as well keep with the lace theme today, I say. I get it in blue, and as I go to the register to pay, I see a black silk cami set with shorts and lace trim top that would be sexy PJs, so I pick that up, too. At the register, I hesitate for a minute. I know another gift I can give Owen, and that is to use his card. He's been dropping hints, and I think he just wants to see me use it too, so he can feel like he's taking care of me, of us. When I pay, I hand her Owen's card. It still makes me feel weird having him pay for things, but I know he will be happy to see me use the card. Can you wrap them up, so there's no peeking in the bag? He's in the car, and I know he'll snoop, I ask. She laughs and wraps them up, and I head back to Owen. He sees me coming and gets out, opening the car door for me. He sees the bag, and his face fills with raw desire. What's in the bag? He asks, his voice all gravely. I smile and hold the bag away from him. A surprise for later, if you're good and don't peek. I open the trunk and push the bag to the back, making it hard for him to snoop. We get into the car, and he pulls me into his lap. His hard cock is pressing into my ass, but the look of tenderness and love on his face stills me. He kisses me ever so softly and tenderly. You don't have to do anything for me. Today is all about you. I smile, trust me, what's in the bag is just as much for me as it is for you. He smiles, kissing me gently, and I feel at home. Before I know it, we are at the next stop. He takes me to get a manicure and pedicure and sits and talks with me the entire time. We discuss the girls and taking a weekend down in Gatlinburg. I tell him about how the girls and I go down every year to take in the Christmas lights, and he says he wants to do a weekend at Dollywood because they do Christmas lights, too. I tell him he better book a place now because they'll rent fast, and he laughs. I can do better than that, he says, and I look at him, wondering what's running through his head. I'm going to buy us a cabin down there, so we can go whenever we want. Owen, that's too much. Baby, it's practical, think about it. You're doing your book on the national park, and you and the girls love the area. This way we can do last-minute trips, whenever we have time. We can let Mia use it, your parents, and my mom, too. I shake my head, but he knows my soft spots by now. He pulls out his phone and starts typing a message off to someone. We talk about what we would like and need in a cabin when his phone goes off. What do you think of this place? He asks, showing me his phone. It's a beautiful house in Gatlinburg with mountain views. It has 7 bedrooms, and it's modern. It's beautiful and I love the views, but when I picture a place near the park, I'm thinking rustic, more like a log cabin feel. He smiles and goes back to his phone. What about this one? This house is a 5-bedroom on top of a hill area with massive 360-degree views. Inside though, it's all wood, and there's no break from all the wood, and it's all the same color. The walls, floor, ceiling, kitchen cabinets, and furniture all wood, and all the same color. I love the views, but that's way too much wood, and it's all the same color, I say, and he laughs. The next one he shows me is more the cabin I had in mind. While it's 4,000 square feet, it has a homey feel, amazing views, and a wraparound front porch. Inside, it has the log cabin feel with a massive stone fireplace, as a centerpiece of the house. The kitchen is done with dark woodsy green cabinets, and while it is not something I'd pick myself, I like them. They match the dining room table and chairs, and the table is big enough to seat at least 12 people. The bedrooms are a good size, but I'd probably redecorate them and switch out the beds that look like trees, especially the one for the girls. Upstairs is a loft area that circles the fireplace and the stairs. It's set up for gathering and hanging out but could be a good overflow sleeping area if we had pull-out couches. There's a game room downstairs in the basement with another fireplace, a pool table, a TV area, and a dartboard on the wall. Then, I see the room I know the girls will love. It's smaller but has its own bathroom and the beds are built into the wall. Almost like their own little cabins. They would be able to lie in bed and see each other across a small walkway. Under each bed are several drawers for storage, and I know they'd love it. The property even has a hot tub out on the massive porch. As I'm looking at it, Owen says it comes fully furnished. I smile and show him the room I saw for the girls. The other rooms are good, though. I'd probably want to decorate them differently. He smiles. I have a good decorator. I can't help but laugh. Yes, Owen, I like the house, but don't buy it for us. His face falls. Why not? Owen, it's too much. He smiles. You keep saying that, but this will be our place to go and be near the mountains. A family house for weekends, Christmas, and friends and family can use it. I shake my head and look at him. Make you a deal, talk to the girls when we get home and show it to them. If they like it, then I'll agree. And just like that, his smile returns. After my nails are done, we go to lunch at a bistro downtown, where you can sit and eat on the sidewalk. We're sitting down, and Owen is holding my hand when I notice people looking and taking pictures. We have an audience, I say, as I look at the menu. It's very easy to forget who Owen is, and how he's one of the most sought-after single men in the city. Ignore them, baby. It's just you and me, he says. I force a smile, but our bubble has been popped. We have a nice lunch, but we are both careful to keep to light topics. When we get back to the car, Owen pulls me in and wraps his arms around me. I'm sorry our lunch got ruined, he says. It wasn't ruined. This is just something I still have to get used to. Then, something crosses my mind. Owen, what if the girls had been with us? I can handle it, but I can't put the girls through that. Take a deep breath. I wouldn't even let the girls be put in that situation. I wouldn't have taken the girls there for one, and two, we would have left. I promise to protect the girls from this as much as possible. I nod. One more stop, you up for it? I look at the time, and he's reading my mind again. Mia is picking the girls up, and I thought on the way home, we could grab dinner to bring home? How about some burgers? The girls love this little burger place, but it's pricey, so I would only get it for them once or twice a year. He says it sounds perfect. We end up at a Sephora store. Shelley said you don't own any makeup. And baby, you don't need it. Trust me, but I want you to have it in case you want it. I'm starting to get nervous. I don't know the first thing about makeup, I say. It's okay. They have someone to help you match skin tones, and I already set up an appointment. We get in, and the girl is wonderful and nice. She asks what brands I use, and I say whatever was on sale. I'm a single mom, makeup is a luxury I don't splurge on. She smiles, and then takes me over to one of the vanities and has me sit down. Then she hands me a magazine. Look through here, and then let me know what styles you like. I'm going to grab some stuff, so we can match your color, she says and walks off. Owen sits down, and while I'm sure he's bored, he doesn't show it. He gives his opinions, holds my hand, and is carrying on a conversation. By the time we leave, I have more makeup than I will probably ever wear, but Owen insisted. He said Shelley will use it when she comes over, so I just smile. By now, we are hitting traffic on the way to the burger place, so I figure it's a good time to properly express my gratitude to Owen for today. Thank you. You really did spoil me. He leans in, pulls me to his lap, and kisses me. I love spoiling you, baby. I would do it every day if you let me. Thank you for letting me do this, I mean it. I smile, and since the partition is up between us and the driver, I slide from his lap and down to my knees, between his legs. Owen's eyes go wide. Ellie, come back up here, he says. I ignore him, reach for his belt, and start to undo his pants. He puts a hand over mine. No, baby. You don't have to do this, he says, but since he is already hard, I give his cock a good rub. I know, but I want to. I look up at him through my lashes. He groans and removes his hand. I pull his cock out, and it's already leaking, and God is he so beautiful. I lick up the pre-cum that's falling from the tip, and he tosses his head back, groaning. His moans spur me on. I take him into my mouth and start working him up and down, taking in as much as I can. Fuck, Ellie. Your mouth is heaven. You feel so good, he moans. I start sucking and running my tongue on the underside of his cock all the way up and then circle the head into the slit at the top. Then, I take him back into my mouth again. His hands thread through my hair, and I know he's getting close. I slowly work every inch of him into my mouth, and when I reach up and tug on his balls, his hips buck. Fuck, Ellie, I'm close, he grits out. I double my efforts and take in as much of him as I can, all the way to the back of my throat. I give his balls another firm tug and his hips jerk, and I feel his cum coating the back of my throat. I moan as I'm swallowing it, and he groans my name as he's pulling me to him. When he stops ejaculating, I kiss the top of his cock. He moves me onto his lap and kisses me. He tries to run his hand under my dress, but I move his hand away. This was about you, Owen. But trust me, we'll have fun tonight. His eyes sparkle. With what's in the bag? He asks, and I laugh. Yes, with what's in the bag. He takes a deep breath and puts his cock away. We get food and go home. Chapter 18. Ellie. We walk in, and as soon as the girls see dinner is from our favorite burger place, they're jumping up and down screaming, and Owen is beaming with pride. Owen shows the girls the cabin we looked at earlier, and as I expected, they love it, especially the room downstairs with the built-in beds. So, Owen fires off an email to his real estate agent. After dinner, the girls model their clothes for Owen and me. They love them all and are so excited about them, as they rush over to hug Owen. His face lights up, and the love on his face for them warms my heart and brings tears to my eyes. For so long, it's been just me and the girls, and now, having someone else who cares about them and makes them this happy, is wonderful, but a little hard for me, too. As we put their new clothes away, I notice all the girls' clothes and bathroom items have been unpacked. I ask Owen about it, and he says he had Clive put them away to help speed up moving in. That night while Owen is reading the girls a bedtime story, I sneak away to our room. Grabbing the bag from earlier that day, I head into the bathroom, locking the door. I pull out the blue baby doll teddy and get dressed, and then add some quick curls to my hair, too. Just as I'm finishing up, Owen comes into the bedroom and closes the door. He's talking about how the girls suckered another story out of him. I open the bathroom door and stand in the doorway, leaning against the door frame. When he turns around and sees me, his eyes fill with heat, and his mouth drops open like he's going to say something, while his eyes roam down my body. He closes his mouth and looks up at me again. I can already see the hard outline of his cock, and I smile when he tries to talk again. I love that I have made this big strong man speechless. I walk up to him, putting an extra sway in my hips. Holy shit, Ellie. You look so damn sexy, he says, when I reach him. I grab his hand, pull him over to the couch, and push him down. He raises his eyebrows, as I straddle his lap and unbutton his shirt. He reaches up to touch me, and I shake my head. No touching, I say with a stern expression on my face, and he groans. I grind down on his cock and watch his eyes darken. I slowly finish unbuttoning his shirt and pull it off. Then, I run my hands down his washboard abs, giving each of some attention. I take my time and play by circling his nipples, and I enjoy his cock twitching beneath me. I stand back up and help him pull off his pants and boxer's briefs. Standing there, I take him in, sitting on the couch with his hard cock standing at attention and waiting for me. The sight of him does something to this girl. He reaches over and starts stroking himself, as cum leaks from the tip. Come here, Ellie baby. I need you. He groans, and I smile seductively. He slowly moves his hands to my hips, and this time I allow it. When he realizes I'm not going to stop him, he slides his hands to just below my breasts. His thumb strokes the bottom of my breasts, and my nipples harden and ache to be touched. He notices because a smirk crosses his lips, and he moves his thumbs over my hard nipples. Then pausing, he pinches them, and I feel it in my core. I love this outfit so much, baby, that I'm going to fuck you in it. My breath hitches, as his lips meet mine. One of his hands slowly trails over to my clit and gives it a hard pinch, making my hips jerk and grind against his cock. Then, his fingers move down to rub my slit. Fuck, baby. You're soaked. All for you, I sigh. He slides his wet fingers under the fabric and rubs gently over my swollen clit. You need my cock, baby? Yes, Owen, please, I beg, tossing my head back and grinding on his fingers. He groans, all you have to do is ask, baby. I'll always give you what you need. He doesn't move, just keeps lightly stroking my slit waiting for me. I need your cock, Owen, please. That's my girl. He mumbles, as he pulls the lace of the barely there thong to the side and slides his cock against my slit. He thrusts and hits my engorged clit, causing me to moan. One more hard push to my clit, before the head of his cock slides between my folds and stretches me. I love the feeling, when he's inside me, and when he's filling every inch of me. The connection is so intense. He grips my hips and starts thrusting in and out of me. You buy this sexy outfit for me? He asks as he continues to thrust. Yes, I wanted to spoil you. I grip his shoulders, looking into his eyes. He keeps thrusting without breaking eye contact. You turn me on just by looking at me, but seeing you in this. Fuck, I almost came in my pants, like a horny teenager. He leans in and kisses me like he needs me to breathe, but his thrust is too slow. Owen, I moan. Tell me what you need. He says, like he doesn't already know. Harder. Is all I can get out, but it's all he needs because he slams into me. With my forehead on his shoulder, his thrusts turn brutal and turns me on like nothing else. My nipples find friction along his chest and add to the sensation flying through my body. It's almost too much to bear. I'm so close to the abyss, but I can't quite get there. Fuck, I can feel your pussy gripping my cock like a vice. You're close, aren't you? I can feel it. His pace quickens, and he strums my clit. As I sit up, he sinks even further into me than I thought possible, and with each thrust, he gets deeper and deeper. I need you to come, and I want your pussy to milk my cock. He increases the pressure on my clit again and slams into me. Fucking come already. He grits out between his clenched jaw, as my orgasm washes over me, and his cum coats me deep inside. I collapse on him. We're both a sweaty mess and breathing hard, as we catch our breath. His cock is still inside me, and I couldn't move to save my life right now. He pushes the hair from my face and leans in to kiss my forehead. God, Ellie. I love you so much. His tone is so tender it brings tears to my eyes. I love you too, Owen. A minute later he picks me up and carries me to the bed, taking my clothes off. Then, he climbs into bed and takes his time making love to me. It's slow and tender. He tells me how much he loves me, and how I make him feel alive and how happy he is I stormed into his life. We come together, and it's so perfect I can't stop the tears from falling. His face is buried in my neck, and I feel his tears slide gently down my shoulder. Falling asleep in each other's arms is simply perfect. I wake up the next morning with Owen's face between my legs, pulling an orgasm from me hard and fast. This is now our morning routine. As I start to come off my orgasm high, Owen kisses his way up my body until his mouth lands on mine. I can taste myself on him, and it's a turn on. Good morning, baby, he says, as he braces himself over me and slowly slides his cock inside.
Mmm.
Good morning, sexy. He laughs, and I feel it all the way to my core. You're definitely the sexy one in this bed. Last night proved it. I have to go out of town for a meeting on a merger that my team can't seem to wrap up. I leave in a few hours. I wrap my arms around his neck. How long will you be gone? I'll be home tomorrow by dinner. His lazy thrusts pick up, as he leans down to whisper in my ear, come with me, baby. The meeting is over dinner, and then we can spend the morning seeing whatever there is to see in Kansas City and be home by dinner. I groan. I can't leave the girls, Owen. Otherwise, trust me, I'd go with you without a second thought. I know you would. I've gotten used to falling asleep with you in my arms and waking up the same way that I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. He's still sliding in and out of me at a slow pace that's driving me crazy. Me either, Owen. Maybe we can video chat. I like that idea. I gasp, as he changes the angle of his thrusts to hit my clit and my orgasm builds. He moves faster, and we both fall over the edge. Fuck, I don't want to get out of bed, he says, rolling us to our sides. He kisses me slowly, and we spend a few minutes making out like teenagers before he groans again. I have to get up, but you snuggle back under the sheets and go back to sleep. I set the alarm for you. I sigh, but then get out of bed anyway. No, I can do some writing while it's quiet before the girls get up. I follow him into the bathroom, and we shower together. I help him pack and see him out before I make some coffee and sit down to write. I'm surprised how much writing I'm able to get done before the girls get up. Mommy, where's Owen? Becca asks. Well, he had to go on a business trip, so he won't be home tonight, but promised to be home for dinner tomorrow. Okay. She says, looking bummed. How about we do a movie and pizza night? We can rent a new movie and have both dinner pizza and dessert pizza.
Yay!
The girls jump up and down. Now, let's go get ready for school. As the girls are eating breakfast, Mia comes into the kitchen, so I fill her in on where Owen is and give her the day off. Perfect. I'm going to unpack and then maybe hit the thrift store for some decorations. I get the girls to school and then sit outside to write because the weather has been so nice. Around lunchtime, Owen's chef brings me a BLT sandwich without me even asking. Thank you, Ryan. I was wondering if you could make some pizza for tonight. It's just me and the girls, and we're going to do a movie night. Of course. Also, can you do a dessert pizza station? It's basically a big chocolate chip cookie as the crust, and then set up frosting for the sauce and candy for them to decorate it. I'll make sure it's ready to go. I finish the chapter I've been working on, and I realize it's almost time to get the girls. I notice this is also the most productive I have been with this book in a long time. Pizza and movie night are a huge success, and the girls fall asleep before I'm done reading them their bedtime story. I had gotten a text from Owen earlier saying he was going into his meeting and he'd call me when he got out. So, I head to our room and change into the black cami set I bought the other day. Then, I snuggle into bed and wait for his call. When Owen video calls an hour later, I'm reading a book. Hey, baby. God, I miss you so damn much. I miss you, too. I smile. How was your day? Okay. I got a good amount of writing done, and then the girls and I did a movie and pizza night. He smiles, can we do another movie night with them tomorrow when I get home? They'd love that. They missed you a lot today. I shift and sit up against the headboard of the bed and hear him groan. Baby, what are you wearing? I smile seductively and get up on my knees to show him the whole set. This is my other surprise I picked up for you when we were out. Fuck, baby, and I'm not there to enjoy it. I give him a slightly evil smile. I can always wear them for you tomorrow, too. I start to sit, but he stops me. No, stay just like that. Fuck, you're beautiful. Are the girls asleep? Yes, they are. Good, push those little shorts aside and rub your clit for me. I do as he says, and he groans. Now, pull your tits out of that top. I need to see them. His voice is husky now. I pull them out and continue rubbing my clit. Look at you, baby. You're the sexiest thing I have ever seen. I want to see you too, Owen. You want to see what you do to me, Ellie? He angles the phone down so I can see him, sitting in his hotel chair with no shirt on. He's in his boxer briefs and has his hard cock pulled out, slowly stroking himself. My nipples pebble at the sight of him. Christ, look at you getting turned on by the sight of my cock. Baby, do you trust me? Of course, I do. I left you a present in the nightstand, go see. I set the phone down and go see what he's left me. Inside is a big thick dildo. Baby, set the phone on a pillow against the headboard and lay down with your head at the foot of the bed. I do as he asks and hear a moan of approval. Just like that. Good girl. Now take off those sexy pajamas and let me see all of you. I start to remove my top but hesitate, knowing at this angle he'll see everything. He picks up on my hesitation. It's okay, baby. It's just us, and I'd never let anyone see you like this. I nod and take a deep breath, before taking off my clothes and getting back into position. Fuck, look at you. Put a few pillows behind you so you can sit up for me. Once I'm in the position, he gives me another command. Now, reach down and spread those lips for me. Let me see all of you. His commands are making me excited, and I can see cum leaking from his cock. Knowing this is turning him on, has me doing as he asks. Jesus, you are already soaked. Well, we are going to take care of that, aren't we? Now, take your gift I left you, and I want you to rub it along those lips, but don't push it inside just yet. I pick up the dildo and rub it through my wet folds, hitting my clit with each stroke. That's it. Pretend it's my cock stroking you. Owen, your cock feels so much better, though. God, Ellie, he groans and takes a minute to compose himself. Now, I want you to slide that dildo inside of you, and I'm going to watch you fuck yourself with it. I'm already so horny and in need of relief, but I'm eager to obey his orders. I groan as the dildo enters me. How does that feel? Not as good as your cock. He smiles, damn right, baby, but it's a good second? I nod. Nice and slow, there we go, nice and slow. He matches his strokes on his cock to the same speed as me, and his thrusts to the ones I'm making with the fake one. I've never done anything like this, but I trust Owen, and he has me so damn turned on. Use your other hand and stroke your clit. My hips buck and a minute later, and I'm coming hard. I see Owen clenching the base of his cock trying not to come. I pull the dildo out as I start to relax and to catch my breath. I'm so close, baby. Move the pillows away and get on all fours with your ass to me. I move and shift around the bed to get in position. Damn, look at you. I can see how wet you are from here. Rub your clit for me, I want you to come again. I reach down between my legs and start rubbing my clit. I'm still on edge from my last orgasm that I gasp. Look at that perfect pussy, and it's all mine, isn't it? Yes. I moan. Yes, it is. Now, spread your legs wide and let me see it. That's it. Damn, look how wet you are. It's dripping down your leg. That's so sexy. If I was there, I'd suck every last drop of it up. God, you're perfect. There's some shuffling, and he grunts. Rub harder. I need you to come again for me. His voice sounds strained. I stick my ass in the air and lean down on my elbows, giving him a better view. That's it, baby. He's breathless, and I hear the sounds of him working his cock, but not being able to see him adds a whole new layer of desire. God. I can tell you're close. I can see that pussy looking for my cock to grab on, too. He moans. I work my clit faster and cry out his name. That's it, come for me now, Ellie. That little command ignites an explosion in me, as waves of pleasure hit me. My legs start to shake and then give out completely. I take a minute to catch my breath before I reach over and grab the phone. Owen has his head thrown back on the chair, and he's breathing hard. When he looks up at me, I can see the pleasure written on his face. Ellie, baby. He angles the phone so I can see his cock and stomach covered in cum. You did that. I've never seen anything so sexy in my life. Although I miss you, a night away is worth it for that. We both need to get cleaned up. Let me call you back in 10 minutes, okay? I nod, clean myself, and pull on one of his t-shirts. He video calls me, and he's lying in bed. Hey, baby. He gives me a sexy smile. I look good on you. Next best thing, since I can't have you. I lay down and prop the phone up next to me. Tell me about this trip. It's an app company that two brothers started. They have a couple of apps that are hot right now. Their problem is they don't want to run the business end of it, and they just want to focus on app development. I want to come in, buy their company and any current apps, and have them create new ones. Since I already have a marketing division, we'll do that as well. I was here today to do the initial paperwork and work out the percentages they would make, and their role in the company. They want to stay and work in Kansas City, and I okayed it, as long as they were okay, to come to Knoxville for meetings as needed. They agreed, and we signed the papers over dessert. Wow, Owen. That's amazing.
Yeah.
They're nice guys. We're going to breakfast in the morning before I leave, and they'll be going to go over what they're working on now. Other than this, I don't know exactly what you do. I laugh. I can't believe I've not asked him before this. He grins, and it's so sexy. I mostly do property development like that subdivision, Elk Flats, on the east side of town. The one with the fancy houses and stone fronts? Yes, I developed the subdivision and designed the houses. I have another one going in on the south side at a lower price point. I've done 3 others in Chattanooga, too. I also own 2 buildings downtown, the one my office is in, and another one about the same size. We rent out the office spaces. In addition, I own the property several cell phone towers are on and get a commission each month from them. In the last few years, I've been taking on different investments. Like what? Well, this app company for one. I also invested in a high-end property flipper who specializes in historic homes. I put up the money, and he flips them, and we split the profit 50-50. I like preserving the old homes here. We talk more about our day and the girls before we both drift off to sleep. Get some rest, baby. I'll see you in a few hours. I love you, Owen. I love you too, Ellie. Chapter 19. Ellie. I get so wrapped up in my writing the next day that I don't hear Owen come home until he wraps his arm around me. I missed you. He murmurs right before his lips land on mine. When he pulls back, he has a huge smile on his face, which is contagious and has me smiling, too. How far are you on your book? I'm about 75% done. Why? That's good, because I talked to a friend of mine who's a literary agent, and I told her about your book. She likes the idea and wants to see the first 3 chapters. I stiffen at the thought of showing my work to a professional. I know that had always been the plan, but that was way in the future, and not today. Owen picks up on my concern right away, of course. What's wrong? He asks with concern all on his face. I don't know how I feel about it. Why? He takes my hand in his, offering me comfort. Well, is she really interested in the book, or is she more interested in you? This makes Owen laugh. She would be more interested in you. Plus, she has a girlfriend. Also, I didn't tell her who you are to me, just that I had heard about your book. Could she really be interested in my book? A tingle of excitement runs through me, and then the nerves hit. Will you read through the chapters for me? I've edited the book myself, but I want it more polished before I send it off. I'd be offended if you didn't ask me to read it. He kisses my cheek. We spend the night reading the chapters, making sure they're ready to go before he sends them off. The second he hits the send button, my nerves were shot, and Owen distracts me in the best way possible. With multiple orgasms. The next day is the military gala event, and I'm excited. I've been doing my research, and it's a facility for the wounded military. They can go and get the specialized treatment they need to recover. Everything from learning how to walk with a new prosthetic, to physical therapy, and even PTSD treatment. The facility will provide assistance to transition back to the civilian world either by helping them go back to school or find jobs. Once in the car, I turned to Owen. Did you know the facility is on a historic southern plantation? Oakside Plantation, and it's a non-profit. Lexi and Noah started it after Noah needed help, but there was nowhere for him to go in the area. You looked into them, Owen smirks, but I can tell he's proud I care. Yes, I love their mission. Right now, they're raising money to fix up the barn and do some expansion. Also, they'd like to bring in animal therapy experts. I want to help them, Owen. I want to go down and volunteer. The facility is close to Savannah, and we could go for a weekend. The girls would love the beach and even helping with the horses, which would give them experience for when they get their own. Well, let's talk to them tonight and see the best way we can help, okay? I nod, almost bouncing in my seat. I realized earlier today I was looking at Owen's money all wrong. He wants to spoil me and do things to make me happy. That doesn't have to mean the money is spent on me. We can help organizations like this, and I can be hands-on, and that excites me. It's our turn to get out of the car, and I find I'm not even nervous anymore to face the line of photographers. Tonight, I'm in a light blush chiffon dress that's tight around the chest and flows loosely from the waist down with a belt of flowers built in. I smile as we get out of the car and pose for pictures with Owen. Many of the reporters are asking questions about us, and Owen introduces me as his girlfriend, and the cameras go wild snapping photos. One reporter makes the statement that Owen hasn't had a confirmed girlfriend since his fiancée. Owen just smiles and looks at me. I notice Clara getting out of the car behind ours, and she's heard it all. The look on her face would send the devil himself into hiding. A sick part of me hopes she gets caught on camera with that look. We move around the event space talking to people, while Owen keeps his hand on my waist and is constantly kissing my temple and whispering in my ear, asking if I need anything. After we get our drinks and sit down, I realize I'm sitting next to Lexi from Oakside. I'm so excited to meet you. I was doing research on your facility this week and I'm interested. You're so sweet, Ellie. This is my husband, Noah. Noah looks over, and if I wasn't prepared, I might have gasped. Half his face is covered in scars, and the skin is slightly raised with several scars across his cheek and jaw. I saw the before and after pictures on their website, and it's incredible what the plastic surgeon was able to do. Nice to meet you. I read about your story on your website. Thank you for your service. Noah shakes my hand and nods. This is my Owen. I introduce Owen, and Noah goes to sit next to him, and they get lost in their conversation, making Lexi and me laugh. While Owen and Noah are talking, his hand is always on my thigh or holding my hand, and Lexi sees and makes a comment about it. We talk all through dinner about how Noah and Lexi met, and how they came to start up Oakside. I don't know how long you're in town for, but I'd love to have you over for dinner. Owen has an amazing chef, and I'm great with desserts. I used to work at a bakery. We'd love to, as long as you are okay with dogs. Absolutely. My girls would go crazy over a dog to play with. I don't know if he's ever been around children, but he's well trained. He's a retired military police dog, heard in action. He's in need of some help. He lost one of his legs. I couldn't turn him down. Plus I think having animals on the property will help the residents. We have therapy dogs come in several times a week, and the guys enjoy the interaction. That's awesome. I was telling Owen on the way here I'd love to come down for a few days and see the place and help where I can. We would love to have you. The house Noah and I stay in is on the property, and we have plenty of room if you want to stay with us. We talk all through dessert about things to do in Knoxville while they're here. After dinner, Lexi shares the story of how Oakside came to be, and Noah tells his story, which brings tears to many eyes. Two men get up after Noah and speak about how much Oakside helped them not just heal, but to transition back into civilian life after being discharged. I lean over to Owen after the last speech and whisper in his ear, "Whatever you donated tonight, double it." Owen smiles at me with a twinkle in his eye, done. We stay much later than normal, having a great time and talking to everyone. I wake up Monday and can't keep the smile off my face. After we left the military gala Saturday night, we fell asleep in each other's arms, making plans on when we can get down to the Savannah area to visit and help out. Sunday, Owen surprised us and took us to the cabin in Gatlinburg. Boy, can money talk, because we had only just talked about it days before and now, he owns it. He had a decorator there, making notes of the changes we wanted and getting started. Owen says it will be ready for Christmas and is thinking we should spend the holiday there. When we get home, my happy mood is busted the second I see 5 missed calls from a blocked number and no voicemails. My first thought is a spam call, but they don't call from blocked phone numbers normally. My mind immediately goes down the rabbit hole of everything that could be wrong. The sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach is the same one I had the day the kid's dad walked out, and when my parents were in a car accident, and my mom broke her arm. It's making me unsettled. I want to pull the girls and Owen into this room, not leaving all day, but I know it's not practical. I head down the hall and check in on the girls. They're sound asleep. I still have 20 minutes before I need to wake them up, so I stand in the doorway and watch over them. I don't hear Owen come up behind me until he wraps his arms around my waist. He runs his nose up the back of my neck until his mouth is next to my ear. "What's wrong, baby?" he whispers. I close the girl's door and walk back to our room. I don't know, just this feeling I have. I show him my phone with the missed calls. "Come shower with me and let me relax you," he says in a soothing voice. We shower, then wake up the girls. Mia walks in as we sit down for breakfast, and she has the same feeling. Owen finally admits to it too, and then disappears into the other room as I tell Mia about the missed calls. It could be nothing. I hope it's nothing, I say. Okay, I called and had security tightened around the house. They're bringing in a few more guys, and one will stay with the girls at school, and one will be by your side, Mia. You can say it's too much, but I'm not messing with any of your safety. If you leave the house, you'll have a security guy with you at all times, Owen says, looking at me. I nod. I know he's right. It's better to be safe than sorry. Well, I'll take the girls to school. I have a few errands to run, and then I'm staying home all day to write. With that, we all part ways. By lunchtime, the pit in my stomach feels larger than the Grand Canyon. I call both Mia and Owen to check up on them, and also the girls' school to check in on them, and even talk to Mom and Dad on the way back to the house. When I get home, it's quiet. Almost too quiet. I find Ryan in the kitchen reading a new cookbook he's been talking about. "Tell me, what are your thoughts on candied salmon?" Ryan asks without even looking up. "That some things just shouldn't be candied?" I smile. Exactly. I don't know. "Babe, what's wrong?" Ryan's face falls when he finally looks at me. I have this weird feeling, and I'm going to sound like the biggest baby, but would you mind hanging out with me? I'm going to sit here, be quiet, and write. I can't stand the thought of being alone right now. I'm not going anywhere. I need to plan dinner and was wanting to make salmon. Maybe finding something the girls would eat. We went out last year for my mom's birthday, and the place had a lemon cream sauce on their salmon, and both girls cleaned their plate. On it. He starts pulling up recipes on his phone, and we chat occasionally, but I don't get a single word written. About 30 minutes before I need to leave to pick up the girls, the doorbell rings. "Clive has today off," Ryan says. I hesitate and look at the door. "You can answer it. I'm right here, and I'm not going anywhere." I know he's trying to calm me, but for some reason, it doesn't work. But still, I nod, figuring if they made it through security, I should be safe opening the door. I almost faint seeing Carl, my ex, at the door. He looks worse than the last time I saw him. He looks like he hasn't slept in days, and his hair and clothing are disheveled, though they look fairly clean. "Hello, Carl," I manage in a much more even tone than I thought possible. "Well, look at you, Miss High and Snooty." I'm instantly on alert, and it's then I notice not one security guy. I start to close the door without saying a word, but Carl is quicker and shoves his foot in the entrance. "What can I do for you, Carl?" I sigh. Well, I'd like to see my daughters, he sneers at me. Carl, first it's not your scheduled visitation time, and second, they're at school. I try to stay calm, though my mind is anything but. Well, I'll just pick them up from school then. They won't let you, I tell him. What do you mean they won't let me? You aren't on the approved pickup list, since the custody papers state you are to pick them up from me. We need to talk about this custody agreement, he says. My mind races. Could he mean he wants to sign his rights away? I'd lose the child support, but I'd rather just be done with him. I'm sure the thought of not having to pay child support anymore would appeal to him. So, I open the door and invite him in. Let's talk in the living room in the back. I lead him through the foyer. Ryan eyes me as we walk in, but having him nearby calms me a bit. Also, if Ryan is in the kitchen, most of the time, he'll have a direct view of us. Look, goody two-shoes doesn't even have to cook her own food anymore. Must be nice fucking a billionaire. Before I turn back to face Carl, I paste on a fake smile. Have a seat. Ryan made some cookies earlier, and I'll have him bring out something to drink. Would you like lemonade or tea? Lemonade with a shot of whiskey. I calmly walk back to the kitchen and out of Carl's eyesight. Help. I whisper to Ryan. Take my phone, text Mia, and tell her to pick up the kids and take them to my parents and not bring them here. Tell her Carl is here. Then, text Owen an SOS and have him get home right now. Then, bring out some lemonade, do not add the whiskey, and please keep an eye on us. Ryan nods as he takes my phone. I grab the plate of cookies and head back into the living room. Ryan will bring our drinks out in a minute. I sit down on the couch across from Carl, putting the coffee table between us. What would you like to talk about, Carl? I ask, trying to get the ball rolling, yet trying to stay calm. The more he talks, the more time I can stall, so Ryan can get the texts out. Then, I have a fleeting thought, can I even call the cops, since I did technically invite him inside? The thought is gone as soon as he starts talking. Look at the life you got here, he holds his arms open wide then leans back on the couch and folds his hands. Fucking a billionaire and conning him to pay for your kids. Smart move, Ellie, he nods in approval. I cringe at how he talks about Owen and my relationship, but don't say anything. I've never seen him like this. He would never drink when we were together. Even on his 21st birthday, he ordered one and then wanted to go home to spend time with our kids. I figure right now, maybe if I just let him talk, I can buy some time. That's all I need is some time for Ryan to send off the texts and get help. You even have someone else taking care of the kids. Why am I even paying child support? He says, looking out the window. Because they're your kids, and they still have needs. You know, food, clothes, school field trips, eye exams, and dentist visits, I list off. All of which your new man can pay for. Obviously, he's paying for a roof over your head and someone to cook your food. Why do I have to pay for it? I start to see the big picture. Money. It always comes down to money. I sigh. If you want to change the agreement, we can go back to court. You'll have two options. The first one, the visitation will change, since you haven't seen them once, since you signed the papers. Less visitation means, you'll pay more money. Or you can sign your rights away and never have to pay another dime. Hoping he chooses option 2, I wait to see his reaction. The one I get is one I don't like. He leers at me, and his eyes roam my body, making me uncomfortable. Thankfully, Ryan slowly makes his way into the room and sets the drinks on the coffee table. His movements are at about half the speed I'm used to see him work at, so I know he too is stalling. When he turns to me, his back to Carl, and he mouths, "Done," and then says, "Anything else, ma'am?" That will be all, Ryan. Thank you, I nod and try to force a smile, as he turns to walk out of the room. Carl picks up his glass and takes a sip. His face twists in anger. I said with whiskey. He bellows, and I barely have time to duck, as he throws the glass, and it shatters on the wall behind me. I jump up and so does he. See, Ellie, there's one more option I like so much better, he says. Trying to control my breathing, I say, "What?" Then, he lunges for my arm, and before I can move, he pushes me against the wall. "I can go and file for full custody, and you and your fancy fuckboy can pay me full child support. Maybe, I'll fuck you here and now. Put another baby in you and get even more money," he says. He puts one hand against my throat, pinning me to the wall, and the other hand starts to slide under my shirt. My skin is crawling with every little contact his hand makes. I start fighting, and he lets go of my throat to grab my hands and pin them to the wall. "How are you going to prove you deserve full custody? Look at you. Disgusting." I scream and keep trying to fight and kick my legs, as he reaches for the button on my pants.
Chapter 20. Owen. I'm finishing my lunch when I get a call from my security team that there was an unknown male spotted on the cameras who looked drunk and possibly high at my front door. Also, they've lost contact with the guys at the front gate. I dropped everything and am on my way home. My driver is speeding per my instructions. I call Thunder, my guy back at the office, who is watching the cameras. "Where are the men who are supposed to be outside the house?" "I don't know. I can't get in contact with anyone. I already have 8 more guys on the way. I'm 10 minutes out. Make sure they meet me when I get there." I send a quick text to Mia asking her to pick up the kids, and she replies she's on it. I set my phone down, and a second later, it rings again. Ellie's name races across my screen, and my heart leaps. "Ellie, baby, are you okay?" "Owen, it's Ryan." Ellie gave me her phone and told me to text, but I figured I'd call. "The girl's dad is here, I guess to talk about custody, but I can't hear everything. I have to go and take drinks out there." "Hurry," he says, as the line goes dead. My blood runs cold. I looked up Carl after that first night Ellie told me about him. It's my habit to always know about the people around me. When Carl left Ellie, he got into some nasty stuff. He was cheating on Ellie with a daughter of a casino owner in Vegas. When he moved out there, she dumped him faster than you can say Vegas. After that, he started drinking and got into drugs. That sent him down a bad road. Knowing he's there, I have one thing on my mind. Get him away from my Ellie. Then, I think of the girls and call Mia. "Listen, Carl showed up at the house. Do you have somewhere you can take the girls, so they aren't near us?" "Yes," Ryan texted. "I'm taking them over to Ellie's parents, and they'll have a blast and not know anything's wrong. I already talked to her mom. I'll call you when he's gone." "Okay, but I expect full details from both you and Ellie." "Done. I'm pulling in now." Before I can step out of the car, the security guys meet me. "Where do you want us, boss?" Ian asks. He's been with me for over 5 years now. I gave him a promotion to work security at my office and be home more with his kids, but I'm glad Thunder sent him. "I want the house surrounded. Go in pairs, 2 out back, 2 around the side door, and 2 with me. I'm going in. Once this is over, I want to know what happened to the guys who were supposed to be on the grounds. I'll deal with them personally." "Maybe you should let us go in," Ian suggests. He's an ex-Navy SEAL. I know he can hold his own. I hand him an envelope, which he slips into his vest. Then, I pull a gun from inside my coat jacket and check it. That's my Ellie in there. I'm going in. I don't answer any more questions, I just walk towards the front door. Thunder says they're in the back living room, Ian tells me, as we approach the door. We open the door and quietly pile into the foyer. Knowing they are in the back of the house, we make our way listening. Ryan spots us, and his eyes go wide. I hold a finger to my mouth, and he nods pointing towards the back living room, confirming Thunder's intel. The closer we get, the better we can hear, but I don't turn the corner, because Carl will be able to see me. There's a loud thump, and then a male voice I'm assuming is Carl. I can go file for full custody, and you and your fancy fuck boy can pay me full child support. Maybe, I'll fuck you here and now, and put another baby in you and get even more money. Just as I thought, he's after money. Then Ellie yells. How are you going to prove you deserve full custody? Look at you. Disgusting. Ellie shouts, but I hear the panic in her voice, and my rage builds. As I round the corner, I see Ellie pinned to the wall, and Carl's hand slipping down, messing with Ellie's pants. My blood boils, and I see red. His hands are on my Ellie, and I swear I'll kill him. No one touches her like that. I break out into a run. Carl notices me a second before I have him pinned to the wall by his throat, and he's dangling a few centimeters off the ground. Only when I know Carl isn't going anywhere, do I make sure Ian and the guys are taking care of Ellie. Bruises are already forming around her neck. Knowing he held her just like I am now, tunnels my vision. I have one thought. Make him suffer. I'm okay, Owen, I promise, Ellie says, her voice shaky. The sound of her voice calms me, but not much. I look back at the disgusting man whose eyes are bulging, and his face is turning red. I lower him to the ground enough so he can breathe, but not enough that he can get away. I start talking. You've seen those girls once in the last 2 years. They have no idea who you are, nor do they care. Yeah, because you poisoned them against me, he spits out. I tighten my hold around his neck, reminding him who is in control of this situation in his life. They're young and tend to forget about people when they aren't right in front of them. They had no idea who you were long before I entered the picture, but I'll make you a deal. You want money? His eyes light up, and he nods his head eagerly, like a kid being tempted with candy. I'll pay you right now $1 million to sign away your rights to the girls. You'll never see them again, and you'll no longer be their father. You'll also never come near them or Ellie again. If you do or you try to come back for more money, the video and audio of today will find its way to the DA. I point to the hidden camera in the corner of the room. The same one I know Thunder is watching and listening to everything back at my office. Understanding washes over his face and a bit of the spark burns out. He was thinking it was the start of a gravy train. He is sadly mistaken. All this will be outlined in the contract you'll sign, along with any of your rights to the girls. After I found out about Carl, and Ellie changed her address, I had a feeling Carl would show up asking for money. To be prepared, I had my lawyer get the papers ready, and I've been carrying them with me everywhere. Why? Are you going to adopt those snot-nosed brats? He sneers. I press against his throat a little harder and lift him higher off the ground. Yes, those girls are amazing, and the best thing you ever did as a dad was leave. Then, I lower him, so he can breathe again and lean into his ear, so Ellie can't hear. I know what you've been into. I know the slut you left Ellie for dumped you the second you got to Vegas. Right now, your drug of choice is cocaine, and I know to pay for your drug habit you've been sucked into some shitty stuff in an underground sex trafficking ring. You don't stand a chance of seeing those girls again. Not only will I have you stripped of your rights, and you won't get a dime, but you will go to jail for the rest of your pathetic life. I lean back and speak, so Ellie can hear us again. You have 30 seconds before this deal goes away, and I take you to court and you get nothing. Fine. He spits out. Ian walks over to me and gives me the envelope I handed him earlier along with a pen. I let Carl down and keep myself between him and Ellie, as we move to the coffee table, so he can sign the papers. As he's signing them, I call my lawyer and tell him to move $1 million to Carl's bank account, and then come to the house right away. I hang up the phone, and Carl looks up at me. How do you know where to move the money? I know everything about you, Carl. Everything. I level a gaze at him that only breaks when Ryan walks in. I'm a notary, and I can notarize those for you. He nods towards the papers. He does his thing with the kit he has in his hand. A text comes in from my lawyer, telling me the money is moved. Carl, check your bank account. He nods, but doesn't move to pull out a phone. Ian, I want him out of the state within the hour, I say, never taking my eyes off Carl. Ian takes Carl's arm, gladly. I know they'll take care of it and probably leave him down some hillbilly dirt road in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky. As he's being escorted out, he sneers at Ellie. I'm immediately between him and her. One word to her, and you're in violation of your contract, and I'll have the police here so fast your head will spin. I enjoy the rage that burns in his eyes, as he's escorted from the house. One of my security guys says to me, we found the guards that should have been up front. He had a distraction and slipped by them. Some girl pretending to faint on the other side of the street. The girl confessed he paid her to do it, but she had no idea why. She just needed the money. I sigh, put them on leave, and I'll deal with them later. Get her statement on video in case we need it later. Tighten up security on the house, no one in or out, except my lawyer. When he gets here, he needs those papers and to review the footage from the moment Carl steps foot on the property. Tell Thunder to send 2 guys to Ellie's parents' house to keep an eye on Mia and the girls, plain clothes. Done, and there are already a few guys at Ellie's parents'. Thunder had Mia trailed to be sure they were okay. He nods and stands at the doorway by the kitchen. I slowly turn to face Ellie and reach a hand out to her. I don't know where her head is in all this, but I need to hold her and reassure myself she's okay. When she looks at me, her eyes are wide, and she opens her mouth to speak, and then closes it again, before finally asking, did you just pay $1 million for my girls? For the first time, I'm scared I might have done the wrong thing. I gulp, yes. She's waiting, so I continue, his rights are gone, and his child support is gone, but I'll gladly pay that until they are both 18 so you have him out of your life. No matter what happens between us. I hope that you'll allow me to adopt Becca and Allie and give them and you, my last name very soon. She still hasn't said anything, but tears are running down her face. I wipe the tears away with my thumbs. You just paid $1 million for my girls, she whispers again. My heart drops. Did I do the right thing? Is she upset? I can't tell, and I don't know what to do, so I do what my mom is always telling me to do, I speak from my heart. I would do anything for you and those girls. You 3 are my whole world. I rest my forehead on hers, needing another connection to her. She sighs. I need a shower, Owen. Take me upstairs. Her voice is soft, without a trace of anger. Since I'm an all-or-nothing kind of guy, I swoop her up into my arms and carry her bridal style up to our room. When I enter the bathroom, I set her down on the counter and start the shower to warm up the water. When I turn back to Ellie, she's watching me, so I slowly walk over to her and gently undress her and myself, before entering the shower. As I watch the water run down her skin, I hold her close, so happy she's here and okay, and just enjoying our skin to skin. After a few minutes, I breathe deeply, looking her over and taking stock of her injuries, so I know how to take care of her. She has a bruise on her arm and a nasty one on her wrist. On her throat are marks from his fingers. Otherwise, she looks okay. Did he touch? I can't seem to get the words out, as my voice breaks. Her hand tangles in my hair, and she pulls me down for a kiss. It only calms my nerves for a few seconds, until she moves back. No, Owen, you got to me in time. He didn't have a chance to do anything. I almost sag against the shower wall in relief. I know if she said he did, I'd find Carl and bury him myself. I get her soap and wash every inch of her skin, twice. I don't push any further. This is about getting any of Carl's dirt that touched Ellie off of her. Once she's clean, she takes my soap and washes me as well. Her hands on my skin seem to relieve the last of the tension. Once the soap is rinsed off, I dry her off, then myself and take her to bed. I need her silky skin against me. I need the connection. As we lay in bed, she tells me what happened in detail, and then asks me a question that I had been waiting for. Why didn't you just send him to jail? I'm not sure you'll like my answer. I'm truthful with her. Try me. Well, the people he's involved with are evil, Ellie, and he's going to get far worse from them. They're watching him and will see him get the money. If he's smart, he'll take it and leave the country, but I doubt he will. As soon as those guys get a whiff of the money, they'll own him, and the money will be gone in a month, maybe 2. Then, when he can't get more, honestly, you need to prepare yourself, he'll probably end up dead within a year. She nods, and I can tell by her far-off gaze that she's thinking. I rub her back and hold her close to me. Will they try to come after me or the girls? No, I've made sure of it. I have enough on them that slip to the right person, it would end them. I didn't get this far by not knowing the people around me, Ellie, but be warned, I don't get all my information the legal way, especially when it comes to protecting those I love. It's also why I know Carl won't come back for more, because I can make it look like he snitched, and that's a fate worse than death in that world. Ellie remains quiet. I know he's their father, but I can't let any of that touch you girls. He's not a father. He wasn't even a good one when we were married. He was never really there for them, but I overlooked it and made excuses because he said all the right things. She turns in my arms to face me, and her hand comes to rest on my cheek. You paid $1 million without blinking an eye to protect them and offered to pay child support, even if we aren't together anymore. You've been more of a father to them in the last 2 months than they've had their whole lives. My eyes water, but I don't try to hide it, I want to be their dad more than anything. Her smile lights up her whole face. I want you to be their dad, too. She leans in and kisses me nice and slow, and I take my time making love to her, showing her with my caresses and gentle touches, how much I cherish her. Later that evening, we call Mia to bring the girls home, and Ellie's parents come as well. Ellie sits to talk to them about what happened, while I take the girls to their room. I close the door and turn back to them. Hey, girls. I need to talk to you about something. We head over to their reading nook and cuddle up in the oversized beanbag chair. I look into their faces, as they give me their full attention. You girls asked me a question a few weeks ago about being your daddy. They both nod their heads. Is that something you still want? They leap off my lap and jump up and down. Yes. More than anything. Becca squeals. Allie smiles and shrugs, I already consider you my dad. Tears well up in my eyes and emotion clogs my throat, so I pull them both into a hug, while I regain my composure. Well, if you'll have me, I'd love to be your daddy, but I need your permission to marry your mommy. Both their eyes go wide, as they dance around, yes. 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 They yell, making me laugh. This has to be our secret, okay? I'm going to surprise mommy in a few weeks. Can you keep a secret until then? They both nod their heads so hard that I worry they might fall off. Did you girls eat dinner? Yes, Grandma made us spaghetti. Can we have a tea party? What can you say to a little girl when she asks you to have a tea party? You say yes and let them dress you up. That's how Ellie found us.
Chapter 21. Ellie. I'm standing in our room packing a bag for our weekend away and thinking about the last few weeks. The papers were filed, and Carl no longer has any rights over the girls. That means his child support and health insurance also stopped, but Owen stepped right in and has taken care of all of it. We haven't heard a word from Carl. We were lying in bed one night, and I asked Owen if he was watching Carl, and he said he was. I also wondered how Carl was able to hold a steady job while looking the way he did. Owen said it was something I didn't want the answer to, so I just dropped it. He told me he wouldn't lie to me and would tell me anything I asked, but would not disclose details. I just nodded and told him I'm glad he's watching Carl and how safe I felt thanks to him. Last week, the girls asked if they could call Owen Daddy. After we talked, we agreed. Owen hasn't held back any affection towards the girls. Every morning, he wraps them in hugs and tells them he loves them, and every night, he reads them an extra story and kisses them goodnight, and again tells them how much he loves them. They call him Daddy every chance they get and return all the I love yous. It's written all over Owen's face what each one of those girls mean to him. We also had Lexi and Noah over, while they were still in town. They brought the dog they adopted, and the girls spoiled him all day, which put ideas in Owen's head about getting a dog. We made plans to volunteer at Oakside, and Owen handed them another large check before they left. At first, they refused, saying he'd given so much at the gala, but Owen pointed to the girls and said they put those smiles there, and what you gave them is priceless. Lexi and I have been texting daily, and she sent me so many pictures from around the property, and I'm really excited to see it in person. I also heard from the literary agent, and she loved the book. She pitched it to a publisher, and we signed a contract with them, and I got a nice advance to finish it. I have my outline done and only 4 more chapters to write. I sent Simone, my literary agent, what I have so far, and now, Owen is whisking me away for our weekend away at the cabin he won at the first gala we attended. Mia is excited to have the girls and the house to herself while we're gone. She has been making plans, and with Owen's unlimited budget for her, I know the girls are going to have a blast. Mia is planning an indoor camping night complete with tents and all. She's such a big kid herself. Life is good right now, so it's the perfect time for Owen and me to get away by ourselves. I'm so lost in thought I don't hear Owen come into the room until he wraps his arms around my waist. "You ready to go, baby?" he asks as he kisses my neck. I am. "Anything special I need to bring?" "The skimpiest bathing suit you have." I laugh, but grab a string bikini and stuff it in my bag, not wanting to open it all the way, so Owen can't see the surprise I have for him. He takes my bag, and we head out to the car. It's a couple of hours drive, and Owen insisted he drive us there, so we talk about his work, my book, the girls, and everything in between. As we pull up to the resort and head into the lobby to check in, I'm blown away. The lobby is enormous, but still manages the log cabin feel, even with the 4-story fireplace and massive windows. There isn't any snow on the ground yet, but it's cold enough for it, and I'm hoping we might get some while here. It would be beautiful. After getting our room key, we go to a private cabin off to the side of the property. We have a lot of privacy, and you would never know we were on the grounds of a resort. The cabin truly is a cabin with a small kitchen and a large living area and a bedroom to the side. This cabin is easily bigger than the apartment I had when I met Owen. I walk out onto the porch, taking in the breathtaking mountain views, and the huge hot tub on the side of the deck. Now, I get why Owen said to pack a bathing suit. I turn and see Owen watching me take it all in. I love it. When can we go check out the rest of the resort? We can go now and explore, until our reservations for dinner later. Perfect. I'm surprised by how much there is to do, and all I have to do is ask, and Owen is right there making it happen. I'm pretty sure the ice bumper cars and mountain roller coaster weren't his things, but he was right by my side. He did surprise me by how good of an ice skater he was when we got on the lake. After over an hour on the ice, we returned to the main lobby and warmed up by the fire with some hot chocolate. Over dinner, Owen doesn't take his eyes off me and keeps telling me how much he loves me. He steers the conversation, wanting to learn every detail about me. "Where do you see yourself in 5 years or 10 years?" he asks. "What is this, a job interview?" I joke. "In 10 years, Becca will be driving. So, I'll want everything in a plastic bubble, because that scares me." We both laugh as the waiter delivers our food. "Do you want more kids?" he asks with a smile on his face. If you had asked me that a few months ago, I'd have said no, but now?
Yeah.
I could see having more kids. What changed? You changed. I squeeze his hand. Now, the same questions to you. In 5 to 10 years, I still want the dream. A house, a wife, and kids to come home, too. Even the dog? He laughs, yes, even the dog. I'd love to have kids with you, Ellie. Someday. After that, the conversation stays light all evening. When we go back to the cabin, we fall asleep, after several rounds of intense lovemaking. I wake up and stretch, my body deliciously sore from last night. Owen woke me twice, saying I didn't have to do anything, but just lay there and let him love me, and boy, did he. I roll over and see him propped up on his elbow with his head in his hand, smiling down at me. What time is it? I ask. Almost 8. I was going to let you sleep another 10 minutes before I woke you up. I have a big day planned today. He wasn't kidding either. After we eat breakfast and shower, we spent the day horseback riding out to the lake, where we have a picnic lunch. It's such a beautiful spot, and we channel our inner teenagers because we make out more than we eat our lunch, before heading back. When we get back and return the horses, we're told there's a festival going on, so we head over and check that out. It has live music, food trucks, a petting zoo, and even rides. We have a great time and walk back on a different path than the one we took to the festival. Did we take a wrong turn? He smiles and takes my hands. I wanted to show you something. Come on. We walk a little way up the path, and I see tea light candles, lining the path giving off a soft glow. It feels magical, I smile up at him. It does, he agrees, pulling me closer into his side. We follow the candles out to a gazebo on a small lake. There are hundreds of tea lights scattered all over the area. That's when it hits me. Owen, you did this, didn't you? I gasp. He smiles and takes my hand, as he leads me to the center of the gazebo. I stop and turn in circles, as I take in the warm glow all around us from the lights. When I turn back to Owen, he's down on one knee, and my hand flies to my mouth. It's so Owen to pull out all the stops. Ellie, you were right. I used money as a way to keep my walls up and to keep everyone away. I thought having money meant not having people around me who want me, and yet, I wasn't ready to give it up. I spent my time taking care of my mom and holding on to the slim hope one day I'd have someone with which to share my life. Then you turned my world upside down and plowed through my walls without even realizing you did. In the blink of an eye, I had the family I always wanted, and a woman who loved me for me. I love you, Ellie, so much that I can't picture my life without you in it. I love you so much that being away from you hurts. Warm tears run down my face, and I know he sees them, but he squeezes my hand tighter. I want to give you the world if you will let me. I want to be Becca and Allie's dad, and I want to adopt them. But most of all, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I already talked to your dad and got his blessing. I talked to the girls, and they gave their permission, too. Now, I'm going to ask the most important question of my life. Ellie, will you marry me? Will you let me give all 3 of you my last name? I can't speak at first, so I smile and nod, before I manage to get out a yes. Joy washes over his face, as he slides the ring onto my hand. A ring I hadn't even noticed until now, because I couldn't take my eyes off of him. When I finally taken the ring, I gasp. Your dad asked if I wanted to use this ring. He said I could buy you any ring you wanted, but this ring would mean more to you. He's right. It's my grandmother's ring. It's a ring I loved so much growing up. I rub my fingers over it, remembering my grandma would tell me the story of how she and my grandpa met. It's perfect. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him. When I pull back, unshed tears are in his eyes, and it makes me fall even more in love with him. I love you so damn much, Owen, I say. I love you too, Ellie. We stand in the middle of the gazebo and kiss for a few minutes before I take his hand and pull him back down the candle-lined walkway. Before leaving the lake, I stop him. We have to get a few pictures. I smile at him, and he nods. I pull out my phone and mess with a few settings, turning on my night mode. I capture this moment and get a few pictures of the gazebo, and of us with the gazebo in the background. Then, we take the traditional I said yes photos with my hand up, hugs, smiles on our faces, and more with the gazebo in the background before we head back to the cabin. The second we're in, Owen picks me up, tosses me over his shoulder, and carries me to the bedroom. I laugh the whole way until he gently throws me on the bed. Owen, wait. I try to catch my breath. I have a surprise for you. It'll just take a minute. His eyes sparkle as I run off into the bathroom and change. Since it's close to Christmas, I thought my red baby doll outfit with white fur lining meant to look like a sexy Mrs. Claus would be perfect for this weekend. I take a deep breath and step out of the bathroom, finding him sitting naked on the side of the bed with his cock hard. The sight steals my breath away. Owen in all his glory, cock standing up, and waiting for me. I know the moment he sees me because his eyes smolder with intensity and his jaw drops. Then, he grunts, fuck, fuck, fuck. And this sexy, powerful man comes with only the barest touch of his hand. Fuck, that's never happened to me before, but I've never seen anything so seductive in my life, he says, and never once takes his eyes off me. I put a little extra sway in my hips as I walk over and kneel in front of him. We can't let this go to waste, I murmur, before breaking eye contact and start licking up the cum that has spilled onto his belly and his thigh. By the time I'm finished, he's already hard again, and without a second thought, I take him in my mouth and enjoy the groan that falls from his lips. My eyes meet his, and his hand tangles in my hair as I work him in and out of my mouth. Before I know it, he's coming again, and I swallow every drop. Baby, you see what you do to me? I don't know how you do it, but my God, Ellie, you're amazing. I'm smirking, as Owen quickly picks me up and puts me on the bed, and has his head in between my legs. The first swipe of his tongue sets my body on fire, and he eats me to 3 orgasms, before kissing his way up my body. You will always come more than I do. It's non-negotiable. He growls as he slides into me. We are both on edge already, so our orgasms crash into us hard and fast. Then, he takes his time making love to every inch of my body. As we lay in bed, letting our breathing return to normal, I sigh, wow, that's one hell of a way to start our engagement. Owen gives a full body laugh that brings a smile to my face. He pulls me to his side. Before he speaks, I have a theory that it's because you're truly mine. It's our bodies' way of claiming each other. I think it will be even more intense once we're married. I smile and snuggle up to him. I hope so. Chapter 22. Ellie. If you want to talk about a whirlwind, I've got a story for you. Once Owen proposed, he didn't want to wait another minute for me to be married to him, so he moved heaven and earth to make it happen in just 3 short months. He took so much of the burden off of me by hiring an amazing wedding planner, so here I stand in shock that we pulled it off. I am now standing in my wedding dress, getting ready to marry the man I never thought I'd be lucky enough to find. That's not the only thing to happen in the last 3 months. I finished my book, and they moved faster than I thought they would with promotion, and I just finished a small mini book interview tour. Though I can't prove it, I think Owen might have been behind how fast they're working on my book. There's talk it will hit the bestseller lists when it releases in a few months. There have also been talks of another contract for a second book, but that's all been put on hold until after our honeymoon. Over Christmas, Owen went all out spoiling the girls while celebrating our first Christmas as a family. We spent the holiday at our cabin in Gatlinburg and brought my parents and his mom. When Mia's parents decided to spend the holidays with their grandbabies, Mia joined us, too. It was perfect having everyone under one roof. Owen had the place decorated for Christmas with lights and rustic Christmas decor, and it was nothing short of magical. Then Christmas morning, everyone had gifts under the tree courtesy of Owen. He got the girls the dollhouse they'd been asking for. The thing is taller than they are. They each got a bike and the game system they have been wanting, along with a bunch of games and other smaller toys. He got his mom both a vacation and a donation in her name to the women's house. My parents got tickets for the cruise they'd been talking about and a new car, which Owen justified them needing because they'll be driving around the girls. I know it was hard for my parents to accept, but they did, and it made Owen happy. He gave Mia a paid vacation, a Christmas bonus, And some shoes she'd been drooling over online that I later found out cost over $1,000 each. He and I talked, and I asked him to donate to Lexi and Noah at Oakside. If he went light on Christmas gifts for me, then he could do a big honeymoon, and he agreed. So, he got me a few small items and a new computer for me to write on. But how do you spoil a man who has everything? His mom got him a few gift cards to restaurants around town for him to try out. Mia did a photo shoot of the girls and me, so he had pictures for his desk at work. My parents put together a photo album of each girl with pictures from the time they were born until now. He was so touched he had tears running down his face, saying he missed so much, but the books meant everything. We spent a few hours telling stories to go with each picture. The girls and I went to a pottery class downtown and made a picture frame for him that says "Best Daddy Ever," and put a photo of all four of us inside it. The girls also picked up some World's Best Dad coffee mugs and shirts for him, too. Then, his best present was, he got to unwrap me that night. We celebrated Allie's birthday, and it was so over the top, and I've never seen anything like it. He invited everyone in her class and even had pony rides and a bounce house. Of course, Elsa and Anna from Frozen showed up and stole the whole show. All of this happened while wedding planning. Like I said, Owen hired an amazing wedding planner. All I had to say was what I wanted, and between her and him, it was done. The hardest thing I had to do was decide when and where to have the wedding and pick out my dress. Owen didn't care that I wanted a small wedding, but he wanted it done up right. This is why we are having an over-the-top wedding at the Biltmore Estate in Asheville, North Carolina for 25 people. The house is breathtaking on its own, and Owen, the girls, and I have been here for 3 days now. Owen even arranged a private tour of the house and the grounds for us. The girls love that we are getting married in what they call a castle. For that reason, they made sure I had a princess tiara for my wedding day. I would have worn bright yellow if they had asked, because today is as much for them as it is for Owen and me. There's a knock on the door, and I turn to see Mia, who is my maid of honor, walk in with the girls. They are so excited about today because they're standing up with me. This is something Owen insisted on. He said he isn't just marrying me today, but the four of us were becoming a family. I swear that man finds new ways to melt my heart daily. Mia hands me a small box. This is from your soon-to-be husband. Your wedding gift, he said. Mia had no problems with all the spoiling Owen does. He gave her a credit card, since she's with the girls all the time, and she uses it to take them to the zoo, have lunch, get their hair and nails done, and lots of ice cream trips. When I open the box, there's a note on top, so I read it first. Ellie. I feel like a caged bear in this room, waiting to marry you. I want to hold you and watch you get ready, but I know this time with the girls is important to you. I want you to know again how much I love you and how happy you are making me. Today, I give you my last name and everything I have, but you already have the most important thing, my heart. I want to spoil you every day forever, and that starts today. So please, wear these down the aisle to me. I love you. Your very soon-to-be husband. I smile because last week I confronted Owen on why he hasn't had me sign a prenup. He laughed, and I got mad because I was serious. I didn't want his money, just him. He kissed me and said that's exactly why he's not having me sign a prenup. He says if he ever fails to make me happy and I leave him, he wants me to have half of everything, so he knows the girls and I are taken care of. I cried for over an hour after that, while he held me, telling me how much he loved me. I open the box and look at the necklace made up of so many diamond hearts that I can't count them. Mia puts it on me and lets out a whistle. Girl, that thing is beautiful. Now, let's get you married. We meet my dad at the door, and he loses the battle of holding back tears, which causes my eyes to well up. Thankfully, the wedding planner was thinking ahead and had me use waterproof makeup. Mia walks out first with the girls, and once we're alone, my dad turns to me. Seeing how much that man loves you is one of the best things in my life as a father. Watching him with the girls and you fills my heart in a way you'll someday understand. I couldn't be more proud to call him my son today. That's when we both really lose it, and after we pull ourselves together. The wedding planner is there to fix us both up and get us ready to walk down the aisle. The ceremony is outside, so as we come around the tall bushes that block us from the ceremony, as I get my first view of Owen and the girls standing next to him, each holding his hands. I barely notice the Biltmore mansion behind him, because even from here, I can see the tears running down his face and happiness on his face with each step I take. The girls are standing next to him in their white lace dresses that match mine, while Owen is in his black suit that stands out. He takes my breath away, and when my eyes finally meet his, time stands still. It's just us now, and I know my smile matches his, as my dad places my hand in Owen's. As soon as Owen has my hand, he pulls me closer to him. His hand touches the necklace he gave me, and he smiles. I love it, Owen. Thank you. I have a wedding gift for you too, but you have to wait until tomorrow morning. His smile grows as the ceremony begins. We say our vows, and he gets choked up. Once he places the ring on my finger, Owen kneels down in front of Becca and Ellie. Today, I don't just marry your mom, I also become your stepfather. But I don't want that title. He pauses, and there are a few whispers, and the girls look at each other. I want to be your dad. I already love you both as if you're mine, which as of today you are. I make you both this vow, to protect you, to care for you, and to make sure you always have what you need and want. I promise to provide the funds for school, so you can be whatever you want to be, and I will do everything in my power to make your dreams come true. But more than anything, I want you to have my last name. Will you allow me to adopt you? Both their eyes go wide, as they throw their arms around him, saying yes, while crying and hugging him. He doesn't hide his own tears either. I lose the fight to keep mine at bay as well. When the girls finally let him go and take a step back, he pulls a bracelet out of his pocket and turns to Ellie. This is a sign of how much I love you. There are a few charms on it to match the memories we've made, but I promise to fill it up with many more. He secures the bracelet around her arm, and then turns to Becca and makes the same vow, and places her bracelet on her arm. The girls walk back over to where Mia stands just behind me and compare bracelets, as we are pronounced not just man and wife, but the Garrett family. Owen keeps our kiss very PG and hugs both the girls before we go for our wedding photos and onto the small reception on the property. We do all the traditional wedding reception things, and Owen has his first dance with each of the girls. But they quickly tucker themselves out, so my mom and dad take them home. They're staying with both my parents and Mia for the next 2 weeks. He promised them once school was out this summer, we would do our first family vacation, and they've been planning it ever since. We say our goodbyes to everyone and go to the inn on the grounds, where we're staying the next 2 nights. Owen asked me where my dream vacation was and suggested everything from a trip around Europe to an Alaskan cruise, and even offered to rent a private island. I said the island sounded nice, but not private. I wanted to be immersed in a new culture, so we are going to the Caribbean for my first trip out of the country. The second we're in our room, his lips are on mine. Are you sure I have to wait until tomorrow for my surprise? He murmurs between kisses. I'm sure, but I do have a surprise under this wedding dress for you. Just be careful of the dress, because I want to donate it to the military charity Lexi told me about. They're helping a few of the girls plan wonderful weddings because they stood by their men the whole time. He kisses my neck and carefully removes the dress, kissing my skin as it's exposed. He gently lays the dress on a nearby chair, before his eyes are back on me. I can see he's already hard, and I know I'm soaked. This entire evening has been one big dance knowing what was coming up, and he took every chance he could to tease me. His gaze heats, and it runs over my body taking in the white lingerie I picked for him, and it's sexier than anything I've ever worn before. His moves are quick as he scoops me up and carries me to the bed. He lays me down with such care, and then just stands back to look his fill as he undresses. You are so damn beautiful, Ellie, and you always find new ways to make my heart skip a beat and take my breath away. I'm going to worship you tonight, nice and slow, and show you how great it's going to be my wife. Once his clothes are off, he crawls over to me and places a soft kiss on my lips, before kissing his way down my belly and flicking his tongue over my clit. He pulls the thing underwear off and wedges my legs apart with his shoulders, as he devours me. There's no other word to describe what he's doing. My back arches, causing him to moan, and I feel it on my clit. He puts a finger inside me and hooks it, playing with my G-spot. With a hard suck on my clit, it sets my body on fire, and I'm coming so hard there are spots on the edge of my vision. He makes me come once more before he removes the baby doll and kisses his way back up to make love to me slowly for the rest of the night. I wake up the next morning to see Owen, watching me sleep. He smiles at me and gives me a gentle kiss. "It's tomorrow," he says, like a kid in a candy store. I can't help but laugh. It is. Go wait in the living room. I have a few things to get ready, okay? He jumps right out of bed and heads to the living area of our suite, closing the door behind him. I had help getting the stuff here and ready. I hope he likes it. First, I go put on my custom-made shirt and pull my robe over it to hide it until it's time. Then, I grab the small thin box and place it in my pocket, and I take the big gift and carry it out to him and place it on the coffee table. He looks at it a little bit confused. It's a toolbox and says Daddy's new toolbox on it. My smile is so big my cheeks hurt, and I couldn't stop it if I tried. Go ahead and open it, I tell him. He opens the box and starts pulling stuff out. Diapers, wipes, burp cloths, bottles, baby soap, hand sanitizer, and a large coffee cup that says, Dad's coffee cup. No sleep equals more coffee. When he pulls the last items out, I see the wheels click into place. The copy of the book What to Expect When You're Expecting starts to shake in his hands, as a glimmer of hope appears in his eyes. I can't keep the smile off my face. He's looking at me now, so I open the robe and show him my shirt that has 2 baby feet over my tummy and says, I'm napping for 2. He takes a second to read it, and then his eyes snap to mine. You're pregnant? He whispers, and I nod. In a split second, he's up and has me in his arms hugging me and openly crying more than he did yesterday. I pull back slightly and pull the box from my pocket and hand it to him, watching him take in the positive pregnancy test. He sets the box on the table and falls to his knees in front of me, pulling my shirt up and kissing my tummy just below my belly button. Hey, there, little one. I'm your daddy. He gets choked up on the word daddy. I love you so much. I didn't think I could be any happier than I was yesterday when your mama married me, but she always has a way of proving me wrong. I run my hand through his hair as he takes his time kissing me before standing back up and carrying me to bed, where he makes love to me all over again.
Epilogue. Owen. 9 months later. I stare down at the most perfect little girl in my arms. She's fast asleep and only a few hours old. My Ellie was amazing during birth, and looking at her now, she's asleep and has never looked more beautiful to me. A lot has happened in these last 9 months. I took my girl on the honeymoon of her dreams. We island hopped in the Caribbean, and she loved taking in the culture, meeting people, trying local food, and I enjoyed watching every moment of it. We then flew into Florida and spent some time in the Everglades National Park, which inspired her second book, which she sent the publisher last week. It was perfect timing, and they agreed to hold off any promotion until the baby is a few months old. We had all the adoption paperwork ready before the wedding, and once we had our marriage license, we were able to submit it, and I officially adopted Becca and Allie 2 months ago. We threw a huge party, and I'm ecstatic they now have my last name. With the addition of little Callie Grace, I now have 4 beautiful girls with my last name, and I couldn't be happier to be outnumbered. I set up a trust fund for each of the girls. It's more than enough money for them to do anything they want in life. School, a wedding, or travel. They could never work a day in their lives and be fine, but they both have big dreams, and I'm sure Callie will, too. 2 months ago, I sat down with Ellie and told her Carl was dead. I knew it was coming. He wasn't smart with his money, and the people he was mixed in with were greedy. When he was out of money, with no way to get more, he was no longer useful to them, and they didn't even bother to hide his body. Though, the police can't seem to trace it back to them. I was worried about how Ellie would take the news, especially at 7 months pregnant, and I didn't want to stress her out, but I also promised her no secrets. She had a blank look on her face, as I told her. When I asked her how she felt, she said the man she saw the last time he was here wasn't the Carl she grew up with. That man died the moment he walked out the door, and she'd mourned him a long time ago. The man that I just told her about was a stranger. She shrugged, and we both agreed the girls didn't need to know. If they ever asked, we'd be honest, but we didn't feel the need to bring it up to them. Ellie said I was the girls' dad, the one that loves them, and that's all they need to know. I took care of Carl's burial costs and made sure he was buried somewhere decent with a nice headstone. If the girls ever wanted to visit his grave, I wanted them to have someplace nice to go. Later in the day, Mia brings the girls to meet their new baby sister. They've been so excited. Every night, they'd tell her a story, rub Ellie's belly before bed, and have been practicing on their baby dolls, so they know how to take care of Callie and hold her. I took them out one day and let them pick out clothes and toys for her. They each picked some decorations for Callie's room, and we spent a whole day shopping, just the three of us. I've been worried they would be jealous or upset about a new baby, but they've surprised me with how much love they've shown to a little girl they hadn't even met. Mommy! 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 They come and whisper, yelling, and run to hug her. I had helped Ellie get showered and dressed before they got here, so she felt normal and at ease, her words not mine. She's up and sitting on the couch when the girls come in. Oh, I missed you girls so much. Have you had fun with Mia? Yes, she took us ice skating. Allie smiles. Tattletale, Mia jokes. Is she here? Becca asks, bouncing on the couch. I smile, stand up, and hand Callie over to Ellie. She helps each girl hold her, while I get photos. Allie kisses her forehead, and Becca holds her hand, and my heart swells with love, seeing them love her. Mia places her hand on my shoulder and reaches for my phone. Go sit with them. We need an official family photo. She snaps over 20 pictures. When Allie starts listing all the things she can't wait to teach Callie, I can't hold back the tears, but Mia is right there to joke with me like normal. Mr. Big Strong Billionaire, always crying. No one would believe me. Only for them, I smile. I would do anything for them, and Ellie is slowly realizing it. She's letting me take care of her and the girls. There are no more monthly payments. She puts everything on the card I gave her, and I personally pay that card every month. There's something about knowing I'm the provider that brings out my caveman side, no matter what the balance is. Ellie healed pretty fast, so after 2 days in the hospital, we brought Callie home. We set her up in a corner of our room for now, until she starts sleeping through the night. Ellie said I'll thank her when we have to get up for 3 a.m. feedings. Right now, all 5 of us are curled up on the couch in our room, watching TV with Callie on my chest fast asleep. Even the dog is curled up on the other end between Becca and Allie, watching TV with us. Yep, we finally got the dog. He was a military police dog that Lexi heard about. The soldier he was assigned to was killed in action, and the dog suffered some injuries trying to save him, like losing one of his eyes and some burns on his body. They were looking for a new home for him when Lexi reached out to Ellie to foster him until she could get back up to Knoxville. Ellie fell in love with him on sight, and so did the girls. We adopted him the next day. His name is Cody, and he's protective of the girls and loves to join me on my morning runs and to play with the girls in the pool. Ellie has taken him a few times down to Oakside, and the guys there enjoy spending time with him. He is a fellow soldier, after all. Tonight, the girls insist on reading Callie a book, before I read and put them to bed. As I'm turning off the light, Becca's sweet voice stops me. Daddy? I sit back down on her bed. Yes, Becca boo. When can Callie move into our room? Oh, it won't be for a while yet. She won't be able to sleep in a big girl bed until she's about 3. But she'll be lonely in the nursery all by herself, she pouts. Well, when we're ready to move her out of our room, we'll talk with Mommy. This is all new to me, but Mommy has been through it with you girls. We have to do as she says. Okay, I love you, Daddy. Those 4 words still cause tears to prick the corners of my eyes. I love you too, Becca Boo. I kiss her forehead and close the door behind me. I walk into our room just as Ellie is finishing up feeding Callie, so I take her and burp her, before laying her in the crib, once she is fast asleep. Come on, baby. It's time I take care of you now. Let's get a shower and get you to bed. I gently wash her, while she enjoys the warm water. Then, I help her to bed and cuddle her, until Callie's next feeding. I can't remember the last time my heart has been so full.
Want 2 more bonus epilogues on Ellie and Owen? Get them when you sign up for my newsletter. Check the description below for the link. Want to read Mia's story? You can read it in Saving Teddy. Want to know Lexi and Noah's story? Get it in Saving Noah.